regarding sales MOP, Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure, the latest edition, 16th edition is of 2022 make. Before that, it has undergone many iterations, 16 iterations. But in the past few years, there have been dynamic changes, and these changes have been towards actually establishing a digital secretariat. So, as you can see from the can you switch over to the presentation? As you can see, the tagline, enabling the march towards a digital secretariat. So, we all can easily perceive that the development of this document is a effort towards establishing a digital secretariat. How and why? We will see in some of the slides which will follow. So, broadly, the scheme of presentation will be for 10-15 minutes only. 3 pointers. One is CSMOP as an instrument of governance, and what are the major changes, how the present CSMOP has evolved from its previous avatars, and of course the way forward, because without that vision or goal, it will be very difficult to actually identify as to what is to be done. So, the general perception, being a faculty as well as a civil servant, we come across many of the colleagues and participants in the planning programs who understand the manuals or the procedure manuals as containing very routine procedures, mundane forms, registers, formats for submission of some reports, etc., and containing a lot of job plan, which may not be readily understandable by the public, from the general public's standpoint. This may not be, for example, these terms like POC. We are very familiar in government regarding these terms, but the general public may not. So, we consider this as a dry, static document. So, whatever is the at best, we consider it as induction material. At best, we consider it as some document to be referred whenever there is when a clarification is required or whenever there is a doubt. But it is also, as we can see, its growth over the years, an instrument for better service delivery. So, what the government want to deliver can be outlined. We all know, I mean, being in government for so many years, we all know that there are 3 dimensions to every government service delivery. There is a policy behind the service delivery decision. There is a policy, and there is a process by which we select some beneficiaries or we enable flow of funds. And the third is the people who will be handling. So, either they are in the middle of the process hierarchy ladder or at the service provider side or service taker side. So, people are involved. So, broadly these 3. So, the process is the crucial aspect in any service delivery mechanism. We all know about that. So, whatever the process simplification we are prescribing in the manual will definitely enable us to give better service delivery. So if we link it with the outcomes, the importance of the document will be multiplied. It's an apparatus for minimum government, maximum governance. For example, many of us are aware about the recommendations of the Administrative Reforms Commission, successive commissions, that decision making should be delayed, or there should be delegation, so that the number of levels through which a activity is processed in the ministry department has to be minimized, 3, 4. So actually, this is the document can be used as a very important indicator or pointer towards our implementing an administrative reform as well. It's a device for benchmarking. We have requirement of drafting session chapters, identifying the services, identifying the timelines of the quality standards, and benchmark against the service timelines as well as quality standards across ministries, across divisions. So once you actually take something back from the system, the manual already is giving an opportunity for us to actually benchmark against the best. It's a mechanism for administrative reforms and a tool for good governance, which we will see in the slide here. The UNSCAP identifies these 8 as the pillars of good governance. And almost in respect of each of these pillars, there is an enabling provision in the manual of office procedure. So we have CSMOP for the central government, ministries and departments. Similarly, there must be some manual for the specific state governments also. And if we look back, all the various actions we take under CSMOP are actually an effort to foster good governance. It is towards a step towards reforming the administrative apparatus. I'm not going into the detail of this, but basically my purpose of first 2-3 slides is to establish that manual of office procedure is not a static document. It is a dynamic document. It is an organic document. It reflects the will of the leadership. It reflects the vision of the ministry of administrative reforms, and it is a firm step. It has to have measures which are a firm step towards digital secretariat and good governance. So, a few of the recent amendments which have been carried out in the CSMOP 2022 bill are reiterating why there was a need to reiterate that certain measures are there in the CSMOP, the earlier version also, regarding improving efficiency in decision making. Because most of our decision making, for example, the 4 measures or 5 measures which have been indicated in the first row, channel of submission. Who does not know among us as to the channel of submission and level of final disposal is to be reviewed periodically in order to have minimum number of levels through which a proposal has to go through. We know, but till it becomes a practice, it becomes a habit to all of us, we have to keep highlighting, keep flagging this recommendation. Similar disciplinary teams, very important. Recently, we had a Chintan schedule of Department of Administrative Reforms as well as Department of Personnel and Planning, basically the entire ministry, and of course Department of Pensions and Pensioners Welfare also, in which some of the important suggestions or recommendations which have come out relate to actually forming interdepartmental teams to ease, to speed up, to expedite the process of decision making in government ministries and departments. So you all know there is a finance ministry, there is a personnel ministry, there is a law ministry, there is a home ministry. So a proposal goes through parallelly or serially through all these departments for a considered decision. So if this process can be slightly modified, that those parameters are required, they all can come onto one platform and decision making can be scaled up. The your phase, if these parameters can be analyzed, can be pitted against one another, how much analytics we can generate. So that is one important thought for understanding. So, what the digital secretariat can actually in a JV. So, we can identify the areas of work which take more time than other areas of work, for example. So, how it will help? So, depending on the time taken, you can actually move your human resources from one desk to the other so that you can actually dispose of larger number of cases in the same time, which is actually considered ideal or efficient. So electronic monitoring of pendants. Of course, we have so many smaller platforms in the ecosystem which actually monitor pendency. For example, all court cases, there is one software developed by what is that, sir? Legal Information Monitoring System, LIMS. Similarly, we have citigrams for grievance-related monitoring. So, and so on. RTI portal is there for RTI. So, how about bringing all of them onto a single platform? Monitoring will be much easier. It will be a single source of truth. It will provide us enough analytics to actually better our service delivery. So, some of the other advantages of a digital secretariat and the vision is indicated on these slides. But to give you a visual impact of what we mean, it's basically imagine about a departmental dashboard. Like we have so many dashboards with respect to various schemes implemented by government ministries and departments. For example, Mahatma Gandhi Narega has a Narega Soft, Awas Soft, etc. So similarly, you can have a collation of all the data emanating from CSMOP related requirements into one single dashboard, which will be a departmental dashboard. So the senior most, the CEO of the department can have a look at that. Then similarly, hierarchy based, for example, the joint secretaries or the additional secretaries can have a digital dashboard with respect to their wing. That's important and so on. So, these are only indicative parameters. You can have any number of such analytical aspects which can be incorporated. Similarly, section dashboard. Section dashboard should be like a single source of knowledge, finding the newly joining entrants, etc. And also those who take over at the middle level also on transfer or on promotion. So further also it will be an important single point source of truth. It can contain the precedent cases, it can contain the forms, it can contain the standard process sheets, it can contain the it can in fact enable generation of various notes and drafts which are very common in that section. So, as I indicated, 220 plus pointers are emanating from CSMOP, and probably we can collect more which are already not there in the CSMOP. Some are indicated here before initiating a proposal or while initiating a proposal, or once the decision is taken and the file is returned to the division or the section. So, what all data points can be collected, and if these data points can be analyzed and put in a dashboard, it will be a wonderful document, organic, and which will enable us for better service delivery.
Rambam, we have Q&A session at the end of this. So we can
thank you, sir. I'm done.
Discuss at the end of
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I request the next speaker, Vinay
ecosystem. So there were many challenges in the ecosystem. The challenge of searching creatively and breaking of files. Another challenge of storage is preservation of files. Also, there were delays in inter-departmental file movements. Also, there was already risk of fire, flood, insects, threats, fungus, etc. And also challenge of loss of physical files. So, to overcome these challenges in the ecosystem, we switched to e-office.
go to the next level. So we can set these alerts in either email or in SMS or in a month. So this feature is also there. The Office 1.2 is compatible with all devices, with all desktops, all laptops, iPads, mobiles, etc. So this gives the basic workflow and efficiencies. So I want to make analytics part of this. One of the pillars of secretary reforms being a tactical IDRPG. This is the secretary reforms monthly bulletin of DRPG that obviously we do monthly basis activity. In e-office analytics, we are basically monitoring the ministries about the movement of e-files, movement of e-receipts, and e-file has gone up to how many levels. So this e-office analytics increases the efficiency of the system. So while adopting e-office 7.2, e-file adoption in Center Secretariat has grown very much. As in year 2020, it was 75%, and then on year basis, it is increased, and in year 22, it is more than 89%. Also, number of e-files in Center Secretariat has also grown up. In year 22, only 13 e-files were there, while in year 22, more than 31 lakh e-files are in the Center Secretariat. So in the Office Analytics, we are monitoring ministry-wise number of VPN usage in Center. So this is the display of analytics. VPN is a facility of virtual private network. This allows the users to work from anywhere. In analytics portion, we are also monitoring the ministries regarding performance of facilities usage of e-files and e-receipts. And we are ranking the ministries also. So these are the top 10 ministries, and right side these are the bottom 10 ministries. Also, we are monitoring the average disposal levels in certain ministries. So this shows that e-file should not be more than 4 levels. So we are monitoring this important parameter. So in this slide, ministries are having average disposal level below 4 levels. And in this slide, ministries are having disposal levels between 4 to 5, and at the most, the ministry departments are having disposal level of 5 levels. So we are monitoring what is analytics here. So that's it from my side.
Thank you, Vinay. Now we have third presentation on Service Plus. I'll request to Sunil Janji to start the presentation.
Good morning to all of you. Today we are deliberating on e-service delivery. Basically, how each and every department and the government since the last couple of years they have been aspiring to offer best quality services to their citizens or other stakeholders like businessmen or companies. And we want to have services which are faceless, paperless, cashless, and there has to be accountability on the officials who are offering these services. Several states have put the right to sponsor intent also. Now, whenever you talk of a service or some services are offline or some are online or they are being offered, they are being offered in a fragmented manner. The citizen basically who wants to go to government has to visit multiple portals or multiple avenues. Similarly, very frequently the government is launching new schemes. So whenever there is a requirement of launching a new service or launching a new scheme, what we do, we immediately
go for a team, we employ some programmers or technical manpower. They start writing the code. Then the code has to be tested. Then it has to be integrated with external entities like Aadhaar, PFMS, and so many things. So it's all basically requires very long cycles, and you get it audited. And then the manpower leaves. And it is a normal story everywhere. Now, this Service Plus as the solution for all these kind of requirements, it facilitates a single one-stop shop for all the government departments, all the states, organizations to facilitate a single point, single portal or for all the citizens to get all the services of all the departments from a single place. And it is basically open source based, so you need not pay a huge amount for licensing cost. And it is you don't need very highly skilled programmers or a big team. It is low code, no code solution. So most of these states are already using it in some way or the other. Some states are heavily using it. They're all service portals are totally based on Service Plus. This is the first thing. And second thing, with the permission, I would like to share local government directory. Today we are deliberating on how we can exchange the data, how we can collaborate. So data is like oil, next oil, and whenever we want to exchange the data, all the applications, all the portals are using their own unique codes for the offices or for the panchayats or for the urban bodies, local revenue district. So that is why it is very important for all the stakeholders who are having any kind of portal to adopt local government directory. Each and every data record should have a local government directory code, so that we can seamlessly exchange the data. Service Plus basically is a platform, is a low-code, no-code platform of a framework where any department or state can simply configure these services, no software development required, simply do the UAT and launch it. So total time for launch is I think a few days or few hours if you are having good. The stakeholders are like anybody who's running a service or anybody who's running a scheme. They're all the stakeholders, target audience, and then functionaries who are workflows, panchayats and ULBs. Like urban local bodies are offering so many services, and then you need to hire a big agency to implement those services. If you deploy Service Plus, it can be done. You need not write a single piece of code. State government departments, ministries, citizens, service center agencies. Now even the Service Plus allows CSC and other kind of organizations who have got a network of kiosks, they can simply onboard on it. Then these kiosks, PFMS, it's already integrated, banks, payment gateways, Aadhaar, DigiLocker, Umang. So there are so many verticals which are already seamlessly integrated with the Service Plus, and the user or the person who is using the Service Plus need not do again the same kind of reinventing the wheel for integration with these entities. So it's a configurable unified framework, no code, low code platform. You do not write code. It facilitates rapid rollout and a single platform for the citizens. Right now, if you go to serviceonline.gov.in, you can go and select any state, and the services being offered within that state will be made available. Like, we have one ration card, one nation. Similarly, we can have this kind of scenario. So features basically, so first of all, whenever you are having a service, you have got a target beneficiary or an applicant. So applicant can come on, they can register themselves, they can authenticate themselves, create their profile, upload their documents. So the concerned user department or the person who is using the Service Plus can define what exactly they need from the citizen. So once the citizen has created the profile or the profile has been imported from UIDAI or any other state, department database, then you can define the application form. So again, it is drag and drop. You do not write code, simply drag and drop the forms and the fields which you need, apply validations, apply external integrations. Then you can design the workflows, how this application will move from functionary 1 to functionary 2, and who will sanction it. All kind of workflows can be defined. Then there's a document designer. These are all basically wizards. So a person can drag and drop. It's like in Microsoft Access or Excel, you must have seen wizards. It guides you accordingly. You do the work. A document means that you are generating a certificate. You are generating authority letter as the output of the service. So you can use the document designer to basically come out with what kind of output you want to give to citizen. Then notification designer. All these things are multilingual. Now, if you are having input form or your document, output document, they can be in any language. And then notifications means you are pushing, you are sending the push notifications or you are sending the SMS or email. So the user can configure when they want to send a notification to the applicant or to the functionaries with whom the application is pending. It can be like, in any language. Then external integration, as I told you, that the Service Plus inherently has been integrated with PayGov, SBI ePay, PayU, CSC e-wallet, state treasuries, Aadhaar, DigiLocker, eSign, eTaal, Praman, Umang RAS. So if you adopt Service Plus, you do not have the hassle of, again, interacting with so many external entities for integration. And one-click launch, simply configure and launch. And mobile apps are there, analyticals and reportings are there, all these things are there. These basically I have already told you, but these are the components. Form designer is the component that allows you to design the form by drag and drop. Then process flow designer, notification designer, external system integration, document designer, mobile application is there, one-click launching is there. So benefits, basically why the government is expected to adopt. As I am telling you, we are too much dependent on the, on the IT team or the software development team. So, and again, a lot of hassles are required to configure, to integrate, to test, to deploy, and then again to buy the licenses. So if the government departments or the state government or any organization, leverages Service Plus, then, simply they have results like interfaces for configuration and rollout. It is like secure, it is scalable, it is, so you do not go for security audit. It has been audited. We have only one code that is running across all the states, all the entities. So that security aspect is taken care by the Service Plus team. And all integrations with the external entities are automatically. If Department A comes, I do recall that we had so many, opportune times when we were supposed to roll out a service or a scheme within a matter of few days. And we used to work day in, day out for writing the software, then testing it. Then we used to get the exemption from the security audit because it takes time. So now Service Plus, it's all integrations are underlying. So there is no need for them to interact individually with different stakeholders like Aadhaar, PFMS, all those things. So focus basically for the government is now on implementation rather than writing the code or managing the code, managing the team. And last couple of years, you must have seen there's heavy attrition of the manpower, technical manpower. So you take somebody on roll today, and then after a few months they go back, and then again you have to hire them at a very much higher cost. So it's economical. Why it's economical? Because you are saving basically time and energy and human resource cost, and plus there is no licensing cost. Some of you may be using some very products for services which involve heavy database procurement licenses and all those things. So Service Plus insulates the department from all these things. Citizen, let us say if things go good, then our citizen basically need to know only one URL for the state or for the nation, and then from there they can avail all these services. Self-service options, sometimes you also need to see that if citizen is already empowered, they have got a mobile, they are doing so many applications, why they need to go to kiosk? Why they should not be encouraged to avail all these services using his own mobile? Why kiosk fee and all those things are there, and when they go to kiosk, sometimes their applications are deliberately entered in wrong, or some kind of things are there. And this citizen can maintain their document repository. So all the documents which they require for any kind of services already, they can, once they upload it, it is required. And whatsoever is the output, it is deposited in their DigiLocker. So again, it is available, online tracking, and then grievances, all those things are there. Service center agencies like CSC, they can have bulk registration of all their service centers, and they can issue them login password. If the kiosk is not performing, they can disable that and deactivate their kiosk. So as on date, Service Plus has been adopted by 35 states and 17 GOI departments. And around 2,873 applications or services are already online. 19 crore applications have been received by this Service Plus. And total, if we sum up all the around 1,865 crore rupees of the revenue has been collected using Service Plus by way of application fees and other fees. 196 So it's also can be used for, DBT kind of thing. DBT mission has issued a guidance or a circular and order that Service Plus can be used for, implementation of DBT for different schemes. So presently, like users, Government of Karnataka, Seva Sindhu, you will get a presentation in a couple of, next session. They are totally, Seva Sindhu is on Service Plus. Back end is Service Plus and front end is their own brand. So Service Plus allows the state or the user to have their own brand on own URL. At the back end, engine is Service Plus. Government of Haryana has got Saral. You must have heard about Saral. Saral is again based on Service Plus. Government of Bihar, Jharkhand, Punjab, Assam, they are heavily using Service Plus for all their services, for basically their citizen portal, right to service portal, and service delivery portal. And Aadhaar, basically, incidentally, recently Aadhaar also approached us. Aadhaar wanted to have a system. Till date, Aadhaar was operating in isolation, silos, basically. They were not integrating with the government of, any state government for verification of the applicants. Now the Aadhaar has onboarded on Service Plus. The data will be pumped from the Aadhaar to the Service Plus for all the beneficiaries who want to get enrolled or who want to get their data updated. The Service Plus, all the state government functionaries will be on board Aadhaar. So Aadhaar will remain the front end and Service Plus will get the back end. So this is the power. And we told them, sir, you are technically competent. Why can't you do your own software? So then they said, we don't want to waste time in writing software. You already have a framework platform and we would like to continue to work with you. Similarly, they have got a system for law enforcement agencies. If some Aadhaar is found to be suspicious, and then this system, which is basically all internal system, G2G system, it is again Aadhaar has configured DBT mission, and Central Ministry is also there. So like success of Antyodaya Saral, and which is a big brand for Haryana, similarly Seva Sindhu Karnataka, and you go to Assam, you go to Jharkhand, Bihar, and Jammu Kashmir recently has been very active on Service Plus. They have been, recently their Chief Secretary also launched the grievance module. So as I told you that each state or each stakeholder want to have their own brand. So they don't want Service Plus, they want their own brand. So Service Plus allows you to have your own URL, your own brand, your own domain, and then you can have specific for the department or for the state or for the service itself. So this is Antyodaya Saral I shared with you. It's on Service Plus. This is Digital Seva of Tripura. It's on Service Plus. This is Bihar. It's on Service Plus. Jhar Seva. So they have mentioned the Jhar Seva. And then it is like Seva Sindhu of Karnataka. And then this is Assam, ease of doing business. So Service Plus was of immense help for implementing ease of doing business. So because it becomes a aggregator kind of thing and common interface for ease of doing. So you can have, it can integrate with the existing systems also. If a state government has got certain service which is of doing its own state government system, then Service Plus can integrate using the protocols. Right to Public Service of Guarantee Act. This is like Kerala Excise Department. They have got their own face. So this is how Service Plus basically was launched in 2011. As you know that NIC, their officers who are in districts and states, and they're always under continuous pressure to come out with the software and applications overnight for writing the for services and schemes. So then NIC thought of writing a platform kind of system which facilitates service delivery using drag and drop. And every year there has been a continuous evolution. Sometimes Aadhaar came, sometimes DigiLocker came, PFMS came. So these kind of things, as they are evolving, bank integration and DBT and biometrics, so all those things, it is continuously every year, currently, we are continuously upgrading to meet the expectations and the change scenarios in e-governance domain landscape. So integration, I told you Aadhaar, then eSign. So it is already integrated with the CDEX, eSign, DigiLocker, payment gateways, PFMS, and then facility to integrate with any other external system. So process flow builder is there, and then notification offered benefits of the various Government of India scheme. So we went to PDS, we went to Jal Shakti mission, we went to Swachh Bharat mission, and then Ayushman Bharat mission. So no one had this LGD code. because they did not have LGD code, we were not able to draw that, in this village panchayat or in this village, who are all the beneficiaries who are getting the benefit. So that is what, then we started pursuing the matter with them, and then the cabinet secretariat has also issued an order. So the idea is that whenever there's a talk of e-governance or data exchange, data collaboration, LGD has to be basically presented and sensitized. One nation, one data. It can only be possible when you have LGD kind of thing, wherein LGD has got codes for panchayats, for villages, for departments, for offices, unique ID for each and every entity which is involved into governance.
Yes, sir. Conclude करिए.
Now, as I told you, that Registrar General of India is conducting census operations. They are going for LGD. Aadhaar is also started using LGD. Department of Post has also started using LGD. So PIN code is mapped with the LGD, right? So now, slowly, we are educating the user departments to use LGD for all their, whenever there is a entity seeded in the database, it should have a LGD code also.
Yes, sir. Conclude करिए.
Once LGD means a letter has also been issued by the cabinet
Sunil Jain ji.
secretary, MIT, everyone, for using LGD. So it has the live data of states, districts, sub-district, and the data of LGD is used or it's owned by the concerned state. And
Sunil
we
ji,
have got
conclude
state
करिए.
officials
Sunil ji.
who are accountable and who are managing this LGD. And then parliamentary constituencies, development blocks, assembly constituencies, departments and organizations. This is the hierarchy of LGD. This is the letter which was issued by the former Secretary IT. And these are the beneficiaries if LGD is used.
Thank you. I think this is the time to close now. So we'll move to the third session, which is quite linked to the presentation gave by Sunil ji.
So just final slide. LGD can be used by web services as well as for the NAPIX also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So benchmarking service delivery in the country. So next presentation is on that. So I'll request Sarita ji to start the presentation.
First of all, I wish a very fine morning to all the eminent dignitaries, my seniors, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, I think due to paucity of time, I will have to give a quick run over the presentation. I am here to present on National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment, that is NESDA, a very important project undertaken by the department. A couple of years ago, the department has undertaken a project, National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment, that is NESDA. The project was basically to assess the e-service delivery across India for states and UTs and certified and identified central ministries. The first of its kind of NESDA was undertaken by the department in 2019, followed by the second edition in 2021. And the report of 2021 NESDA was released in June 2022. Now the department is in the process of taking the contours of third edition of NESDA in 2023. The NESDA was actually taken up after the exhaustive consultation amongst the stakeholders and the UTs and the state government, and that is how it became the first of its kind of a study in the nation. Amongst many other outcomes, the major important key takeaways of the NESDA were assessing the maturity of e-services delivery. It also highlights good practices undertaken by the states and UTs, which can be replicated by other states also. And certainly it identified the areas which are lacking delivery of services in the e-services delivery areas. The NESDA framework was formulated on 4 major parameters which were taken to assess the states and UTs, and these parameters were accessibility, content availability, ease of use, information security and privacy. But for service portals of states and UTs, 3 additional parameters were undertaken, and those were end service delivery, integrated service delivery, status request and tracking. The NESDA framework was actually formulated on the United Nations Department Economic and Social Affairs framework, but it was further Indianized and customized according to the Indian federal structure. In the last slide, we mentioned about the key parameters on which NESDA study was based. Actually, NESDA was focusing on certain major sectors also, and these were the 7 sectors: finance, labor and employment, education, social welfare, local governance and utility services, environment and tourism. Actually, the NESDA study was, it has covered almost all the key G2C and G2B online services available across the nation. If we talk about the journey of NESDA 21, it has started with the data collection, synthesis and analysis, which was started in January 21, and almost after 15 months in June 22, we have released the report for the second edition of NESDA. It covers 56 mandatory services across all the states and 27 services across the 11 central ministries. The highlighted fact is that it has covered 1400 mandatory services, and the most important thing to mention is that all the process is 100% online based on the voluntary reporting by the stakeholders themselves only. For facilitating the study, actually the department has, according to the framework, divided all the states into 4 major categories, and in this slide you can see that the ranking of all the states as per the NESDA report 21. While Nagaland and Meghalaya were the toppers in Northeast and Hill states, Jammu and Kashmir and Andaman and Nicobar Islands did their best in the Union territories. Kerala and Tamil Nadu were the leaders in the leading board of Group A, and Odisha and Uttar Pradesh were the top rankers amongst Group B. Besides the state portals, as I have mentioned, that NESDA assesses service portals of the states and UTs also, and this slide is simply showcasing the toppers in 4 categories as far as service portals are concerned. As you can see, Meghalaya, Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan were the toppers in these categories. Now, this is the main important thrust area. If we talk about the key takeaways of the increased delivery of e-services and NESDA, the first thing is services. While in 2019, 872 services were assessed for the NESDA, in the second edition, it came to 1400 services, which is evidently 60% more services were evaluated for the second edition. The category-wise and sector-wise increase in services can also be seen. Number of focus sectors were 6 in 2019, and tourism was further added to by making it 7 in the next edition. This is further detailing for the first key takeaway, that is increased delivery of e-services. While 2019 2019 shows that 48% of mandatory services are being delivered by the states and UTs. 2021 NESDA report witnesses that 69% of all possible mandatory e-services were being delivered by the states and UTs. Improved scores were there across all the parameters and across all the major states, UTs and portals also. Sorry, I need to mention something. The citizen survey is the major component of NESDA assessment, and 2021 survey covers more than 25k respondents across the states. It also gave a very happy picture by saying that 74% respondents are either satisfied or very satisfied. The next key takeaway is also equally important because it is the rise of integrated or centralized portals. As we all know that centralized portals not only enable the states and UTs to roll out their services faster, but they also provide a citizen a common window to apply for many services under one umbrella. Some of the notable integrated and centralized portals now across the nation are Ease of Doing Business portal of Assam, Delhi's e-District, Haryana's Antodaya, Karnataka, Seva Sindhu, Digital Punjab, e-Seva portal Tamil Nadu, Telangana's Me Seva, Tripura's Swagat, Uttar Pradesh Nivesh Mitra, and of course e-Mitra portal of Rajasthan, which we would be having the opportunity to listen in the coming session of this conference only. This is the third key takeaway. I think I have already mentioned that all the scores were improved across the parameters and in almost all the states, UTs and central ministries. This is the further detailing simply of the improved scores across the parameters. 4 parameters you can see here, and rest of the 3 you can see in these slides. So this is quite evident from these slides that although all the states have done well in their respective groups, but UTs have shown considerable and remarkable growth in the NSDA 21 as compared to NSDA 29. This is the slide showing the mandatory services being delivered by each of the state in all the 4 groups of the NSDA 21. While Punjab and Tamil Nadu are, we can see, are providing all the mandatory services 56, Odisha, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and Jharkhand, they are also providing almost all the services. And as far as Northeast and UTs are concerned, Tripura, Uttarakhand and Jammu and Kashmir were the toppers. So actually, besides mandatory services which are 56 and identified for the NSDA 21, there are other optional services also which are to be provided by the states and UTs to its citizens. This is the slide which is showing that apart from mandatory services, how many optional services are being provided by the states and UTs to their citizens as per the 21 report. So here we can see that Odisha is providing not only 53 mandatory services, but it is also providing 512 optional services. Similarly, in J&K, 54 services are, since it was a topper in its category, and 230 services were also provided optionally. Similarly, in Northeast and Hill states, Assam is providing 569 services to its citizens. This is again simply another kind of data showing the mandatory services being provided by the states and UTs in descending order, and here the optional services provided by the states and UTs in descending order. Now this is the most important slide I want to discuss. While 2021 report has given excellent and encouraging findings about the e-services delivery status and its status in the country right now, it also provides certain recommendations and suggestions to the stakeholders as to how to fill the gaps and how to improve the in-depth services. For this purpose, right now department is collaborating with all the states and UTs in order to strengthen their portals and in order to ensure that all the services being provided and all the recommendations of 2021 are being implemented in a time-bound manner. For this purpose, the department is taking regular meetings with the stakeholders where the status of e-services are being discussed. The proceedings are being shared with the stakeholders in order to sensitize them about the gaps and how to move forward to fill these gaps. Besides that, we have operationalized a portal also where we are seeking comments and inputs from various states and UTs, and these are the areas which we are actually thrust upon. So
Sartaji,
the overall
Sartaji,
vision.
please conclude.
So the overall vision for the way forward is that, of course, saturation of e-services by providing 56 mandatory services and increased delivery of total e-services, adoption of rise of integrated portals, CO Moto and faceless delivery of services, and finally, of course, the improved scores in the forthcoming NSDA. With this, I rest my voice, and I hope I would be able to deliver certain insight about NSDA to you. Thank you for listening me patiently.
So thank you, Sartaji. Now floor is open. We can take 1 or 2 question max. We have just 5 minutes for Q&A. Mic, please. Mic this side. Portable mic. Yeah, this side.
Yeah, good morning. This is a question perhaps for Sunilji on the Service Plus, and we've talked about reaching a stage where a citizen is a one-stop, kind of a mechanism can apply for any service. Your thoughts on, when a citizen applies for a service, can we think in the future of evaluating that citizen whether they then qualify for other services. In other words, they may be transacting with us on one thing, but we can then give additional insight to that individual because they don't always know what benefits that they qualify for, and make a more holistic assessment of that citizen interacting with us so that it's not restricted just to that one transaction. Can Service Plus be, any thoughts on this, whether it can be set up in the future to do those kinds of things?
Yeah. Service Plus, basically, as I shared with you that a citizen comes as user department, I ask the citizen to create a profile. When the citizen creates a profile, this profile maybe he is a person with disability, woman, widow, is a person living in a below poverty line, or he is a laborer. So if the state so selects that these are the parameters that are to be collected from the citizen when he is registering, because his profile. So it is one-time profile creation and the document updation. Then the system can definitely, basically, using scheme-based, parameters, a scheme calculation engine, that if this citizen is there and his profile is this, he or she is eligible for these schemes or these benefits. It can be done, no problem. But there are two kind of services. One is the income tax, income certificate, domicile certificate, all those things which are regulatory in nature. Another one is the scheme benefits delivery. So far as a scheme benefits delivery, a state or as a user department, you can calculate based on the profile. It's the small query has to be written, and you can identify that if you are applying for this, you are also eligible for these benefits. Right. Thank you.
Last question. Yeah. This side. एकदम ये पीछे ले जाइए लास्ट में एकदम पीछे.
Thank you. Very good morning, sir. I am James, OSD from Department of IT, Andaman and Nicobar. My question is to Sarita ma'am. Ma'am, under the mandatory services, there are 56 services. In Andaman and Nicobar, caste certificate is not applicable because there is no caste in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So when we say caste certificate is not applicable, but even then we will have to fulfill this 56 mandatory certificate where we then default, and similarly while calculating the rank also we are being deprived of that. So that is my question to you, ma'am.
Sir, will you please repeat the question? Regarding caste certificate,
Ma'am, caste certificate is not applicable for Andaman and Nicobar Islands, ma'am, because there is no caste in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. It is included as one of the mandatory services under NAJDA assessment.
I'll answer to your query, because again NAJDA 2023 already started the exercise. We have already started the exercise, so this point we will take note of. I don't know, really there should be option available for the person to apply for caste certificate, even though it is not allowed or not given in the state, but there should be an option. But we will take note of this point when we are going for the this year's NAJDA study.
Sir, there is no caste available at Andaman and Nicobar Islands, sir. That's why it is not applicable.
Okay, we will take note of this
we have only tribals, so we issue tribal certificates, but no caste is there.
Actually, caste certificate includes the tribal certificate also.
But in the mandatory services, there are two different services, sir. It is
Okay.
tribal certificate and caste certificate.
Okay, we'll take note of this. Okay, thank you. So now it's time to close the session. I'll hand over this this for the next session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for the wonderful session. Now it's the time to felicitation. I would like to invite Mr. Anshul Gupta, PD Swan, MP SEDC, to felicitate our session chair. Request to Mr. Anshul Gupta to facilitate our session chair, Shri NBS Rajputji, Joint Secretary DARPG, Mr. Anshul Gupta ji. facilitating our session chair, Shri NBS Rajput ji. Now I would request Anshul Gupta ji to facilitate Shri Vadali Ram Babu ji, Deputy Secretary. Our speaker, Shri Vadali Ram Babu ji. Now Anshul Gupta ji, I would like to request to facilitate NK Meena, Director DARPG. Our speaker, Shri NK Meena ji, Director DARPG. Moving toward our another speaker, Srimati Sarita Taneja ji, Deputy Secretary. Again, I would like to request Anshul Gupta ji to facilitate Srimati Sarita Taneja ji. And I would like to request Anshul Gupta ji to facilitate Shri Sunil Jain ji, our speaker Sunil Jain ji, DDG, NIC. Thank you so much to all the panelists for the first session. Moving toward the another session. Now I would like to invite panelists of session 2 on the dais. Our session chair, Shri Bharat Lal ji, DG NCGG. Our speakers, Shri V. Punuraj. Another speaker, Shri Srivas P., Joint Director. And virtually, our speaker will be connected, Shri Umesh Chand Joshi ji. I would request our another session panelist to have their seats on dais. Our session chair, Shri Bharat Lal ji, DG NCGG. Shri V. Punuraj ji, Secretary to Government. Shri Srinivas P., Joint Director, and we will be virtually connected to Shri Umesh Chand Joshi ji, Joint Director, Government of Rajasthan. I would like to share a short intro of Bharat Lal ji. Mr. Bharat Lal ji is presently working as Director General, National Centre of Good Governance, an autonomous institution of Government of India. He joined his civil services in July 1988. Prior to joining NCGG, he was working as Secretary to Lokpal of India, the anti-corruption body of country. Earlier, he has worked as a founder mission director, Jal Jeevan Mission, a flagship program started in August 2019 to ensure clean tap water to every household as well as all schools, Anganwadi Center, Ashram Shalas, public and community health centers, etc. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Bharat, sir. Our session chair. Moving toward our speaker. Development Department during 2016-17 as Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Karnataka from 21-22, now working as Secretary Government DPAR from March 22. Served as Managing Director, Karnataka Urban Infrastructure Development and Financial Corporation, Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation, and also Karnataka Power Corporation Limited, and served as Commissioner, Survey Settlement and Land Records from 2012 to 14. Welcome our speaker, V. Punuraj sir, and our another speaker, Mr. Srivas P. He is having rich experience of 28 years in information technology in various government departments and presently working as Joint Director for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication Department, Government of Telangana, Hyderabad. The first Chief Information Officer from Telangana State nominated by Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Ministry of Communication and IT, Government of India. Welcome, sir. And virtually we will be connected with our another speaker, Mr. Umesh Joshi ji. Umesh Joshi is an IT professional and e-governance specialist with over 17 years of work experience in Rajasthan government and top MNCs like Accenture and IBM. He is postgraduate in several projects. He is postgraduate in technology management from IIT Delhi and has worked on several projects with different clients from government to private organizations such as Panchayat Raj, Watershed, Labor, Factory and Boiler and etc. Welcome Umesh ji, if we are virtually connected. And I am handing over the session to our session chair, Shri Bharat Lalji.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. It's a privilege to be here. And once again, I welcome my esteemed colleague, Mr. Punuraj and Mr. Srinivas, as well as Mr. Joshi, who is connected virtually. So thank you, friends. And let me set the agenda for this session. We all understand and we all know that how critical e-service delivery or digital governance has become. But I'll take liberty to narrate one very small story. In 2006, in all newspaper and at that time in Hindustan Times, one story appeared. And the story was that a postman killed IIT dream of a tribal boy. A postman killed IIT dream of a tribal boy. And a story originated from Bhubaneswar. In short, a tribal boy appeared in JEE, secured 83rd position, and IIT Kharagpur was conducting the examination. He was sent, later for counseling. He was not available in his room, and postman went twice there. And it was returned. And after a month or so, this boy reached to IIT Kharagpur. And that time, I think Professor Dubey was there, And he said, "My son, I'm sorry. We can't help you. We can't help you." It's an altogether different matter that we took this case and actually took it to logical conclusion. And ultimately, after 2 months, the boy got admission. The limited point I'm trying to make is how in today's world, service delivery can make or mar someone's life. I think you all know that India, it took 60 years to become $1 trillion economy since independence. 60 years. But next $1 trillion was added in 7 years. So 2007, by 2014, India became $2 trillion economy. And next trillion was added only in 5 years. In 2019, of course, after that COVID, we became $3 trillion economy. But let's see the big picture. The big picture. The big picture is that our Honorable Prime Minister and other leaders, they keep on telling us that India has the potential, to become $5 trillion economy. From 5th place, it can move to 3rd place. We can, and we have a vision for a kind of developed nation into 2047. It means what? We have a vision that where per capita income from $2,700 odd, it can go to 12,000 plus US dollar per capita. How it can go? What is the way forward? And why this things are happening with speed and on a scale? And trust me, friends, I think the whole thing is on your shoulder. It is up to you. And just go back 10 years or 20 years back and let's take case of United States of America. Today in US, if you are listening that these $1 trillion fintech or tech companies are there, how it evolved, and what is the future, and what kind of Indian stack government of India is developing, and how we can leverage those kind of things. And if you come back to per capita income or family income, as you all know, that if one person is earning, and simply if you are able to add another person, I think the income can double in no time. And if India is having only roughly 19% women in workforce, I think the lowest hanging fruit is that if we ensure ease of living, if we ensure service delivery, proper service delivery, I think our women, they can join workforce. And this is the sure shot to move forward. I think, let me recall one quote from Honorable Prime Minister in last year, I think he gave. And what he said actually in that quote, that I quote Prime Minister, I see technology as a means to empower and as a tool. I see technology as a means to empower and as a tool that bridges the distance between hope and opportunity. So the job you are doing is all about bridging this gap, hope and opportunity. And friends, let me congratulate and compliment our Secretary DARPG, the kind of work he's doing and he has taken as a personal mission in Government of India. That this, bridging this hope and opportunity, I think this job you can do. And I think I'm very proud of my colleagues here. You know, I keep on listening the kind of work is being done, whether it's Karnataka or Telangana or other states. I think today we have got the opportunity to see those work and try to learn that what else we can do. My only one message is that we should never be content and happy that we have done only so much and we are delivering excellent services. No, that is not the way. My only request is, and there is no harm in basically having introspection. An introspection word I would use, that whether when I'm using, let's say, NIC mail, when I'm using NIC mail, whether this mail is comparable in ease of using this mail with other mail services. So similarly, the kind of private sector, the kind of services provided by others, are our quality of service, quality of a service is going to match that. Yes, we are on that path. It might take few days, few weeks, few months, few years. But this pursuit of excellence, we are not going to leave. And I think this is the only way when we can improve the quality of life of our people. We can bridge this gap between hope and opportunity. And we can truly, you and me, we can make this country truly a kind of developed nation. It can't happen that, in many areas, in many villages or many hamlets or many habitations, people, because of remote area, because of forested area, because of, people don't get services. So challenge is manifold. I think probably you might going to have other session, but those challenges we have to meet, that no one is left out. Each and every individual is going to have access to these services and quality services. And then only I think we can say that we are providing, that. Friends, I think I'll stop here and I'll request my colleague, Mr. Punuraj from Secretary, Government of Karnataka, basically, to the kind of work is being done in Karnataka. As we all know that the southern state and especially Karnataka, they are considered as a leader basically in providing e-services or digital governance in many fields. And I think we would like to learn from him the kind of things being done in Karnataka and what is the takeaway, and also what is the next step, what else we are going to do, where basically we have the same ease of living which developed world, any individual, any youngster is having the same. So I invite Mr. Punuraj, and now floor is yours, kindly.
So thanks a lot, sir, for giving me this opportunity and also giving this apt input that what we need to bother about is not just service delivery, but as well as quality of service which we provide to the citizens. So my topic is also about that, sir. Though the topic given to me was service delivery, but I thought we will talk about service delivery transformation in Karnataka rather than service delivery per se. We will be going through this, the journey which Karnataka has undertaken over a period of time, and how we are moving from service delivery to little more than that, and what are the key features of the recent initiatives which we have taken up, and also how do we deliver the services on entitlement basis, as well as try to attempt providing scheme discovery option to the citizens so that they would be able to access the services which we have but he may not be aware of. And also, how do we transform these services so that redundancies in the government mechanism are handled and the service are delivered better and the user experience is better than what is normally there in the government system, and then combine it with the grievance redressal so that you also get to know what people feel about what we do. We know, sir, that in service delivery, if you look at whenever we need to provide government services, especially government benefits, we talk about benefits to be given to the individuals who are identified. But unfortunately, in India, if you have to identify individuals who are to be assisted, who are socio-economically weaker section, we do not have a verifiable mechanism. If we have a database, if it is verifiable, then it is easy to deliver the services into them. But unfortunately, we don't have, most of the time we depend on income as well as the community certificates. And both are quite in a nascent stage if we have to look at the way it's being delivered in the country. And also the income is not income of an individual, income of a family members. And it is highly subjective the way it is being done now. Apart from that, every citizen would be asked to, when they apply, some half a dozen documents will have to be given so that this person is eligible to access the service, which is unfortunate because all those half a dozen certificates are provided by government itself. The government, which is the provider of the service, also demands the documents of eligibility from the citizens. And ultimately, that leads to people who are ineligible garnering the service of the government. So these are the challenges which we have actually understood. And also, we looked at why this happens. And most of the forms which we ask the citizens to fill up are very, very cumbersome and ask for a lot of documents to be produced. And that all those documents have to be verified by by investing humongous time of the government servants. For example, in Karnataka, one which I am going to talk about how we have transformed the service, that issuing student bus pass. In a year, we issue about 20 lakh bus passes to the citizens, to the students, into 4 or 5 documents. About 1 crore of document has to be verified by one department staff, which is already understaffed for their normal activity. So that is how we actually complicate the systems, and that leads to delay. As a delay happens, corruption also sets in. So these have been actually documented by various organizations. Dwara is one of the organizations which has documented that how various access-related aspects do hamper the service delivery. Now, I would just take, sorry for the little bit of the service delivery history in Karnataka. We started with the humble beginning of Nemmadi Kendras long back in 2004-05, wherein we just started with whatever the services which were being provided in the taluk offices manually were converted into an electronic system, wherein if you look at, we have put, it's not visible properly here, there we have started with entry and exit monitoring, just entry and exit monitoring. Then we also started, why don't we provide better services of good ambience in the Bangalore. So we started with Bangalore 1 and Karnataka 1 centers in the urban areas, wherein we provided an ecosystem of service delivery where it is equivalent to IT companies. So citizens, when they come, they would be able to feel at home. Then in the year 2012-13, we relaunched this Nemmadi services into Atalji Janasnehi Kendras, and we took it to some 800 centers in the state at Hubli level so that we can reach out to the citizens at their doorsteps. And then we, in the year 2014-15, we combined this service delivery with Service Guarantee Act, so that the delays are eliminated. So the stages were prescribed, timelines were prescribed, and in case if the service was not delivered in time, the penalties were imposed on the government servants. And then came in 2018-19, we used Service Plus architecture of Government of India to roll out in a faster manner all the services. Now you can see the jump from about 150 services in 2012-13. We suddenly jumped to 350 services in the 18-19. As on today, we started with 350 in 2018-19. Today we are providing about 850 services through Seva Sindhu portal. Now, then we didn't stop there. We also, our Chief Minister was very fond of taking it not only to the Hubli level, but to the village level. So he was very much insistent that we need to start Grama 1 center so that we are able to take the services almost closer to the doorsteps of the villages. So that is how now we have started about 1,000 plus services in our Grama 1 centers, which are about 7,500 in the state. So we are able to go down to Gram Panchayat and village level to provide the services. And also we have started something called a Jan Sevaka service, wherein if a citizen calls up our help center, helpline, there will be a service provider partner who will go to the house of a citizen and would collect all the documents which are needed and would raise the application online and get the services delivered at home. So that is started in the year 2022. Now you can see quick additions happening in 2023. Now we have started something called as BPR cell. In the department, now we are not only adding services, but we are also looking at how we can transform these services so that all the redundancies are removed. So out of these 850 services, we have picked up about 100 services. These 100 services, our target is that make application forms of these 100 services auto-filled. Just take Aadhaar number and all the details are auto-filled. And 0 documents. And the approval process will be rule-based, system-driven, not involving any human being. So that we would be able to deliver the services instantly without any time delay happening. That is our goal, and we have started. We have already transformed about 6 services, of which 2 I will be talking about in detail. And then we also have Kutumba, which is powering our transformation services, which is a social registry. I would not be able to talk about it in detail, but then finally what we are going to achieve is, this is our roadmap. We are looking at how we can try to eliminate all other stakeholders except citizens. There should be only one stakeholder, that is citizen, and everything about service delivery should revolve around what citizen needs rather than what system can deliver. In fact, we need to build systems that can actually take care of the requirements of citizens. So now we have, for the time being, used Seva Sindhu to reach out, Seva Sindhu platform to reach out to the citizens' needs. 850 services of 80 departments are being provided. So far, we have crossed about 3.11 crore transactions, and average transactions per day, there's 50, it ranges between 50,000 to 1,10,000 per day, depending upon the peak season and lean season days. And these are all linked to most of the services like DigiLocker, chatbot, QR code, and also this Services Guarantee Act. And these are some of the visuals of our Bangalore 1, Karnataka 1 centers. And these are the visuals of Grama 1 centers and also the Jan Sevaka going to the doorsteps and delivering the services. Now, if you look at the service delivery comparison in Karnataka, before Seva Sindhu was launched, many of the services were still in the manual. Now, if you can look at in the screen, about 350 online services were there, about 500 services were in manual system. Now we have converted all of them, 850 into online services. Today, I would request Secretary DRPG to look at, instead of 56 services, sir, you should go for assessing how many services are still being provided through manual system, rather than looking at some of the bouquet of services to be as yardsticks, sir, because we have actually, every state, sir, not only Karnataka, every state has moved forward. So we should be looking at what is still being done manually rather than looking at what is being done electronically, sir. And also, sir, if you look at the integration levels, most of all our services are linked basic minimum with Aadhaar and Kutumba, which is social registry, then fruit system, which is the land and crop recording system, as well as with schools system, and also the caste and income certificate system. So using this, we are able to auto-populate, and we are also able to eliminate most of the documents which are required for providing services. And our disposal rate, sir, in-time disposal rate is about 95%. So these are the sectors which we cover, sir, almost covers most of the sectors which have impact on the lives of the citizens, starting from health, youth, education, farmers, industry, women and child welfare, labor, and senior citizen welfare and pensions. So we are able to cover most of the sectors which have impact on the citizens. Now, if you look at the data of transactions which are happening, it has a swing, but then during this school and college admission times, the services peak and then it comes down. But then if we look at 2023 February data, per month 12 lakh transactions of state government only are being done. In the same centers, we are also having the central government services, which are equally high in number. So if we add that also, it comes to about 20 lakh transactions happening per month. So this is the same thing in census. Now, we have actually combined Seva Sindhu or service delivery with Service Guarantee Act. So we are able to split the service delivery into stages and see where the delay is happening. And if the delay is happening, it also is being monitored, apart from penalty being imposed on the officer who fails to do it. Now our transformation objective is not to punish the government servant who fails to deliver, but to enable the government servant to deliver the services in time. So we have called it as Sakala, which is providing services at right time. Now what we are trying to do is retool it and achieve Sakala by design, not by force. So that's what we are looking at. So for that, one of the mechanism is Kutumba, which is able to provide about 5.6 crore data sets relating to the citizen, data sets relating to 5.6 crore residents out of 6.2 crore citizens. So anybody applying for any service, the data gets automatically populated. So we don't need to ask the data, we don't need to ask the documents relating to it, because all the documents are also linked. So then we also, apart from linking this Kutumba, we are also able to provide a scheme delivery, a scheme discovery. One of the access barriers which is talked about by Dwara Foundation is that the citizen may not even know what schemes he is eligible for. So now what we have done is that here, if the citizen is able to come to the portal, the few questions will be asked. Based on those few questions, the system will tell you are eligible for so-and-so schemes of so-and-so departments. So that's how we try to overcome even the awareness level issues related to service delivery. Now, to come to the transformation part, what we have done, one of the services very recently introduced by Government of Karnataka, this year's budget, last is the completing year's budget, 75 units of free power to be given to the citizens who are belonging to SC/ST communities and also below poverty line. Now this service, end to end, no software is developed by energy department, No software was developed by any of the ESCOMs. E-governance department was able to make use of Seva Sindhu service, plus architecture platform. Using our Kutumba database, we were able to straight away provide on the first week 3.5 lakh citizens readily data for providing the service in the first week itself. Now this on request mode, this is on the suo motu service delivery. So on the request mode, now it has come to 10 lakh, and we are about to reach around 15 lakh shortly. So here if you look at, about 650 crores is going to be provided to the citizens, and this we have eliminated all the documents, no verification by the energy department. All the databases are connected. The databases say, yes, this eligibility is met, and straight away benefit is provided through DBT mechanism. So this first, sir, I would like to inform you that first scheme in which we have eliminated 100% human interface. Even for approval, it is auto approval, system driven auto approvals. So we have removed all the costs. Similarly, another scheme wherein we have transformed the service is students bus pass. 20 lakh students used to apply. It used to take about 15 days to 1 month to deliver the bus passes. Now we are able to provide the same thing in 15 minutes. And now for out of 20 lakhs, 18 lakhs are auto approvals based on the school records, college records, and then 2 lakh only goes for a new system. And we are able to eliminate all the stages of verification. And we are also attempting transformation in government appointments. Now we can see in this slide, there used to be 19 data entry fields and 14 documents asked. Now we have reduced it to 3 documents only to be asked, and manual data entry we have brought down to just 3. So this is how we are transforming the services by going in for a BPR services. Similarly here for the construction workers welfare fund, 48 manual entry used to be asked. We can imagine a poor laborer, construction worker being asked to provide 48 data fields. Now we have brought it down, and 15, that is also nomination of the beneficiary. Other than that, we have eliminated everything. We have achieved 0 document in this also. Now, finally, sir, we are achieving grievances redressal of 85%. Our target is that by making this transformation, we should be able to reach 100%. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to reach 100%, but at least that's our target. Thank you.
Thank you, Punaraj. Excellent work being done, and more important is that the way they are using AI. Basically, that don't ask so many documents from the people. You should have all those databases and documents, and you should be able to provide the service actually, and that is the way forward. Thank you, Punaraj. Thank you. We had shortage of time, rather limited time. Now I'll request Mr. P. Srinivas, Joint Director, Government of Telangana, to present how state government is basically working in this field and delivering e-services. So. Over to you, Mr. Srinivas.
Good morning all. Good morning dignitaries on the dais, and I thank Mr. Secretary Srinivas Garu, DARPG, who has invited for giving a presentation from Government of Telangana. And I welcome you all for the presentation from on the session on digital transformation. Now I present the digital initiatives and transformation which is taken up in Government of Telangana in various departments through the platform MeSeva. And as a Secretary from Government of Karnataka explained, Punaraj Garu, regarding the transformation, even in Telangana state we have a platform called MeSeva, wherein around 600 services are being delivered online, and most of the services of various departments are made online also. In addition to that, we are implementing artificial intelligence and AI, ML, deep learning technologies are used. We are extensively supporting the departments of elections and education, RTA department, road transport authority, and various other services are being delivered through the platform. And earlier stages in 2015 onwards, we have started this M-governance platform also is initiated. And we are successfully implementing the projects like e-voting system and pension disbursement in various departments, GAD, General Administration. Like that, we have covered and transformed into mobile governance also. There are 2,218 services which are being delivered through TF Folio, which is the application developed by IT&C department. Now I present few slides as well as the videos which are being successfully implemented in the Telangana state. Initially, the main idea behind the services for delivery is presenceless, contactless, and anytime, anywhere delivery need to be taken up. That is one thing. And the service delivery need to go to the end user, that is the people, those who are using the services are to get the services immediately on the spot. That is the idea. Through mobile, we have given various opportunities for uploading the documents and getting the service delivered and downloading the certificates also. All the certificates which are being delivered can be cross-verified through the platform itself. Now, the agenda set for today's session is, what are all the documents, issues which were there, the issues which were available in the manual system is overcome, and the most important thing is how the citizens will be getting the services. That is more important. And students in degree colleges, Elections Commission of India, how they can use. Like this, we have identified different departments and services. The context setting is where we are actually, where we want to be. The manual system, physical presence is available, jurisdiction specific office, contact with the bureaucracy discretion, and filling up paper forms, duration of office hours. These are the issues which were constraints, and we have come across such these things: presenceless, jurisdiction free, contactless, and paperless, anytime, anywhere. This we have implemented in Telangana's Transport Department for 55 online services, and this is the manual process which was evolved, and how to come over, and annual life certificate which is to be distributed, submitted by the pensioners is overcome over here, and they have to approach sub-treasury office, bank, or any other Mi-Seva center for getting the delivery of it. And registration for degree college students, admissions, which we have done. This is one of the activity which we have taken up. And voting related questions, like this, how the person can deliver e-voting system through facial recognition. These are the 4 topics we have taken. And this election voting system is a more important thing, which was already implemented in Estonia, which was taken into consideration, and we have tried to implement in voting system in the general by-elections conducted last year to 3,000 voters which were there in the constituency. It's already implemented successfully. 98% voters were identified through facial recognition. These are the 4 departments where we have taken the identity and which we have implemented successfully. And the main 3 manual checks performed in the office for verification of the identity of the persons, how it is implemented with the demographic identification, facial recognition, and how the direct check of the citizen is made. These are the 3 checks which are being taken up, and how to come to a solution. Then the technological used are artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and big data. here what we have done is from 2011 onwards, there were around 38 crores of data. Whenever the citizen is visiting MeSeva, we stored the data. That data is being compared when the citizen is coming across, and that data is being cross-verified at back end with these tools, artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning. And we finalize that who are beneficiaries for the different schemes will be put in forward to the district collector. So the identification process will be user's live photograph will be verified with the data backend available with AI features, and the captured photograph will be compared with the deep learning technology backend, and we specifically say that this is the person who is identified with the different photographs available in driving license, voting system or any other education system where he has submitted the photograph will be cross-verified, and the captured demographic information will be verified with the database available. Through the TApp Folio, which we are delivering the services, there are around 218 services which are being delivered through TApp Folio. Now, I would like to present a video which is being used for
2 minutes, please.
Yes. Please present.
Telangana is at the forefront of the digital revolution in the country, as envisioned by Honorable Minister for IT Sri K.T. Rama Rao over the last 3 years under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Telangana has the highest number of e-transactions per capita across the country. The Electronic Service Delivery eSeva and MeSeva serves about 1.5 lakh citizens every day, providing close to 600 services of 38 departments through a network of 110 government centers and over 4,500 plus franchisees. Transactions worth rupees 10 to 12 crores are carried out every day, making it the largest such platform in the country. Government of Telangana is now taking service delivery to the next level through M-Governance, riding on the deep penetration of mobile usage in the state. This transparent technology is a proof of the government's futuristic vision and commitment. TApp Folio is a comprehensive M-Governance solution for anytime, anywhere delivery of government other party services through one app and one shortcode. TApp Folio involves building a complete mobile service delivery gateway infrastructure to support USSD, IVRS, SMS, mobile applications which will be shared by all government departments. It would otherwise be expensive and time-consuming for each department to build their own infrastructure.
TApp Folio, you will be able to seamlessly move and use any of the Telangana government apps like TApp, MyGHMC or Hawkeye or M-Wallet, etc. I think currently we have about 4 departments integrated, and going forward we will be adding more and more.
Electronic Service Delivery, ESD, is the first department to get on board with TApp Folio with 150 plus services including the top MeSeva, RTA services, fee payments, bill payments, informational location services like MeSeva centers, ration shops, hi-fi hotspots. More services from diverse departments will be made available in the next phase. TApp Folio also aims to give access of government service delivery to private developers by providing the APIs to encourage the developer community to bring innovation in delivery of government services, resulting in more choices for the citizens. TApp Folio acts as a convergence platform for all government departments. All the government departments can leverage the technology of TApp Folio to ensure consistent, economic, quick and high-quality service deliveries to citizens on mobile phones in an efficient and cost-effective manner. The platform is being launched in Telugu and English for convenience of citizens. In the first phase, 150 plus government and other services have been integrated with TApp Folio. By supporting all major channels over phones such as app, web, SMS, IVR, USSD, T-App Folio enables service delivery directly at citizens' fingertips. This citizen-centric technology brings governance to the people, thus propelling a digital future. Telangana state is one of the firsts to launch a comprehensive M-governance platform. Department of ITE and C, Government of Telangana is delighted to present T-App Folio, a mobile service delivery gateway for delivering government services at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
ప్రభుత్వ సేవలు మీ చేతుల్లో ఎప్పుడైనా ఎక్కడైనా.
Kindly close, please. Kindly.
There are two more important pension.
Just kindly close because we are running out of time. Kindly.
Okay. Through this friendly electronic services transport department, we have delivered many other services, sir. And these are the services which are delivered, around 17 services out of 54. 54 are online, but these are embedded with emerging technologies and machine learning, deep learning, and international driving license are also issued through this. Then this is the comparative photographic demographics is automatically done, and citizens can download their certificates. And if you permit, I can even show this pension life certificate disbursement through video playment. We can even play this second video, which is available for certification of pension disbursement to the pensioners. Can you play the second video? And how the data is compared and what are the different comparisons with the data available is explained over here.
No.
Year after year, Telangana has been adjudged as the leading e-governed state in India.
Srinathji,
As
please, we
per
don't have
E-
time.
Okay.
We don't have time.
Please,
Kindly
okay,
close
sir.
it. Kindly close it.
We have identified different departments where the services are being delivered. Anyhow, paucity of the time, I would like to stop over here. How the comparisons, you can even go through the video which is submitted to the organizers. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir, once again, all of you.
Thank you so much, Srinivasji. Wonderful presentation and a lot of good work is going on. Thank you so much. And I'm really sorry we have limited time, so maybe some other occasion. And you kindly share this video and this presentation to to other colleagues. Friends, our third presenter is Mr. Umesh Chanjoshi, Joint Director, Government Rajasthan. Before I invite him for a presentation, let me again share one small incident just few days back. And we see how some untouched areas are there where probably we can do something and it can bring a lot of efficiency in the system. As we all know that today the whole world is trying to make India 1+ manufacturing country, supplier, and this thing. Whole world basically wants. And in India, what we are doing, I'll just narrate one incident. Last week, in one state, I'll not name the state, in one state there is a scheme that if any manufacturer is doing certain kind of work, he or she is entitled for certain incentive. So, one manufacturer is in automobile sector. He went to capital, drove for 200, 250 kilometers. When he reached there, he found that there are seven others people, and they were called by director of industries or whosoever was there. And of course, director industries was very busy person. I'm sure he was very busy person. And he called them, they sat, and the whole meeting was finished in 1 minute. He said, I'm very sorry, I couldn't read your file. So I'll give you next date and please come back again. So if we have this kind of efficiency, quote unquote, or inefficiency, how we are going to compete in the world? What kind of services we are going? And I'm very sure that this kind of thing leads to other kind of malpractices. So friends, I need not to emphasize, I think there is a need that not only in government services, but other things what state government are providing incentives or some kind of, I think there is a need that we should start valuing time of people basically, that everybody's time is very important. We should not waste others' time. That is my message. And I think this e-governance or digital governance is basically is the way forward. Now I'll request Mr. Umesh Chand Joshi, Joint Director, Government of Rajasthan. Mr. Joshi, kindly conclude your presentation in 10 minutes. Kindly, over to you. Technical team, kindly see that his voice is not audible here. Kindly. Mr. Joshi, kindly check whether you are in mute mode. No, sorry, you are not audible. Still not audible.
Am I audible now?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, good morning to all dignitaries available on the dais. To all dignitaries available on the dais conference. So I'm sharing my screen. We will talk about the eMitra. So eMitra was started long back in 2002 as a unified service delivery platform with a vision to provide one-stop solution for all kind of service delivery. If we see today, so it is now a complete service delivery platform which is providing services to citizens to different modes. Like there are brick and mortar kiosks, online web portal is there, mobile application is there, self-service equipment are there, and eMitra@home, which is providing door-to-door service is also there. So as on date, around 85,000 kiosks are working across the state. The penetration of the kiosk is up to the village level, and more than 600 plus services are being provided across the state. So these are the some pictures which are showcasing the layout of the eMitra kiosk. Now one major attribute which contributes to the success of eMitra is its institutional framework. eMitra works as a three-tier structure in which the eMitra kiosk holder is at the lowest level, and between government and these kiosks there are local service providers. These are entrepreneurs who are providing kiosks, who are creating new kiosks and providing all kind of assistance related to training and all those aspects to those kiosk holders. So this three-tier institutional framework assists us to make it a successful project. So there are certain that contributed to the success of this eMitra. One is mandate from the highest level. Then circular was issued from the chief secretary level that each department need to come on the eMitra basket. No department would have their own kiosk in their premises. Entire ecosystem would be based on the eMitra only. Also, e-governance award was introduced to incentivize the good kiosk holders and good LSPs. Multiple administrative reforms also contributed in the success of this eMitra. One is like during each budget announcement, there are certain BPR related things which is made mandatory. Also, recently a budget announcement was made that we should use this e-Mitra ecosystem to foster the startup ecosystem of the state. So more than 200 B2C services are in pipeline. Almost 150 has already been made live. And we are also having a revenue model which is based on the performance of those kiosks. Then we are continuously doing business process reengineering. Like now we are having metadata based verification. We are having Jan Aadhaar, which is a master repository of all families of Rajasthan. So we are getting all the information from this master data, and the applicant need not to give additional documents, additional information, because system verify his identity and eligibility through this metadata of Jan Aadhaar. So these are some indicative sectoral wise bifurcated services which we are providing through this vast network. Now I would like to share some success parameters, like it's reach up to the grassroots level. It is a simplified process which is metadata based verification and providing hassle free prompt services to the citizen. And one major success parameter is about the financial sustainability of this entire platform. We are not providing any kind of incentive to the kiosk holders. They all are VLEs. They are working as an entrepreneur, and e-Mitra project is also not taking any revenue from the government treasury. This is a self-sustainable model in which we are having LSPs and kiosks which are self-sustainable entrepreneurs. So incentive-based commission that I quoted earlier, if one kiosk is doing better work, he would be incentivized more in form of this unique model of revenue sharing. And as I quoted earlier, that we are having income from this project in a this form, like during 2021-2022, department was having around 18 crore income from this revenue model, and we are self-sustainable to run this project from technological aspect. So metadata integration I have already covered, like it is paperless delivery. Entire system is integrated, and we are verifying the things from the Jan Aadhaar database. One more attribute which contribute to the success is unified single rate. So any citizen can go to e-Mitra, and any kind of service, the charge would be 50 rupees per service for any G2C service. So this is a uniform charge which is being decided by the government, or there is no ambiguity in the rates. Only this one pager rate list is there, which is depicted on each and every e-Mitra kiosk. Then we further proceed to the self-service kiosk, next generation e-Mitra Plus machines. These machines are the self-service ATMs, like these are the service ATMs. So any citizen can walk and avail many kind of services through these machines. These are installed at rural areas and urban area as well. Around 50,000 such machines are there. They can be used by the citizens for utility payments, for annual verification of social service pensions. It is also being used by the government for video conferencing up to the Gram Panchayat level. Also, it is integrated with Jan Suchna, by which any citizen can walk and access the information in the public domain related to different schemes, related to different benefits. It was used hugely during the creating awareness among the citizens during the COVID always. Jan Samvad is also being carried out, like you can see that using Jan Suchna portal, rural people are assessing that who is the post dealer in their area, and when the stock is available to that dealer, and many such other information.
Joshi ji, please
CM
close.
Connected up to the Gram Panchayat level through these self-service kiosks, and budget sessions are also being broadcasted. All important inaugurations and programs are being broadcasted by using these eMitra Plus machines.
Joshi ji,
These are
kindly.
the few pictures which showcase the vast use of these eMitra Plus machines. Now we have also extended eMitra to further facilitate the citizens of the state. We are coming up with two extensions. One is already live, which is to provide these services at home with an additional fee of 72 rupees. Anyone can make a call and he would be provided these services at their home with an additional cost of 72 rupees.
Joshi
Now
ji, kindly,
in budget
Joshi ji, kindly
of
close.
2021 and 20,
Joshi ji,
it
kindly
was
close.
also,
Joshi
yeah,
ji,
it
kindly
would be
close.
closed. Yes, in couple of minutes, yes, sir. So now also we have introduced Mukhyamantri Ashrit Seva Yojana, by which government which provide services free of cost to all the old age peoples at their home. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, NESDA and Government of MP to provide this opportunity.
Thank you, Joshi ji. Thank you. Very informative. Thank you very much. Friends, I think we have short of times, but I'll invite a couple of questions. If you feel that need to be answered, kindly raise your hand. And anyone, please. If not, thank you very much. And let me, on your behalf and our organizers' behalf, let me thank Mr. Punuraj, Mr. Srinivas, and Mr. Joshi for a wonderful presentation. Not only presentation, the great work being done. And I think, I'm sure each one of you have learned something. At least I have learned a lot from the kind of work is going on. So once again, thank you and best wishes for your good work. Let me close here. Thank you all very much. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much for wonderful session. I would like to request our speakers and panelists to be here itself and want to invite Harsimran Preet ma'am, Deputy Secretary, IT Department, to felicitate our session chair, Shri Bharat Lalji. Harsimran Preet ma'am, Deputy Secretary, IT Department, facilitating our session chair, Shri Bharat Lalji, and would like to request Harsimran Preet ma'am to facilitate our speaker, Shri V. Punuraj, Secretary to Government, and would like to request ma'am to facilitate Shri Srinivas B., Joint Director, Government of Telangana, and virtually connected Shri Umesh Chandji. We would like to felicitate with our words, and after event you will receive your felicitation. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Now moving toward our next session, session 3, Digital Initiative at Grassroots Level, and would like to invite our panelists. First of all, I would like to invite our session chair, Shri Nikunj Srivastava sir, Principal Secretary, Science and Technology, Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Our speakers, Shri Aditya Ranjan, Deputy Commissioner, Kodarma District, Jharkhand. Another speaker, Shri Chanchal Shekharji, Additional DG of Police, State Crime Record Bureau, MP Police. Shri Manish Kumarji, Joint Secretary, Energy. And virtually, Srimati Rajita R., Deputy Director, will be connected with us in this session. Shri Nikunj Srivastava in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and Master in Public Policy from University of California, Berkeley. He is presently Principal Secretary, Science and Technology Department and Mines, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Welcome, sir. We have speaker Aditya Ranjan ji, Deputy Commissioner, and he was awarded with Digital India Award 2022, built phone booth sample collection unit and cobot for food and water delivery to COVID patients. Welcome, sir. Another speaker we have, Shri Chanchal Shekharji. He is IPS officer of 1995 batch of Madhya Pradesh cadre. He served as Superintendent of Police in District Shivpuri, Narsinghpur, Chhatarpur, Dhar and Bhind. On being promoted to the rank of DIG, he moved to Central Deputation to SSP. Welcome, sir. And we have virtually Regita, our Deputy Director, Department of Dairy Development. Welcome, ma'am. So I am handing over the session to our chairperson, Shri Nikun Srivastav, sir.
Respected Bharat Lal sir, distinguished delegates and speakers and the panelists, we have had few fantastic presentations in the first two sessions, and the last session has actually set the tone for the last session on this e-service delivery has actually set the tone for the present session, digital initiatives at the grassroots level. A very, very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome all of you to Madhya Pradesh on behalf of the government of MP, and I'm really honored to be moderating this session. The topic of the session is of great significance because this topic deals with the crucial role that digital initiatives play in transforming the society and the life of the citizens. The Digital India program is a flagship program of the government of India. The program has been instrumental in promoting digital literacy, creating digital infrastructure, and delivering government services online. And we have a very distinguished panel of three speakers from Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, the host state, and Kerala, who will be talking about their own digital initiatives, and I'm sure there would be a lot of things to learn from those initiatives. All the three initiatives are well recognized. They have received award in Digital India Award 2022. Just to set a few rules, each panelist will get about 10 minutes, and I will request the organizers to alert them after about 8 minutes. And after every presentation, we'll give audience an opportunity to ask one or two questions. And I will just make a request because immediately after this we have the lunch session. I do not want to, kind of intrude in the lunch time. So I'll request the speakers to keep the time. Thank you so much. And without much ado, let me now invite the first panelist, Aditya Ranjan, and his colleague Manish Kumar. Both are from Jharkhand. Aditya is Deputy Commissioner in Koderma district. And I think Aditya has very rightly recognized, we are talking about online delivery of services, and we're talking about, the government reaching to citizen. But I think the biggest challenge of availing many services is the digital literacy. And he decided to make at least one member of each family in his district digitally literate without any course fee. I think it's a very, very, very interesting program. And he has already covered 15,000 families. His initiative has been duly recognized. As I mentioned, he and his team are recipient of Digital India Gold Award. So now let's hear from him how he has made this possible. I'm sure there would be a lot of learn for many states. So let's welcome Aditya.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected seniors, colleagues, and dear friends. As mentioned by respected sir, so basically what I realized was there are so many government initiatives which actually needs digitization, and slowly we are moving towards so many of applications that require a lot of literacy in terms of digital, and more functionalities are being added to these applications day by day. Right from these will be GPS tag, this will require GIS, this will require photo upload, this will require this MB of photo to be uploaded. If it is more than that, it will not allow. So many glitches are there, and we have realized that slowly we are basically pushing such apps, such applications, such digital platforms into the unwilling throat of the Indians who have never been to school as well. right from Anganwadi Sevikas to Panchayat members to whoever is actually at the cutting edge of the government. Apart from that, the students are also there. So starting up with the presentation. So the basic background of the initiative was mostly related to the recruitment. When I started a recruitment drive during my probation time in Devghar, there were 34 vacancies and so many candidates applied, right from, there were candidates who were BCA, MCA as well, but they could not qualify a simple test of computer science. Then I realized it is not about the degree. They have got it somehow. We know our higher education system has some problems, but we realized that they all have degrees more than required, but they don't know what actually is to be known for a simple job of an operator. So there I started it in-house. I started training a couple of kids in circuit house itself, and from there the idea actually started. And then the next problem that I have personally faced in my own school days, when I was in 12th, I have never been introduced to computers. And I took the exam of BITSAT, which was online, and I didn't know how to do a next to the question. And then I realized, and the invigilator helped me, and then I realized that this is such a huge divide that is going to be, then it's there in the rural areas as well. And right now we see competitive exams, all competitive exams are going online, from filling form to seeing the results. And the time has come that they either get to know it or they will fail it. Again, digital literacy, a simple thing that we all know. There was a time when a kid grows up with a book. Today, they hold a mobile phone before holding a book. We all know that. And if you don't know it enough, we will be not making Kodarma Bangalore, but we will make Kodarma next Jamtada. So the only way forward is to make them aware, make them actually know what digital literacy is all about. Again, the government schemes, which I have already talked about, MIS-based applications, portals, and the new challenges, which is a big challenge as cyber security policy of Government of India also speaks of. We need cyber army and all that. So cyber crime, cyber fraud, bullying, social media misuse, these are another set of problems which are coming up. Of course, we all know our policing system also needs to be empowered to understand the problems related to this. If we go to the Thana level, mostly whatever they know about is IPC. Even if it is IT Act, even if it is cyber fraud, they will put the sections what they know about, and they are not much aware about it. So we train police officers as well. Mission, vision, and project highlights. Basic mission was again to each household should have at least 1 to 2 members who are completely aware of digital thing that is coming up in the system. And it also, apart from that, it also enhances employability. It develops software skills because we train them in different layers. And last session which we take, if it is a student's batch, we take a 7-day session of soft skills where we train them how to give personality test, how to behave, how to talk on phone. But that is a different thing which is also part of the curriculum of DEGS computer training program. These are the course modules which we actually run. So these are the 4 modules. The basic, we start right from what is computer, and we go on to teach them web designing. We have members who are aged 70 years as well, who have learnt web designing from scratch, and who have never seen computer, who have never been able to touch computers before that, and this training has exposed them to start this thing. So these are the 4 layers. The last layer is about basic Hindi English typing, which is requirement for many of the jobs in government mostly. This is the roadmap where how we implement it. We take 100 rupees from the kids. It's a I will show the budgeting thing also. It's a self-sustainable model. It's a zero-cost project in terms of operational cost. So we start it as like we take 100 rupees from the student, whoever it is, if it's a school student or it is a government employee or it is a 70-year-old businessman, as entrepreneur, it doesn't matter. We take 100 rupees and we refund it if the attendance is 100% or if they score 50% plus marks in all the 4 tests in a month. It's a 5-week training. 4 week is the computer science, 1 week is the soft skills, and then we give them an opportunity to assess themselves on the basis of OMR sheets, and also online tests are done. In the final test is the online test. These are the snaps of the centers which is running. Today we have 11 centers in my district. These are the numbers. As we can see, we have been training in different centers. This is the list of 10 centers. 1 center has come up last week itself. And we started it on 5th September 2021. It was a Teachers' Day. And slowly from 1 to 2 to 3, the demand has been so high and the outcomes has been so satisfying that we have got funds for installation of centers from local MLAs, MPs because of the outcome that it has. As we can see, if we see the male-female ratio also, it is almost at par, or in fact, number of female participants is more than male participants, and again SC, ST, OBC numbers is also more than, obviously because of the demography of the district. These are the graphics which shows how female participation is way more than male participation. We are going to start DECS 3.0 as well, which will have advanced level of application development, etc. This is the special program that I started the PPT with. We train Anganwadi workers how to use Poshan Tracker app, how to use Garuda app as a booth level officer. We train ANMs to use Kayakalp, to Anmol app. We train Panchayat representatives to use eGram Swaraj, which is Panchayati Raj Department's website, MIS. We train them to use Narega MIS. Again, Jal Sahiya for Jaldoot app. Teachers for eVidya Vahini, which is another app for making attendance, giving data of schools online. We also train our SHG members who get incentives based on what work they do, which is I'm sure all the states are doing, but they don't know how to use their applications to claim their incentives for artificial insemination of goats, for vaccination of cattle. Un sab ke liye they get incentives which has to be uploaded online, and mostly they are not able to do it. They either ask their daughters or sons, or they miss it and they don't get the incentives. Revenue staff we have been training for Swamitva app, which is recently Government of India initiative. Sahiyas, Ashas, we train them how to make Ayushman card and etc. We train police personnel of our district. More than 120 have been already trained on different acts, and also what are the ways basically passwords are being misused, how the cyber attackers actually do frauds. Then again, all the mitras, we have Krishak mitras all over India. We have so many mitras in all the departments, Shramik Mitra, Krishak Mitra, Shiksha Mitra, and none of them actually get trained how to use the mobile phones or the applications which is actually floated by the Government of India or the state governments. The future plan that we actually plan for, we are actually training 15,000. Since September 2021, we have trained close to 15,000 people, and since the centers have come one by one, now the strike rate that I have in my district is 15,000 annually. So with this rate, we will be able to cover all our households in another 1.5 years. 5 new centers are coming up. There is a concept of revolving center in rural areas. Obviously, for the sake of numbers, I would say in the rural areas, the transportation is very limited. So you cannot have a center in one panchayat and expect the people from other panchayats to come and attend the classes. So what we do is we keep these centers in revolving nature. We saturate one panchayat once, 1 to 2 panchayats once, making one center there, and then move it to other set of panchayats so that we can saturate the others. We are upgrading courses regularly depending on who has qualified 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. All these courses have come up gradually when we saw the demand is so huge, and the same candidate who has done 1.0 is expecting something more. Then we came up with this upgradation of courses. We are upgrading it more so that we can train them on Android app development and etc. We already had an MOU with NIE-LIT for application of all our centers so that they can get certification. Basically, NIE-LIT does training and certification of candidates. So training we have done, they came to see our centers. They were very happy with the centers, and they are going to certify our centers as NIE-LIT centers, and then they will certify all our candidates by taking one exam, so that this certification, because this certification is required in most of the exams in for example, in UP, if you want to write an exam for teachers, you have to have NIE-LIT certification. So that is under process. We are also having some tie-ups with these companies like HCL, TCS, Jeevan Sathi. We had tie-ups with, and we have placed close to 100 kids in these companies as well directly. The budget thing, which was very initially we started it as one center, 7.5 lakh to 8 lakh is the one center cost. If you include the furniture and the building also, then it comes to 10 to 11 lakh. That is the only cost that we have to bear for one center. Then running cost comes from the student fees itself, because we run 14 classes a day. So in each class, if there are 30 students, so close to 300 to 400 kids in each center is going, and 100 rupees is the fee. So 30,000 a month, 2 teachers can be accommodated with this 30,000 fee. So it is self-sustainable model, zero cost, zero running cost. These are couple of pictures of how we train ANMs or Anganwadi workers. This is the images that is showing up the centers. These are the centers, and we train teachers as well. Again, these are couple of pictures of centers. These are the sample work of the students in MS Paint or Adobe, Photoshop, etc. So basically, whenever there is a Diwali, we expect them to do these things so that it keeps them engaged. These are the we do certification of these students at district level certification only. The toppers get certificate signed by chairman of DEGS, which is deputy commissioner, and next toppers get from secretary, who is CDO Jila Parishad, and then others get.
Aditya, your 10 minutes are over.
Sir, it's almost done only, sir. These are the training and awards to the teachers who actually teach in these centers. This is the news gallery which talks of. That's it. Thank you so much.
Excellent presentation, Aditya. I think the most important aspect of your work is that you have also made it operationally, financially sustainable. So I think this is something that many of us, many of the states will be very happy to adopt, because this is one big challenge that we find in implementation of citizen services. We have time for 1 or 2 questions. So if you can circulate the mic, and if anyone has has a question from Aditya, you can raise your hand. Please give your introduction when you ask the question. Please pass on the mic in the second row.
Hello, this is Murali Bommireddy, Associate Vice President at NISG. It's a nice initiative that you've taken up, sir. But how do you think you can scale this model across the district and maybe across the country? It might be a more challenging thing, right? So, any thoughts on this, please?
Sir, it's a very simple thing, sir. District E-Governance Society is a society which was created by NEGP in all the districts. And all the districts have got 1 crore fund from Government of India itself. And I still ask my batchmates who are collectors in their districts, most of them either don't know that there is a fund or have never used it. So the thing is, it was already there. Nobody actually harnessed it. So 10 lakh is there in DEGS account, which is exclusively for training of your employees, which is idle in almost all the districts I have talked to till date. The first center can be established free of cost. That I did in my previous posting as CDO in Chaibasa also, and I did in Kodarma again. And then when the local MLAs, MPs, they started visiting the center and they found it so good, they started giving MP lads, MLA lads, and all the centers are run by those things only. So I have not spent single rupee from the district fund or state fund or center fund. Whatever was there is being utilized. So it is easily scalable. That's the best part of this program. And I am very, I would say it is very satisfying to see that in Jharkhand itself, 5 to 6 districts have started it up, although in different models. Some are using DMFT funds, some are using different funds. But that's the pace that we have set up, and we are very happy to set that pace. Thank you so much.
I'm very happy, and I'm sure that it's a very successful program, because now if MPs and MLAs are willing to invest their MP, you know, their own fund, so they must be finding some kind of political economy with the project. So I'm sure, I think there is always the capital cost is never a challenge. We can find many programs from where we can open the center. It's always I think the most challenge, the challenge lies in making it operationally sustainable. So one would like to understand that how, like, you know, I will do it. I'm not asking any question, but yes, you will have many successful, you know, stories to tell.
Sir.
Can you tell, you know, your most satisfying experience from, because I mean, if you have trained 15,000 families, so Aditya, would you like to tell his story.
Sir, so although there are so many things which keep happening through this program, so I will have such kids who will come and touch my feet just saying कि सर रेलवे में एक एग्ज़ाम था और कंप्यूटर के चलते 3 साल से फेल हो रहे थे सर, ये 2 महीना करके इस साल पास हो गया. तो ये there are so many kids who are coming, and then there will be families. We have centers, I have pictures, I have obviously not shared here, but there are pictures in which both parents and both kids, I mean whole family is sitting in the same class, and that's the best experience I would say I had. And apart from that, this year itself, I mean 2022, we had Panchayat elections last year. And after Panchayat elections, we got so many new public representatives. And I would say, obviously in Jharkhand it is there, I don't know about other states, but mostly it is similar. At least 60% of the Panchayat representatives have never passed class 8 as well, class 8 also. And the moment we trained them for 3 to 4 days, after 3 to 4 days itself, सब ने जाके अपने अपने ऑपरेटर से DSC छीन लिया कि भाई DSC मुझे अपना दे दो. And we all know how it functions. Even BDOs, block development officers, DSC is also lying with the operator. And when in the part of training, when we told them, I was director panchayat in the state also once for 4-5 months, we told them कि यार जब proceeding चलती है तो then we catch the mukhiyas, the sarpanch, we catch the panchayat sachis, and when we ask them कि FTO किसने किया, सर हमको तो पता ही नहीं था, the operator did it because my DSC is lying with him. So this is such a revolutionary thing that all the panchayat representatives, right from ward members to Jila Parishad Adhyaksh, they all got so empowered through this that at least our e-Gram Swaraj, Narega, whatever programs we are running, it will be a huge change. And it was very, I would say, heartwarming to see this change right after 3 to 4 days of training in a 1-month training program. So that these are stories which obviously keep happening, but the best part is, as sir was mentioning, the political, I would say, willpower of the politicians, is because we are doing so many jobs in terms of, there are 30 teachers who are teaching, who have got jobs, 30 new jobs have been created through these centers. And there are so many kids who are getting jobs otherwise because they have been trained this way. So obviously this is politically also very, in terms of alluring the politicians, I would say, it is very satisfying that way.
So a big hand for Aditya. Very good work, Aditya.
Thank you so much, sir.
So the next presentation is from the host state, my own state, Madhya Pradesh. SCRB Madhya Pradesh State Crime Record Bureau, under the leadership of Mr. Chanchal Shekhar, conceptualized e-Vivechana app. This was developed by Madhya Pradesh State Electronic Development Corporation, a corporation under Department of Science and Technology. MP Police has successfully rolled out the project in the state until date. Investigation of more than 30,000 cases has been initiated on this app. The app has won Platinum Medal in Digital India 2022 award ceremony, Scotch Award, and FICCI Smart Policing Award. So now let me request Mr. Chanchal Shekhar, Additional DG, State Crime Record Bureau, to make the presentation on e-Vivechana.
Thank you very much, Nikunj. A lot of credit for this goes to you also. You are the Principal Secretary for IT and heading MPSCDC, which is our system integrator. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, delegates, participants here in this regional conference on good governance. As you all know, that Honorable Prime Minister's vision for a smart police includes that the police should be techno-savvy and well-trained. So this is from where we take this technical initiative. Honorable Home Minister also iterated that in order to fight new templates of crime, police should be 2 steps ahead of criminal. It can be only done through criminal, this scientific aid and newer technologies. As you all know that there is very limited use of digital technology in police. However, we have crime and criminal tracking network system existing since last 5 to 7 years. This is basically to digitize the records of police stations like general diary, FIRs, very robust system floated by Government of India. Its use, however, has been limited to just recording of FIRs and entering of general diary. Recently, we introduced EFIR in Madhya Pradesh, and we use it for some searches like character verification, but it hardly had any use so far in the work of the core work of investigation is concerned. So we decided to go ahead with something which can aid the investigators and could be of help to in detection and keeping the records of the criminal investigation. For this e-Vivechna app, we thought that it should be most of the processes should be conducted on the spot. It should be a faster process, transparent in the light and in the view of the public who is a victim. And it should also be a tamper-proof since digital footprints are available for all this. It was developed by SCRB and MPSCDC, of which Nikunj is the head. A lot of brainstorming was done with the team of MPSCDC, the investigators, my colleagues in SCRB. For this, around 1,800 Samsung tablets were procured, and they were loaded with this e-Vivechna app. Hands-on training to more than 5,000 IOs have been imparted till date. Till date, we have more than around 35, this is an older thing, cases are being maintained on these tablets. This slide is basically to just give you an overview that how did we, what was our aims and objective. Our aims and objective was just to give more technological aid to the police. The core work of police is conducting investigation, but we find very little technology, digital technology is used by police stations. Mainly we have in access control, we have some scientific aid to investigation like fingerprints, DNA sampling of human materials, and so on and so forth. But there has been quite older aids to investigation. There is hardly any new aids to investigation, and especially for the scene of crime module. So our aim was to make it faster, to make it transparent, to make it quicker, and this thing, and also fix the accountability of the IOs, that if they conduct the investigation, their day-to-day performance can be monitored by their supervisory officers, by their SHOs. This was our aim. e-Vivechna app has 3 modules. First is the case diary module, the scene of crime module, and the third is the crime detail form. The crime detail form, the third I'll come first. The crime detail form is the form which is entered by the person in the police station or from the EFIR digitally, for which CCTNS existed. And from there, these FIRs are pushed to the respective IOs, investigating officers, who has to conduct the investigation. He goes to the scene of crime and collects the evidences like photography, videography, other materials, material evidences, takes the statement of the witnesses or the victim, which is required as per section 161 of CRPC, and finally he gives his opinion on the work he conducts each day, is writing the case diary. This is done through voice to text. So this is in brief the flow chart. FIR registration assigned to the IO's e-Vivechna app for visiting the scene of crime. You can have a feel that these are the steps he conducts on the scene of crime. Takes the picture, fills the crime detail forms. It also helps as a checklist which is done to be done by the IOs. Go back. So the key feature of this act, why it is catching the eye and why it is needed to be followed by all, is the thing that the evidences, photo, videos, statements are linked with respective FIR, and they are very easy to maintain. They can be viewed either by the supervisory officers, the IO himself, or the honorable courts during the course of trial on a single click of the button. They are very useful for the courts also. The photos, videos, and the statements are now geotagged, where they have been taken, when they have been taken. So a lot of question arises in the court of law about the authenticity and the time frame in which these evidences have been collected, and many cases fall flat and they result in the acquittal if they are if the IO is not able to prove his chain of events very correctly in the court. So this has helped in this, and most of the things that go about that, the investigating records have been tempered later on by some external pressure or extraneous reasons. They can be now taken care of, as they are time proof and they are tempered proof. Auto capturing of longitude and latitude of the scene of crime. This results in better generation of heat maps and better analysis of crime and taking steps for this. I'll just give you this. This is the police station in Bhopal, TT Nagar. Earlier, this was the heat map. Most of the location of the crime, scene of crime, was the center with the police station building itself, because it was registered there, and not much care was taken to lift the scene of crime as per geotagged this thing. That was for 2021, and this is for the same police station for 2022. You can see the difference, the spread of the this thing. These locations are these must be the accidental cases, so they are on this particular road. Now the traffic department and the PWD and the all other bodies which are connected with stopping of road accidents can work something on this particular road. And similarly, this is also of this sign, and so this is good. Yes. Go ahead. Accordingly, voice to text, a victim can see his statement or her statement being recorded and in front of himself, and in this tab, and these form the basis of the case diaries. Some of the security features that we have included, since it's a very sensitive document called this investigation of crime. So we have not hosted this app on the Play Store. It is loaded by SCRB in the tablet by our system integrator, takes care of the data center.
Sir.
Just I'll finish. And CCTNS recognizes this thing. The help that it is for the public, it is transparent, temper-proof, elimination of extraneous factor. All the written statements are now, you have seen, recorded. Police, more trust of people in police, increased trust of people in police. They demand for tablet-based investigation. We have also provided a checklist for the IOs that if they forget anything, they can, this thing. The court is supporting us. The E-Committee of Honorable Supreme Court, its respective body in the is the E-Committee High Court, has taken up this matter and has advised the state government to roll it for the entire state. Adaptability, scalability, we are working on this, and some challenges are there which will take up. It's basically low, poor network, inertia to adopt change by the IOs, and although the newer recruits and newer entry SIs are working well and on this. Some of the recognitions: Digital India Award, the FICCI Award, the Scotch Award for 2022, and some media coverages. Training, it's very helpful for the railway police. The railway police, the scene of crime shifts after every hour or every minute, the scene of crime is shifting. And not only the scene of crime is shifting, the people who occupy that particular place where that theft or something has taken place, they also get dispersed after some time. So this can go on with the IO can go ahead with the train, and the passenger affected should not be boarded down for any police work. Thank you so much.
Excellent presentation, sir. And this work, I'm sure it's not only an excellent presentation, but excellent work. And this work has surely, as was mentioned in the presentation, improved the trust of the public. And police investigations are otherwise are like improve the trust, brought transparency. And I think geotagging and time stamping are two again very important component of this entire application, because now investigation is something like, now you cannot tamper with the investigation. This is the most important part. We have time for one or two questions, so can we circulate the mic if anyone has any question to Mr. Chanchal Shekhar? Yes, there. Please pass on the mic.
Good afternoon. I'm Sachin Chaudhary from Indian Institute of Public Administration. It's a very good initiative. In fact, I'm curious whether any impact assessment has been made of this initiative as to how much it has improved the outcomes in terms of penalties, in terms of convictions, etc. Thank you.
We launched this app last year in February only. It has been almost a year now. As you know that the cases take time to go in court, number one, and further in courts they take time to get onto the trial. So we have not conducted any study on this, but as I have shown you about the longitude, latitude, and geo-stamping and all, I'll just elaborate what Nikunj said, that there was a rape case, a very heinous rape case, which we were tracking all the long. But finally one day that resulted into an acquittal. The reason for that acquittal was that the rape, the incident took place the previous night at around 10 to 11 p.m. And being away from the police station, the girl and her mother approached the police station at around 9:30 in the morning. The SHO was not there. When the SHO came, he decided to lodge a complaint, register a complaint. Two more persons were there in the police station waiting for the FIR to be registered. So eventually her turn came at around 1 o'clock. It took around 2 to 2:30 to get the FIR registered. And later on, when the diary reached the court, the entire scene of crime, the investigating work was completed in 15 minutes. So this was the reason that how it could be possible that the victim took around 2 hours to come to the police station, and your entire thing which was there in the village got completed in next 15 minutes. And so the story of police is not in congruence with the location and movement and time taken and all these things. So it got dropped. So there is a major challenge to convince the court about your story that you build and the time it takes and where all things are there and how you reach, what is the information. So this can be taken where, and I'm sure that we will have an increased conviction by the use of these tablets.
This raises a supplementary question, sorry, very short one. That whether I saw when we came to Bhopal yesterday, we noticed a lot of surveillance cameras, and every traffic light has good cameras. So has it been or you have any plan to integrate this data with those cameras, because that will help Vivechna as well? Thank you.
Very nice question that it gives me an idea for scalability of this app. in the sense that right now we are just conducting the scene of crime, the writing of case diaries, and the statements of victim and other evidences on this particular app. But we also plan to give more aids to the investigators in terms of some clues about the crime. Supposing a theft has occurred in this particular, and nobody has any clue on this, so he can go and search about the modus operandi, the way the lock has been broken, the way the entry has been made. So this kind of clue we are developing functionalities on this about effective search. And there's a very good search module also by Honorable Supreme Court called the ICJS. We will integrate ICJS and fingerprint and this ANPR camera also with this app. So it will give more clue and wisdom to the IO.
Sir, I have a very short question. Sir, so basically this is helping on the ground to register the FIRs. So sir, will it be also integrated with the real-time basically messaging or some kind of services to the public so that they know that what is the proceeding that is happening on the FIR that has been registered and how the case is being moved in the Thana. So we are not even aware what happens after we have lodged an FIR, and after quite a long time we come to know that our case has been closed or supervised, which was not favorable or unfavorable. Sir.
For registration of FIR and the messages for its confirmation that your FIR with so-and-so number has been registered, there's a separate called the eFIR portal. Here the FIR reaches the IO as it has been registered in the CCTNS this thing of Thana. And now it comes for to the IO for investigating the case. The people who participates in as a witness or as a victim in this particular thing, they are the knowledge. But as you said about the other future modules about the investigation, that it has been challaned or it has been closed, we will take care. We will have an alert generated on this. Nice suggestion.
Manish, what you have raised is a very very conceptual thing in the criminal investigation. In India, once an FIR is registered, the victim is not part of the investigation. So in few countries, they have altogether a very different thing. And sir, I think your this eVivechana app has also a lot of potential for AI and data analytics, which will be very useful in solving many blind cases.
Yes.
And sir, I have a small question, because you mentioned that this eVivechana is you are able to submit your charge sheet also online. So did you face any challenge in integrating with the courts?
It is our end vision that without any human interference, the digitally collected documents, the evidences and the case diaries should be forwarded in the form of a PDF to the courts. But we are facing right now challenges in the sense that the participation of victims and other witnesses, they participate, they depose their statement. When a person is arrested, 2 persons are needed for witnesses. So we need their signatures. So once this e-pen signature or digital signature, everybody doesn't have that ID-based digital signature. So here we are facing that there is a question of admissibility of such documents once it is signed by e-pen or stylus. So the Bhopal district and Khandwa district, they are working as a pilot in consultation with the eminent lawyers of the court, that how they will view this document when they will come up for the trial. It is or ultimately we will have to go for changes, appropriate changes in as per GOP or SOP or eventually the Evidence Act of the country. So I don't think we will have to go for that change in the Evidence Act. Some GOP order, as you have implemented in case of registry document, they are e-signed and they are acceptable. So we will go for something like this. It's a challenge. We are working on this.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'll request the audience to give a big applause to Mr. Chanchal Shekhar. May I now, so before we come to our third presentation. This is a Shira Shri means milk portal, which has been developed by the Department of Dairy Development, Government of Kerala, for the upliftment of the dairy sector. Shira Shri portal, I hope I'm pronouncing it rightly, ensures perfect integration between multiple departments like civil supplies, revenue and treasury department, so that farmers need not bring in any document to any government office to avail the subsidy under various schemes. And so far approximately 2.5 lakh farmers and over 3,500 dairy cooperative societies have been registered in the portal, with more than 30 crores of subsidy amount that has been successfully transferred by means of DBT to dairy farmers in Kerala through this portal. The portal has bagged Digital India Silver Medal under the category of digital initiatives at grassroots level. The portal also bagged the State E-Governance Award under the category of digital empowerment of citizens. Let me invite Srimati Rajita R to make her presentation through video conference. Rajita, you have about 10 minutes. Because yours is the last presentation, so I'll request you to stick to the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible there?
Yes, you're audible, Rajita.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and respected delegates of the Regional Conference on Good Governance Practices. First of all, let me express my gratitude for inviting me to discuss regarding this Shira Shri portal. Shira means milk. This is a portal which was designed and developed targeting the dairy farmers of the state. And we believe that it can be replicated across our country also. It was conceived by the Department of Dairy Development, Government of Kerala, and was developed by National Informatics Center, Kerala. Before discussing into the project, a brief about Dairy Development Department activities. It focuses on the overall dairy development of the state for sure, and the prime objectives are prosperity of dairy sector and to bring everyone under the cooperative cow. Also, the main focus is the welfare of the dairy farming community. The department activities include implementing various schemes and projects augmenting milk production, ensuring the socio-economic stability of dairy farmers. Focus is also on doubling farmers' income. The Dairy Development Department is the administrative department for controlling and monitoring the dairy cooperative societies. The cooperative societies also offer several services to the farmers, like they procure the milk and also offer prices to the dairy farmers. And the department monitors and ensures the quality of milk marketed across the state. A little bit about the significance of the sector. Out of these 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, at least 7 of the Sustainable Development Goals are linked to this particular sector. Also, dairy sector contributes 4% to the total agri-sector contribution to the country's GDP. Now, coming specifically to the state scenario, we have 3,500 primary level dairy cooperative societies. It is a 3-tier structure. The lowest layer being the primary level dairy cooperatives. The middle tier is the regional unions, the topmost tier being the Cooperative Milk Federation. And we have Anand pattern cooperative societies and also some traditional cooperative societies. It is a mix of both these patterns. Department is vested with the power of controlling the cooperative societies, and everything is based on Kerala Cooperative Societies Act. The entire dairy cooperative sector has to comply to the Kerala Cooperative Societies Act 1969. And one important point which can be noted is that we all know about the Anand pattern dairy cooperatives spread across our country. It is a best example of what cooperatives can achieve, what farmers can achieve when they join hands with technical people. We all know about the father of white revolution, Dr. Verghese Kurian. The dairy cooperative societies have been the center of rural development because most of the cooperative societies are located in the rural areas of our country. And everywhere it is the same pattern. In Telangana, it is called Vijaya. In Kerala, it is called Milma. In Karnataka, it is called Nandini. In Gujarat, it is called Amul. In Tamil Nadu it is called Avin, and in Madhya Pradesh it is called Sanchi. So any successful intervention in the sector anywhere in the country can be replicated elsewhere is the point to be noted here. So in our state, we faced with a problem in the dairy sector. We had faced. The problem is that there are several stakeholders in the sector, multiple stakeholders in the sector. The major stakeholder being dairy farmers, then comes the dairy cooperative societies, then the 3-tier structure agencies involved in that structure, then the consumers. And there is conflict of interest between these stakeholders also, because the consumers always want very good quality milk at very low price, while the dairy farmers always want to sell their milk at a very high price. And there are several departments like dairy development, animal husbandry, agriculture, local self-government. There are several agencies like Farmers Welfare Fund Board, then National Dairy Development Board, etc. And academic institutions like veterinary universities, dairy science college, etc. So it reminds us the parable of blind men and elephant, because each agency, each department is concentrating only on their portion, on their perspective. And the threat is with respect to the software development. Whenever any agency develops a software without having a holistic approach, then it will lead to problems. Lack of integration leads to problems. And there are certain such islands of software development across different agencies also. And we also face several other problems, like there was lack of effective, accountable and transparent system. Dairy farmers received several times unfair prices, inconvenience in availing services, slow, poor quality services, long waiting time, delayed payments, non-transparency, time-consuming paper-based system, lack of integration, etc. There were more problems like farmers don't know the status of the applications, nepotism existed, data redundancy, multiple levels of data. The data was many times inaccurate, obsolete, real-time information, MIS was not proper, huge cost of client-based software solution, and there was vendor dependency also. Each cooperative society was having their own separate software. Then there was a lack of uniform standard-based procedure in accounting system, financial accounting system, and there was an absence of a decision support system. So in this scenario, we came up with the digital governance solution. There was a felt need of a comprehensive digital solution, and it was developed based on India Enterprise Architecture, which is still advocated by MIT. So the stakeholders got a holistic view about the project, and module-wise integrated approach was followed. This is the India Enterprise Architecture. All the 8 reference models were thoroughly studied and was adopted to the maximum possible extent in developing this software, because being the project manager, this was the capstone project for me at IIM, MBA Digital Governance, which was offered by MIT. Now, we also identified the vision of the governance solution as the welfare of the dairy farmers. Mission statement was also prepared with a focus on prompt service delivery. The uniqueness of the project is that perfect documentation was carried out. The software, functional and technical requirement specifications were discussed and detailed, and several other documents as advocated by MIT and state government was prepared and documented. And we could also sign an agreement, MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between NIC and our director in the presence of the then Honorable Minister for Dairy. The inauguration of portal was done on December 2021, and the inaugural address for the technical session was given by the Honorable Chief Secretary. This is the portal front page, and we have identified 22 different modules, functional modules for the project, starting from farmer profile, society profile, payment gateway, user management to meeting management. So out of these modules, we first focused on the subsidy scheme management modules. So the department offers, as we had already discussed, several subsidy schemes to the dairy farmers, and the total outlay is 100 crores. So the farmers can access the portal, they will get the smart IDs, applications can be submitted online, and the most important feature is that we could integrate with other 3 departments like civil supplies.
Rajita, your 10
Yes.
minutes are over. Okay.
Yes,
you,
sir,
you
one
can
more
continue
minute, I
for
will-
another 2 minutes.
Okay, sir, thank you. So we could successfully integrate with civil supplies department and revenue department, so the citizen need not bring that proof that he is owning that particular land, or he need not bring that ration card physically to the society, to the offices. Then there was a priority criteria which was fixed by government, and the priority list and waiting list of these applicants will get generated automatically. And we also had the eDBT facility. This is the workflow, which I'm not going to explain in detail. This was very meticulously planned as the to-be workflow of the processes. So 2.5 lakhs of farmers were registered within a short span of 1 week, because there was Onam, our celebrity season was coming up, and the milk incentive had to be transferred to the farmers' accounts within that short span. And we could effectively use the reach of our common service centers, Akshaya, and also the dairy cooperative societies. So after that, we brought in more and more schemes into this portal, and so far we could transfer 30 crores of rupees to farmers. So the most important special feature is the integration itself. And Smart ID, self-registration facility. The farmers will declare their own land, their own livestock and fodder cultivation, which the official needs to verify physically later on. And another important feature is the priority criteria for selection. The software itself generates a priority criteria, which will do away with the nepotism that existed in this sector. And the benefits and outcomes for any e-governance project: reduced visits, or without any visit, the farmer can avail subsidy. The right beneficiary was identified, reduced application processing time, role-based dashboard, transparency by means of SMS and information services, application program interfaces-based integration, API-based integration was adopted for integrating between multiple departments, single window for our farmers. We also integrated with the Government of Kerala dashboard and E7M portal, cashless, contactless and paperless. Since it is Anand pattern across our country, it has got nationwide visibility. Direct and indirect cost benefits are that in any service with a workflow can be onboarded into the portal. This is the acknowledgement which we had. This is a recognition from state government. This was a proud moment for our department and for the dairy sector as such. We got the Digital India Award from the Honorable President. The challenges we face are still we lack dedicated IT personnel in all the departments. We don't have dedicated IT personnel. We do it as additional job. Then we also face with the process re-engineering aspects. Digital divide still exists in Kerala in certain rural areas. The farmers still depend upon their children to access the portal and to do the activities. If the DEGS literacy campaign can come over to Kerala, it would help us to reduce this digital divide. Then there is also lack of internet connectivity in certain areas, and we face resistance from stakeholders, but we could manage it until now. Scalability: any service can be onboarded, any state can be onboarded, facilitates easy replication across state and union territories. It is security audited and hosted in our state data center. The way forward is that our state is planning for an Aadhaar Vault, which we would like to integrate with it. Unified registry is also being planned, which ensures integration with all departments, so it will facilitate us. Then GIS mapping. We are also planning to adopt blockchain technology to ensure secure data with respect to the quality and prices of farmers. Then statewide rollout. If our project has been identified as a part of agriculture MMP, we would also like to go for a nationwide rollout. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Thank you very much, Rajita. Excellent presentation. And you mentioned that you had API integration with multiple departments. I'm sure that must have been the most challenging part. But I'm really very happy that you have successfully achieved it. So we have time for one question from the audience, if anyone has a question from Rajita. So I think everybody is very eagerly waiting for the lunch. So if you have no questions, so let me again say that we have had 3 excellent presentations today on digital initiatives, ranging from making the people digitally literate to facilitating farmers access their subsidy to transparent digital investigations. I would like to profusely thank each of the panelists, and I would request the audience to give a big applause to all the 3 speakers. Thank you very much. So before I close the session, I want to say a few things on the logistics. So we will compile all the presentations and try to share a link with all the delegates and speakers, because I understand Secretary DRPG just suggested that, because he said that most of these presentations are outstanding, but because the paucity of time, we are not able, so presenters are not able to share everything in detail. The inaugural session, so immediately after this we have our lunch. After that we have inaugural session, which will start at 2:15 p.m. And so I'll request Mr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, DOPT and Science and Technology is the chief guest. So I will request all the speakers and the delegates to take their seats by 2:10 p.m. at the end of the inaugural session, we'll have a group photo of all the speakers and the delegates, which is right outside from the, right at the entry, at the steps. So I'll request everyone to immediately move to, after the inaugural session is over, so I will request everyone to move to the front side on these steps for the group photograph. So, and the, today's dinner is being hosted by the Chief Secretary of Madhya Pradesh, and it has been organized in a very good, it's a selection of the Chief Secretary himself. This is at the Tribal Museum, and I think all of you would like, also would like to visit the Tribal Museum. So the dinner starts at 7:15 p.m., but I would request all of you, if possible, if you can make it a little early, it will be good for you, because then you can take the round of the Tribal Museum. And today the Tribal Museum is going to be open exclusively only for the delegates and the speakers. Thereafter, you have a small cultural program of 30 minutes, and then we have the dinner. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing us and having wonderful session. Now to felicitate our panelists, I would like to invite Shri Girish Sharma ji, Deputy Secretary GAD, to felicitate our session chair, Shri Nikunj Srivastav ji, Principal Secretary, Science and Technology. Shri Girish Sharma ji offering beautiful gold painting, art form of Madhya Pradesh. Now I would again like to request Shri Girish Sharma ji to felicitate Shri Aditya Ranjan ji, Deputy Commissioner. Request to felicitate Shri Chanchal Shekhar ji, Additional DG of Police. Request to Girish Sharma ji to felicitate Shri Manish Kumar ji, Joint Secretary Energy. And virtually, with words, we would like to thank Srimati Rijita for the wonderful presentation. And
thank you.
Yes, virtually, and with us, Manishi. Girish sir is felicitating all of the panelists. Let us have wing hat for the interesting session conducted by all the panelists and our session chair. Thank you so much, sir. And after so many learning sessions, I would like to invite you all for the lunch. And lunch is at first floor, corridor space. Please regather at 10 p.m. so that at 2:15 we can start the inaugural function. Thank you so much. आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया लंच के लिए फर्स्ट फ्लोर में कॉरिडोर स्पेस में लंच की व्यवस्था की गई है, तो आप सभी से निवेदन है, कृपया आप वहाँ पर लंच लें। और 2:10 पर पुनः आप लोगों को सभी को गैदर होना है इसी हॉल में, क्योंकि 2:15 से इनॉग्रल सेशन शुरू हो जाएगा।
खिसकाने की जरूरत केशव सिंह निकल चुके हैं और वो 5 मिनट में यहाँ पर पधारेंगे। तो मेरा सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। हमारे बीच कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि का आगमन हो चुका है। कुछ ही क्षणों में वो हम सब के सामने उपस्थित हो जाएंगे। मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। नमस्कार एंड अ वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू। 2 दिवसीय गुड गवर्नेंस प्रैक्टिसेस की कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। हमारे सम्मानीय अतिथि हमारे बीच उपस्थित हो चुके हैं। मैं सभी सम्मानीय अतिथियों से आग्रह करूंगी कि दीप प्रज्वलन कर कार्यक्रम का औपचारिक उद्घाटन करने की कृपा करें।
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः। शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः। शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते। दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते। दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः। दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः। दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते। ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः। ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः। आरोग्यं देहि।
Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Jitendra Singh, Union Minister of State, Independent Charge of Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister of State, Independent Charge of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in Prime Minister's Office, Minister of State in Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State in Department of Atomic Energy, and Minister of State in Department of Space. Shri Om Prakash Saklecha, Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and Minister of Department of Science and Technology, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Shri Shatan Singh Pal, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Electronic Development Corporation. Shri Iqbal Singh Bass, Chief Secretary, Madhya Pradesh. Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Shri Amarnath, Additional Secretary, DARPG. Shri NBS Rajput, Joint Secretary, DARPG. एवं अन्य प्रतिष्ठित महानुभावों का मैं गुड गवर्नेंस प्रैक्टिसेस की 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करती हूँ। मैं विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग के प्रमुख सचिव श्री निकुंज श्रीवास्तव जी से आग्रह करूंगी कि माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री श्री जितेंद्र सिंह का स्टोल एवं पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट कर स्वागत करें। निकुंज सर माननीय मंत्री श्री ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा जी का स्वागत करें। माननीय अध्यक्ष शतान सिंह पाल जी का स्वागत करें। श्री इकबाल सिंह बैस मुख्य सचिव जी का स्वागत करें। श्री वी श्रीनिवास सचिव DARPG का स्वागत करें। श्री अमरनाथ अपर सचिव DARPG का स्वागत करें। श्री NBS राजपूत संयुक्त सचिव DARPG का स्वागत करें। श्री विनोद कुमार ACS GAD का स्वागत करें। हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं श्री ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा, मिनिस्टर ऑफ माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस एंड मिनिस्टर ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश। श्री शतान सिंह पाल, चेयरमैन मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन। श्री वी श्रीनिवास, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स एंड पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। श्री अमरनाथ, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स एंड पब्लिक ग्रीवेंस। Shri NBS Rajput, Joint Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievance. कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मध्य प्रदेश शासन की ओर से स्वागत भाषण के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री विनोद कुमार, अपर मुख्य सचिव, सामान्य प्रशासन विभाग।
आज के इस कार्यक्रम रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन गुड गवर्नेंस प्रैक्टिसेस के मुख्य अतिथि भारत सरकार में राज्य मंत्री माननीय डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, मध्य प्रदेश के मंत्री विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी MSME मंत्री आदरणीय श्री ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा जी, श्री शतान सिंह पाल जी, अध्यक्ष मध्य प्रदेश इलेक्ट्रॉनिक विकास निगम, मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्य सचिव श्री इकबाल सिंह बैस साहब, भारत सरकार के DARPG सचिव श्री वी श्रीनिवास, मंचासीन सभी अतिथिगण, विभिन्न प्रदेशों और भारत सरकार से आए हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भाग लेने आए हमारे अधिकारीगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, सबसे पहले मैं मध्य प्रदेश शासन की ओर से मंच पर पधारे सभी अतिथि और हॉल में पधारे सभी अतिथियों का मैं स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस का मुख्य उद्देश्य माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी एवं प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री जी की डिजिटल इंडिया, मेक इन इंडिया की विचारधारा को आगे बढ़ाते हुए भारत सरकार एवं विभिन्न राज्य सरकारों द्वारा ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए नागरिकों को सरकार की विभिन्न योजनाओं एवं कार्यक्रमों का लाभ त्वरित एवं बेहतर सुविधा उपलब्ध कराने के लिए जो प्रयास किए गए हैं और किए जा रहे हैं, उसका संक्षिप्त परिचय और ओवरव्यू दिखाना है। यह कार्यक्रम आज सुबह 9:45 बजे से शुरू हो गया है। कुछ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस और जो अच्छे कार्य हैं उसके आपको यहाँ पर प्रेजेंटेशन और उसके बारे में रूपरेखा आपको बताई गई है। आगे और भी डेलीगेट्स के द्वारा इसमें जो दूसरे जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेज हैं और जो इस क्षेत्र में जो किए जा रहे हैं राज्य सरकारों के द्वारा और मध्य प्रदेश में भी मध्य प्रदेश सरकार के द्वारा, उसके बारे में बताया जाएगा। भाग लेने आए सभी डेलीगेट्स के द्वारा जो इसमें सुझाव दिए जाएंगे उसका भी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद उनका समावेश कर किस प्रकार से हम इन सर्विसेज को और अधिक सुगम और सिटीजन सेंट्रिक बना सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर भी ऐसो कार्यक्रम में चर्चा होगी। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण और अच्छे काम हुए हैं और जो प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच थी मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस और मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में मध्य प्रदेश अग्रणी रहा है। और मध्य प्रदेश, आपको यह भी जानकर खुशी हुई कि मध्य प्रदेश देश का प्रथम राज्य है जहां नागरिकों को अधिसूचित सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए सबसे पहले मध्य प्रदेश लोक सेवा गारंटी अधिनियम 2010 बनाया गया और उसके अधीन नागरिकों को कानूनी रूप से उनके द्वारा मांग किए जाने पर उनको सभी सर्विसेज और सेवाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। विभिन्न विभागों की कुल 697 सेवाएं पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी एक्ट के अंतर्गत अधिसूचित हैं, जिसमें से 548 ऑनलाइन हैं और इसके निपटान की जो समय सीमा है, एवरेज समय सीमा, वो 8 दिन की है। गुड गवर्नेंस के अच्छे प्रैक्टिसेस को अपनाते हुए समग्र पोर्टल के माध्यम से सिंगल सिटीजन डेटाबेस का भी निर्माण किया जा रहा है और विभिन्न लोक सेवा केंद्रों के माध्यम से जनता को अधिक से अधिक सभी सेवाओं का लाभ त्वरित गति से मिल सके, इसके लिए भी प्रयास किए गए हैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी द्वारा और प्रदेश के सभी विभागों के सचिवों के द्वारा समय समय पर इन योजनाओं की समीक्षा भी की जाती है। इसके लिए डैशबोर्ड भी बनाए गए हैं। वर्तमान में 33 विभागों के लगभग 200 से अधिक डैशबोर्ड विकसित किए जा चुके हैं, जिस पर रेगुलर मॉनिटरिंग की व्यवस्था की जाती है। आपको यह भी जानकर हमारे लिए काफ़ी हर्ष का विषय है कि मध्य प्रदेश गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स में वर्ग ब में 2020-21 में प्रथम स्थान पर रहा है, जिसमें 10 गवर्नेंस सेक्टर और 58 इंडिकेटर शामिल हैं। यह कॉन्फ्रेंस गुड गवर्नेंस की दिशा में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा और नागरिकों को डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से सरकार की विभिन्न योजनाओं का लाभ प्रदान करने में एक अत्यंत ही महत्वपूर्ण और उपयोगी साबित होगा। इसी के साथ मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के सफल होने की कामना करता हूं और एक बार पुनः मंचासीन सभी माननीय अतिथिगणों का और भाग लेने आए सभी डेलीगेट्स का मैं स्वागत और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद महोदय। संपूर्ण कॉन्फ्रेंस की रूपरेखा से अवगत कराने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री वी श्रीनिवास, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स एंड पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस। ओवर टू यू सर।
Respected Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, Shri Om Prakash Saklecha Ji, Shri Shaitan Singh Pal Ji, my distinguished senior colleague, Shri Iqbal Singh Ji Bains, Shri Vinod Kumar Ji, Nikunj Srivastav Ji, Amarnath Ji, Rajput Ji, distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the DRPG, I wish to thank Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji for his leadership and guidance in building this collaboration between DRPG and the government of Madhya Pradesh. I also wish to thank Shri Iqbal Singh Ji Bains for his untiring efforts in making this collaboration successful, as also Vinod Ji and Nikunj, who have strived tirelessly, and Manish Rastogi has been coordinating with us extensively. When an advanced state like Madhya Pradesh comes forward to collaborate with DRPG and present its initiatives on a national platform, the number of success stories that can be disseminated is very vast. And we have had a great many learnings in our interactions with government of Madhya Pradesh, be it in the release of the Madhya Pradesh Sushasan and Development Report, or in terms of documenting some of your success stories like CM Janaseva, Janahetu, Jansetu, CM Dashboard for Performance Monitoring, and MP Jan Sunwai Yojana. Each of these programs have benefited millions of citizens and has ensured ease of living, as also in terms of the next generation administrative reforms that are there. As has already been pointed out, Madhya Pradesh is one of the leading states in governance, both in the Good Governance Index as also in the National E-Services Delivery Assessment. So when government of Madhya Pradesh came forward to collaborate with DRPG for convening this regional conference in Bhopal, the response was very, very enthusiastic, and we found as many as 33 speakers from 20 states have come to participate in this event in 9 plenary sessions. We've had 2 plenary sessions in the morning, and we have another 7 plenary sessions lined up over the next 2 days. So let me wish the conference a success, and as I saw it from the presentations that were made, they were very high quality presentations that have been made not only by government of Madhya Pradesh officers, but we've had officers from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, as also Rajasthan, and morning, of course, we had the Government of India presentations. Each one of them was very, very high quality, and I'm sure the knowledge dissemination from this conference will go a long way in enabling good governance practices across India. I would also like to inform you that more than 700 district collectors are currently with us on the live feed is going out along on the VC links, and virtually it is a national exposure that this conference is getting. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर। DARPG भारत सरकार द्वारा तैयार फिल्म DARPG at 2022 का प्रदर्शन हम आपके समक्ष करने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें विभाग द्वारा वर्ष 2022 की उपलब्धियों को सिलसिलेवार बताया गया है। प्लीज प्ले द फिल्म।
इंडिया एट 100 ये रूटीन नहीं हो सकता है। ये आज का अमृत महोत्सव हमारा वो एक वाटरशेड होना चाहिए, जिसमें अब 25 साल को एक इकाई के रूप में ही हमने देखना चाहिए, टुकड़ों में नहीं देखना चाहिए। और हमने इंडिया एट 100 अभी से उसका विजन देख करके, और विजन देश में क्या वो नहीं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट 25 साल में कहां पहुंचेगा।
प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को साकार करने के लिए प्रशासनिक सुधार और लोक शिकायत विभाग ने 2022 में कई अभूतपूर्व मुकाम हासिल किए, जैसे देश भर में मनाया जाने वाला सुशासन सप्ताह गुड गवर्नेंस वीक ने कामयाबी की एक नई मिसाल कायम की है। प्रशासन गांव की ओर थीम के साथ ये अभियान पूरे देश में चलाया गया। इसकी सफलता आप इन आंकड़ों से समझ सकते हैं कि सिर्फ एक सप्ताह में 54 लाख लोक शिकायतों का निपटारा हुआ, 315 लाख आवेदनों पर सेवा प्रदान की गई, 982 सर्वोत्तम सुशासन प्रथाओं का प्रलेखन हुआ। पिछले एक साल में कामयाबी की दूसरी मिसाल थी विशेष अभियान 2.0। ये अभियान सरकारी दफ्तरों में संस्थागत सफाई एवं लंबित मामलों के निपटारे के लिए था। 2 से 31 अक्टूबर 2022 के बीच इस अभियान में केंद्र सरकार के 1 लाख से ज्यादा दफ्तरों और विदेशों में भारतीय दूतावासों ने हिस्सा लिया। इस दौरान दफ्तरों की 89 लाख वर्ग फीट जगह खाली की गई। इन जगहों से जो रद्दी चीजें हटाई गईं, उनसे 371 करोड़ से ज्यादा का राजस्व प्राप्त हुआ। इस अभियान के दौरान 4,55,000 लोक शिकायतों का निपटारा भी किया गया। इस अभियान का आकार 2021 में चलाए गए अभियान से 21 गुना बड़ा था। सुशासन की ऐसी सभी कोशिशों को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री अवार्ड हर साल दिया जाता है। सिविल सर्विसेज डे पर इस सम्मान के लिए नागरिक सेवा के क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्ट योगदान देने के लिए प्रदान किया जाता है। नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस अवार्ड्स बेहतर प्रशासन को प्रोत्साहित करने वाला एक और बड़ा पुरस्कार है ई गवर्नेंस पुरस्कार। सरकार के प्रशासनिक सुधार और लोक शिकायत विभाग द्वारा ई गवर्नेंस का अभियान केंद्रीय दफ्तरों से लेकर जिला स्तर तक चलाया जा रहा है। अभियान का उद्देश्य है नागरिकों और व्यवसायों को सरकार द्वारा दी जाने वाली सेवाओं के वितरण में सुधार लाना। पूरे देश में सुशासन संभव हो, इसके लिए जरूरी है सरकार और उद्यमियों, नागरिकों के बीच नजदीकी और भरोसा। इसे सुनिश्चित करने के लिए सरकार हर साल क्षेत्रीय सम्मेलन आयोजित करती है। साल 2022 में ये सम्मेलन देश के 3 शहरों में हुआ। मई में श्रीनगर, जुलाई में बेंगलुरु और अगस्त में अरुणाचल प्रदेश की राजधानी ईटानगर में हुआ। प्रशासनिक सुधार और लोक शिकायत विभाग ने ई गवर्नेंस के माध्यम से शासन के तरीकों को सुलभ बनाने के लिए 2019 में नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस सर्विस डिलीवरी असेसमेंट का आरंभ किया था। इसके जरिए विभाग राज्यों, केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों में सेवाओं की प्रभावशीलता का आकलन करता है। नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस सर्विस डिलीवरी असेसमेंट विभाग द्वारा द्विवार्षिक आधार पर किया जाता है। गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स देश में सुशासन कायम करने के लिए जितने भी प्रयास हो रहे हैं उसे आंकने का एक पारदर्शी माध्यम है गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स यानी सुशासन सूचकांक। इसकी पहली रिपोर्ट सरकार ने 22 जनवरी 2022 को जारी की थी, जिसमें जम्मू कश्मीर के 10 सुशासन क्षेत्रों और 58 जिलों में बेहतर शासन का ब्यौरा था। ये भारत में किसी भी राज्य, केंद्र शासित प्रदेश के लिए जारी पहला जिला सुशासन सूचकांक था। सीपी ग्राम्स विभाग ने सीपी ग्राम्स में मामलों के निपटान की गुणवत्ता में सुधार और समय सीमा को कम करने के लिए प्रणालीगत सुधार प्रक्रिया शुरू की है। 10 चरणीय सुधार प्रक्रिया में अंतिम मील तक शिकायतों की ऑटो रूटिंग, AIML का लाभ उठाते हुए शिकायतों की तत्काल फ्लैगिंग की जाएगी। सीपी ग्राम्स पोर्टल अंग्रेजी और 22 दूसरी अनुसूचित भाषाओं में अब उपलब्ध है। मंत्रालयों, विभागों के प्रदर्शन की रैंकिंग भी की जा रही है। इसके अलावा केंद्रीय मंत्रालयों और राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों के लिए मासिक रिपोर्ट भी तैयार की जा रही है। ई ऑफिस संस्करण 7.0 में माइग्रेशन सभी 77 मंत्रालयों, विभागों ने ई ऑफिस के संस्करण 7.0 में काम करना शुरू कर दिया। इनके अतिरिक्त 14 शीर्ष निकायों, 192 संबद्ध कार्यालयों और 59 सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र के उपक्रमों ने नए संस्करण में काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। CS मॉप केंद्रीय सचिवालय में कामकाज की रीढ़ है मैनुअल ऑफ ऑफिस प्रोसीजर यानी CS मॉप 2022। इसका 16वां संस्करण 5 अगस्त 2022 को जारी किया गया था। 2 महीने बाद अक्टूबर में हिंदी भाषी क्षेत्रों की सुविधा के लिए पहला हिंदी संस्करण निकाला गया। इस तरह सुशासन और बेहतर नागरिक सेवाओं के प्रयास देश के साथ विदेशों में भी अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं। यही आजादी के अमृतकाल का लक्ष्य भी है।
Amazing video clip on revolutionary work being done by DARPG. अब समय है कॉफी टेबल बुक के विमोचन का। हमारे लिए यह अत्यंत ही हर्ष का विषय है कि मध्य प्रदेश शासन ने ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में सफलतापूर्वक कई महत्वपूर्ण सोपान तय किए हैं। आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के 75 वर्ष पूर्ण होने के अवसर पर मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन द्वारा मध्य प्रदेश शासन की ई गवर्नेंस की उपलब्धियों एवं नवाचारों को कॉफी टेबल बुक डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश एट 75 के रूप में कंपाइल किया गया है। मैं सम्मानीय मंचासीन अतिथियों से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे इस कॉफी टेबल बुक का विमोचन कर हमें अनुग्रहित करें। Thank you, sirs. कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं श्री ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा, मंत्री मध्य प्रदेश शासन से उनके उद्बोधन के लिए अनुरोध करूंगी। थैंक यू।
आज गुड गवर्नेंस प्रैक्टिस के इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में विशेष रूप से दिल्ली से पधारे केंद्रीय सरकार में मंत्री परम सम्मानीय डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, हमारे अपने कॉरपोरेशन के अध्यक्ष सम्मानीय शैतान सिंह जी, हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी सम्मानीय श्री इकबाल सिंह जी, श्री केंद्र सरकार में सेक्रेटरी श्री श्रीनिवासन जी, श्री विनोद जी, श्री निकुंज जी, एवं इस सदन में गवर्नेंस प्रैक्टिसेस को और बेहतर कैसे किया जाए उसके लिए अपना योगदान देने, अपना समय देकर कुछ और बेहतर कैसे करके जनता तक और बेहतर तरीके से सरकार की नीतियों का फायदा पहुँचे, उसके लिए उपस्थित इस सदन में मैं सभी का स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूँ। वास्तव में झीलों की नगरी भोपाल में आज मैं आपका स्वागत के साथ ही ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये प्रदेश की सबसे अलग सुंदर नगरी है, जिसके लिए हमेशा कहा गया है झीलों में झील तो भोपाल की झील, बाकी सब झिलैया, और गढ़ में गढ़ तो चित्तौड़ का गढ़, बाकी सब गढ़ैया, और रानी में रानी तो झांसी की रानी, बाकी सब रनैया। ये एक डायलॉग बहुत पुराना, इसलिए मैं सबसे ज़रूर आग्रह करूँगा कि कार्य के साथ शाम को भोपाल की सुंदर नगरी जहाँ झील और पहाड़ भरपूर है उसका आनंद लें। एक अच्छा शहर है। आज मुझे इस बात की बड़ी खुशी है कि मध्य प्रदेश ने लोक सेवा अधिनियम के माध्यम से काफ़ी सेवाओं को जनता तक पहुंचाने में सबसे अग्रणी रूप में काम किया। लेकिन केवल इतना ही नहीं, अभी पीछे कुछ दिन पहले हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने एक सेवा माह शुरू किया। 1 महीने तक हर घर में सरकार का कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति गया और जितनी भी शासन की महत्वपूर्ण योजनाओं को एक घर तक उनको बताकर उनकी समस्याओं के आवेदन लिए और तकरीबन 70 लाख से ज़्यादा आवेदनों का निराकरण भी 1 माह में करके दिखाया। इस पूरी प्रशासकीय क्षमता के लिए मैं पूरी प्रशासकीय टोली का, मध्य प्रदेश की टोली का जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी के नेतृत्व में काम कर रही है, मुख्यमंत्री जी का तो डायरेक्शन होता ही, लेकिन एग्जीक्यूशन उन्हीं को करना होता है, पूरी टोली को बहुत बहुत बधाई भी देता हूँ। हमारी कुछ बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण योजनाएं हैं जिसमें हम अलग अलग विषयों में जाकर, चाहे हमने डैशबोर्ड के माध्यम से 200 से अधिक विषयों के डैशबोर्ड चलाए, चाहे हमने समाधान की मुख्यमंत्री की सेवा लाइन लोक सेवा अधिनियम के माध्यम से चलाया, चाहे हम डीम्ड अप्रूवल, कई चीज़ों में कई बार बहुत डिले होती है अप्रूवल की, तो हमने एक समय सीमा में अगर निर्णय नहीं हुआ तो उसे डीम्ड अप्रूवल के रूप में भी मानने का पहली बार ये एक्सरसाइज किया। सिटीजन इंटरफेस के माध्यम से हमने नागरिकों को घर बैठे कई योजनाओं के आवेदन देने का प्रक्रिया भी की। तो लोक सेवा केंद्रों से ई कोर्ट सेवाओं की भी सुविधाएं दी। लेकिन इस सबके अलावा भी प्रदेश में कुछ अलग अलग एक्सपेरिमेंट भी करे जा रहे हैं। अभी एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया डॉक्टर साहब, चूंकि आप डॉक्टर साहब हैं, और हेल्थ सर्विसेज से लेके जावद विधानसभा के हमने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, 35 वर्ष से ऊपर के हर व्यक्ति का पूरा प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ चेकअप करवाया। उनके सबके ईसीजी उनके मोबाइल पे ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफ़र करवाए, सबकी बोन डेंसिटी, थायराइड, ब्लड और जितने भी टेस्ट होते हैं वो सब टेस्ट करवाए, और मात्र कॉस्ट आई 100 रुपया उसकी कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट की और 100 रुपया उसकी ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट। और उसमें 1.5 लाख लोगों का जब हमने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट किया तो उसमें से 24,000 लोगों का हमें अलग अलग विषयों पे प्रिवेंटिव चेकअप के कुछ पॉइंट्स मिले कि कुछ बीमारियों की शुरुआत हो रही है। और उसमें से तकरीबन 700 लोगों को हमें बाहर भेज के इमीडिएट कुछ ट्रीटमेंट कराना पड़ा। और ये सब इसलिए हुआ कि मध्य प्रदेश में, पूरे भारत में कई ऐसे पॉकेट्स डेवलप हुए जिसमें हार्ट अटैक का टाइम 25 से 35 वर्ष के 22 से 25% लोगों को हार्ट अटैक आए एक गांव में। तो उसका जब हमने रिवर्स में शुरू किया तो ये पता चला कि प्रिवेंटिव करना पड़ेगा। और प्रिवेंटिव का पूरा ये चेकअप का प्लान इंक्लूडिंग इक्विपमेंट 200 रुपये में 3 करोड़ रुपए में हमने करके कम से कम 24,000 लोगों की मैं ये मानता हूँ कि आने वाली समय की बीमारियों को उसी समय रोकने का एक प्रयास। ये अपने आप में एक अलग अनूठा अनुभव है जिसको अभी केंद्र सरकार भी अलग अलग स्वरूप से सेवाओं में कर रही है। लेकिन ये हमने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, वो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के इस चीज़ में मैं आप लोगों के भी ध्यान में डालना चाहता हूँ। और ऐसी ही हम और भी कई एक शिक्षा में भी ऐसा ही प्रयोग किया। हमने रूरल बेल्ट के सरकारी स्कूलों में हमने टेबलेट के माध्यम से ऑनलाइन एग्ज़ाम देने की प्रैक्टिस करवाई। और मैं को ये बताते हुए खुशी है, सरकारी स्कूल के 15,000 से कम पॉपुलेशन की मेरी विधानसभा के 17 बच्चों ने नीट की परीक्षा बिना किसी कोचिंग के पास की, टोटल रूरल बेल्ट। और 13 बच्चों ने जेईई मेन क्लियर किया। तो जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी और उसके माध्यम से जिस तेजी से जो हम सेवाओं में परिवर्तन लाकर जन सुविधा और एक नया भारत जिसकी कल्पना माननीय मोदी जी के अभी की भी उस बात में उनके हर वाक्य में आती है, आने वाले 25 सालों में भारत का नया स्वरूप, उस स्वरूप में हम अपने तरीके से अपना ये योगदान दे रहे हैं। आप सब भोपाल पधारे इस कार्यक्रम में के माध्यम से, और हम सबके आइडिया और एक दूसरे की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस सब मिलकर अपना कर और बेहतर भारत की तरफ आगे चले, इसी विश्वास के साथ पुनः सभी का धन्यवाद करते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय। आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह, केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री, भारत सरकार को उनके उद्बोधन के लिए आग्रह करती हूँ।
मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार के वरिष्ठ मंत्री, हमारे संगठन के वरिष्ठ नेता, हमारे पुराने साथी और परम मित्र श्री ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा जी, मुख्य सचिव इकबाल सिंह जी, कार्मिक विभाग के सचिव श्रीनिवास जी, विनोद जी, दिल्ली से आए हुए कार्मिक विभाग के अमरनाथ जी, राजपूत जी, भिन्न भिन्न प्रदेशों के प्रतिनिधिगण, सबसे पहले तो मुझे हृदय की गहराई से आभार प्रकट करना है सकलेचा जी का और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार का, औपचारिक तौर पर भी, विभाग की ओर से भी और व्यक्तिगत तौर से भी। विभाग की ओर से इसलिए कि एक महत्वपूर्ण वर्ष है हमारा 2024 का। इसी वर्ष 2023 में इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स मनाया जा रहा है और वो भी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के सुझाव पर संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने इसको स्वीकार किया। हम सब के लिए बड़े गर्व की बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में उनके कार्यकाल में दूसरी मर्तबा ऐसा हो रहा है। पहले इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ योगा भी भारत के ही सुझाव पर प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने मनाने की स्वीकृति दी थी, और दूसरा ये। इसके अतिरिक्त यही वो वर्ष है जब भारत G20 की मेज़बानी कर रहा है। अभी 2 ही रोज़ पहले इसी मंत्रालय, इसी विभाग, प्रशासनिक सुधार एवं कार्मिक विभाग की 3 दिवसीय एक कार्यशाला रही G20 के अंतर्गत गुरुग्राम हरियाणा में, और बड़ी सफलतापूर्वक उसकी भागीदारी रही। और ये जो क्रम जिसकी ओर संकेत कर रहे थे श्रीनिवास जी कि क्षेत्रीय इस प्रकार की गोष्ठियां अथवा सम्मेलन करना, उस क्रम में भी 2023 का जो पहला इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम आयोजित हो रहा है वो मध्य प्रदेश भोपाल में है। और व्यक्तिगत तौर पर मेरी शिरकत भी 2-3 महीने के भीतर ही दूसरी बार भोपाल में होने जा रही है। तो आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि हम सब पिछले कार्यक्रम में जब यहाँ एकत्रित हुए थे विज्ञान प्रौद्योगिकीकरण के संदर्भ में, तो कितने सकलेचा जी और मुख्यमंत्री जी की अगुवाई, उनकी मेज़बानी से कितने प्रभावित और ललचा करके गए कि 3 महीने भी इंतज़ार नहीं कर पाए। ये कह कर के मुझे आपका आभार प्रकट करना है। क्षमा कीजिए, मैं शैतान सिंह जी का शायद उनका संबोधन नहीं कर पाया आरंभ में। व्यक्तिगत इसलिए भी कि 2-3 कार्यक्रम भिन्न भिन्न विभागों के इस प्रकार के हुए हैं भोपाल में, जहाँ पर मुझे रहने का अवसर रहा, और जिस सक्रियता से यहाँ का प्रशासन, यहाँ का राजनीतिक नेतृत्व केंद्र के साथ भरपूर सहयोग करके कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य करता है, उससे हम सबको भी प्रोत्साहन मिलता है और हमारी भी ऊर्जा में वृद्धि होती है। मैं जहाँ तक आज की इस गोष्ठी का संबंध है, 2-1 क्षण लेकर के हम आज भोपाल की धरती पर खड़े क्यों हैं। मेरे ख्याल से बहुत एक पुराने रिवायतें छोड़ करके नए संस्कृति को जन्म देने के लिए नए प्रयास किए गए हैं पिछले 8-9 वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के होते हुए। उनमें से एक ये था कि हमने दिल्ली के विज्ञान भवन को छोड़ने की कोशिश की है और उससे बाहर निकल करके इस सभागृह में ये कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। आप में से बहुत से अधिकारी जो 20-20, 25-25, 30-30 वर्ष से भारत सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार की सेवा में है, आपको ये अनुभव होगा कि इस तरह के कार्यक्रम अक्सर विज्ञान भवन में हुआ करते हैं। और एक मानसिकता बनी है कि साहब आया तो दिल्ली गए, दिल्ली जा कर के अगर वहाँ बच्चे पढ़ाई करते हैं तो उनकी भी पूछताछ कर ली, कुछ एक शॉपिंग करनी है तो वो भी करके आगे परिवार के साथ। तो हमारे ध्यान में आया, उन्होंने श्रीनिवास जी के आगे ये प्रस्ताव रखा कि क्यों ना हम देश के भिन्न भिन्न हिस्सों में स्वयं जाकर के इस प्रकार की गोष्ठियाँ करें। उससे शायद तवज्जो भी अधिक रहती है, ध्यान भी अधिक केंद्रित होता है, और वहाँ के जो प्रशासन, वहाँ के जो अधिकारी हैं, उनके साथ एक प्रकार का संबंध बन जाता है आने वाले समय के लिए। और मुझे खुशी है ये कहते हुए कि थोड़े ही समय के भीतर देश का कोई ऐसा प्रदेश नहीं, कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं जहाँ इस प्रकार की गोष्ठियाँ ना की गई हों। उत्तर में श्रीनगर से लेकर के, जम्मू से लेकर के दक्षिण तक, हैदराबाद, बंगलुरु तक, पूर्व में भुवनेश्वर तक, पूर्वोत्तर में ईटानगर। जब पूर्वोत्तर जाने की बारी आई तो मैंने श्रीनिवास जी से कहा कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि हम गुवाहाटी या शिलांग होकर के आ जाए और फिर छाती चौड़ी करके कहें कि हम पूर्वोत्तर गए हैं। हमारा जाने का भाव तो तब पूरा होगा जब वाकई हम पूर्वोत्तर के पूर्वोत्तरी तट पर जाकर के खड़े हों और हमने ईटानगर में उसका आयोजन होगा। और बहुत से अधिकारीगण जो दिल्ली से गए उनका पहली बार वहाँ जाना हुआ था। पश्चिम में मुंबई, अहमदाबाद कई एक बार जाना रहा है और उसी क्रम में ये पहली बार नहीं बल्कि दूसरी बार हम भोपाल की धरती पर हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त इस सरकार का एक और भी एक विशेषता रही है, जब कोई टिप्पणीकार या विश्लेषक कोई इसके ऊपर कभी कोई शोध करेगा कि अक्सर प्रशासनिक सुधार विभाग से ये अपेक्षित होता है कि नया नया कोई नियम लाए, नया नया कानून लाए, नया नया कोई रिफॉर्म लाए और फिर बड़ी सुर्खियों में साहब ये भी लागू कर दिया, ये भी लागू कर दिया। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी, इट साउंड्स लिटिल रिबेलियस ऑल्सो। हमने उसके बजाय इसके विपरीत बहुत से कानून हटा दिए, क्योंकि अगर सुशासन का सही माने में अर्थ यह है कि आम नागरिक के जीवन में सरलता लाना, तो वो प्रत्येक नियम जो उसमें बाधा बनता है उसे बने रहने का कोई हक नहीं। और मेरा व्यक्तिगत ये मानना है कि अगर किसी नियम को लेकर के शिकायत 2 या 3 व्यक्तियों से आती है अलग अलग संदर्भ में, तो इसका अर्थ है कि नियम समय के साथ अपना औचित्य खो बैठा है। और सरकार 2014 में 26 मई को शपथ ग्रहण हुआ था, सायंकाल लगभग 6 बजे। 3 महीने के भीतर सितंबर मास के पास आते पहुंचते जो दूसरा विभाग है कार्मिक विभाग, उसने अंग्रेजों के समय से चली आ रही एक कुरीति को एक बड़ा साहसी निर्णय लेते हुए समाप्त किया, जो आपको दस्तावेज अटेस्ट करवाने पड़ते थे गेस्टेड अफसर से। और हम जैसे लोग जो सेमी रूरल बैकग्राउंड से आते थे, जो 9वीं 10वीं कक्षा में पहुंचते थे और ये कहा जाता था कि साहब गेस्टेड अफसर से दस्तखत करवा के लाओ, तो ये कल्पना में आता था कि वो कहाँ होगा, कैसा दिखेगा, क्या प्राणी होगा, 2 नाक होंगे, 4 कान होंगे, कहाँ उपलब्ध होगा, क्योंकि किलोमीटर मीलों तक उस ज़माने में कोई गेस्टेड अफसर मैसर नहीं रहता था, उपलब्ध नहीं रहता था। और एक बार मुझे खुद सकलेचा जी, चूँकि हमारे ही पीढ़ी से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं, मैंने भी 11वीं कक्षा में एक बार 5 रुपये दे करके अपने सर्टिफिकेट अटेस्ट कराए, क्योंकि एक चतुर साथी हमसे आयु में बड़ा हुआ हमें मिला। उन्होंने कहा भाई तुम तो कर नहीं पाओगे, मुझे 5 रुपये दो, शाम तक मैं करवा लूँगा। तो ये पद्धति समाप्त कर दी गई और देश भर में एक संदेश गया कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक ऐसी सरकार है जिसमें इतनी क्षमता है, इतना हौसला है कि वो अपने देश के युवाओं पर विश्वास कर सके। इसके बाद अगले ही साल मोदी जी ने लाल किले से आह्वान किया स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अपने भाषण में, क्या कुछ ऐसा सोचा जा सकता है कि इंटरव्यू की प्रथा को समाप्त कर दिया जाए? और 1 जनवरी 2016 में देश भर में इंटरव्यू की प्रथा समाप्त कर दी गई। कई राज्यों में कुछ देर से हुई और एक समान लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड हर युवा को दिया गया, ताकि जो उससे पहले पक्षपात, भेदभाव, लेन देन की शिकायतें आती थी उनसे मुक्ति प्राप्त की जा सके। यानी बहुत से नियम हटाने का कार्य किया है इस मंत्रालय ने, इस विभाग ने। और जहाँ तक अभी श्रीनिवास जी बात कर रहे थे पब्लिक ग्रीवेंसेस की, जब ये सरकार 2014 में आई है तो भारत सरकार में पूरे वर्ष भर में शिकायतों की संख्या रहा करती थी 2 लाख, यानी 120, 25, 30 करोड़ का देश, शिकायतें केवल 2 लाख। मानो कि सारा का सारा समाज संतुष्ट है। और मोदी जी के आने के बाद आज प्रतिवर्ष शिकायतों की संख्या 20 लाख, यानी 10 गुना से अधिक बढ़ गई। तो जब श्रीनिवास जी ने ये बात आगे रखी कहीं मीडिया के आगे, तो मीडिया ने उनका साथ व्यंग किया, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि ये सरकार आने के बाद शिकायतों की संख्या ही बढ़ गई। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, इसका उत्तर बाबा गालिब 150 साल पहले दे करके गए थे, जब वो कहेंगे कि जब तवक्को ही उठ गई गालिब, क्यों किसी का गिला करे कोई। मोदी जी से लोगों को अपेक्षा है, उम्मीद है, जवाब मिलेगा, उत्तर मिलेगा, रिस्पांस मिलेगा, समयबद्ध तरीके से मिलेगा, उस भरोसे के साथ, उस विश्वास के साथ इतनी भारी संख्या में लोग अपनी ग्रीवेंसेस का निवारण करने के लिए इस विभाग में पहुंच रहे हैं। अर्थात ये मोदी जी के प्रति, उनकी टोली के प्रति, उनके नेतृत्व में काम करने वाली सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और कॉन्फिडेंस का प्रतीक है। और इतना ही नहीं, मैं बधाई देना चाहूंगा श्रीनिवास जी को, उनकी सारी टोली को। शिकायतों के निवारण का आंकड़ा लगभग 95-98% प्रति सप्ताह। लेकिन पिछले वर्ष एक मेरे मन में बात आई, क्योंकि हम भी कुछ ना कुछ आगे पीछे की सोच में पड़े रहते हैं, तो श्रीनिवास जी के आगे हमने एक बात रखी कि साहब, शिकायतों का निवारण तो 98% हो रहा है, लेकिन बहुत से शिकायतकर्ता खुश होकर नहीं जाते घर। तो फिर मैंने ही अपने आप से उसका उत्तर तलाशने की कोशिश की। तो मैंने कहा ऐसा है कि डिस्पोजल ऑफ ग्रीवेंस डज नॉट नेसेसरली मीन डिस्पोजल ऑफ एस्पिरेशन, कि अंग्रेजी जबान में दो शब्द एक जैसे मतलब के नहीं रहते। तो होता क्या है कि मैं ग्रीवेंस डालता हूँ कि साहब चीफ सेक्रेटरी इकबाल साहब कैसे हैं, मुझे बनना चाहिए था, मैं तो ज़्यादा योग्य हूँ। अब श्रीनिवास जी क्या करेंगे, संबंधित विभाग को मेरी शिकायत भेज देंगे, 5 दिन के भीतर भीतर समयबद्ध तरीके से वापस आ जाएगी कि भाई ये तो ऐसे ही कह रहा है, इसके दिमाग में क्या फतूर आ गया, इकबाल साहब का अपना इकबाल है, तो ये तो ऐसे ही कह रहा है, ना इसमें योग्यता है, ना यूपीएससी है, ना कुछ है, बात खत्म। लेकिन मेरा मन चित्त प्रसन्न नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि मैंने सोचा था कि इस ग्रीवेंस के बाद कोई हलचल होगी सरकार में, लोग सोचेंगे कि भाई ये भी कोई व्यक्ति है, इसके बारे में सोचना चाहिए। तो ये विचार लेते हुए हमने एक और निर्णय लिया और कदम उठाया। पिछले 5-6 महीने पहले एक साथ में ह्यूमन हेल्प डेस्क भी क्रिएट किया। हर शिकायत के निवारण के बाद उस शिकायतकर्ता से विभाग का एक व्यक्ति बात करता है। कभी कभी पहले मैं भी किया करता था, उनसे पूछा जाता है कि साहब आप किस तरह से शिकायत डिस्पोजल हुआ है, आपको कैसा लग रहा है। ऐसे नहीं, मीडिया वालों की तरह नहीं कि भाई आप छत से गिरे हैं तो कैसा लग रहा है। उसको हम पूछते हैं कि भाई ऐसा हुआ है, ये हमें जवाब ये आया कि आप उस क्वालिफिकेशन और एलिजिबिलिटी के दायरे में नहीं थे, लिहाजा ये हमें उत्तर देना पड़ा है। तो अगर आपको कोई और विकल्प देखना है तो आप उसके लिए विचार कर सकते हैं, आप अदालत कचहरी में जा सकते हैं, या आप रिव्यू एप्लीकेशन डाल सकते हैं, या दूसरा ऐसा विभाग है जो इस प्रकार का संज्ञान लेता है। उस तरह के लिए हमने, कहने का तात्पर्य कि इस सेल का मैंडेट केवल ग्रीवेंस डिस्पोजल था, बट आई मस्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंट, दे हैव एक्सीडेड देयर ब्रीफ, गॉन बियॉन्ड दैट मैंडेट टू परफॉर्म अ सोशल सर्विस। ग्रीवेंस तक तो उनको वेतन मिलता है, लेकिन समाज में खुशी बांटने का काम कैसे हो, या खुशी आनंद जनरेट करने का काम कैसे हो, ये भी चूंकि मोदी जी की सरकार ने एक नई संस्कृति और नई कार्यशैला जो हमें समझाई है, उसी का ये परिणाम है। और इसी प्रकार जो डिजिटल का आह्वान भी मोदी जी ने लाल किले से किया था, ई ऑफिसेस, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट, एक अद्भुत प्रयोग। पहले बैकवर्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट हुआ करते थे, जो संबंधित मंत्री होता था अपने क्षेत्र के 2 जिलों को बैकवर्ड कर देता था। यहाँ एक वैज्ञानिक मापदंड बनाए गए, 40-41, किस मापदंड पर कौन जिला कम है, स्वास्थ्य में, शिक्षा में, स्वच्छता में, उसको किस प्रकार प्रदेश के अव्वल नंबर के जिले तक लाना है, और फिर देश के अव्वल नंबर, एक कॉम्पिटिटिव क्राइटेरिया और एक डैशबोर्ड। जब वो एस्पिरेशन डिस्ट्रिक्ट की सूची निकली, अखबार में छपी, तो सुबह सबसे पहले मुझे अपने क्षेत्र से फ़ोन आने शुरू हुए, सकलेचा जी उस बात को समझेंगे। मैंने कहा साहब क्या फ़ायदा, दिल्ली बैठे हुए अपने क्षेत्र का एक भी ज़िला नहीं दिलवा सके। तो मुझे अच्छा लगा अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को, अपने वो मतदाताओं को समझाने में कि भैया ये ज़माना बदल चुका है, ये मोदी जी का ज़माना है। यहाँ ये नहीं है कि मैं रेल का मंत्री बन जाऊँ तो सबसे पहले अपने गाँव में रेलवे स्टेशन बनाऊँ, चाहे कोई पैसेंजर हो के ना हो। अब हम एक ऑब्जेक्टिव तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं, और इसी तरह से गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स श्रीनिवास जी का विभाग बनाने निकला है। जिला स्तर तक बनाए जा चुके, मध्य प्रदेश के बन रहे हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश के बन चुके, जम्मू कश्मीर के बन चुके। उसके बाद हम ब्लॉक लेवल पर जाएंगे, फिर नीचे तक जाएंगे, एक अभियान लिया है प्रशासन गांव की ओर, ब्लॉक और पंचायत स्तर तक उसी प्रकार की प्रतिस्पर्धा और उसी प्रकार की स्पर्धा के साथ एक कॉम्पिटिटिव इंडेक्स, क्योंकि प्रशासन केवल सरकारी अधिकारियों तक सीमित नहीं है, ये जनप्रतिनिधियों के साथ भी संबंधित है। उसको लेकर के भी हमने कुछ कार्यशालाएं, प्रशिक्षण के कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ किए हैं। भिन्न भिन्न प्रदेशों, राज्यों से नगर निगम और अन्य प्रकार की स्थानीय इकाइयों के प्रतिनिधियों को बुलाया जा रहा है, कॉरपोरेटर्स को, काउंसलर्स को। अभी हाल ही में जम्मू कश्मीर के काउंसलर्स और उनके डीडीसी के सदस्यों को लेकर के भी एक प्रशिक्षण वर्ग लगा दिल्ली में, ताकि यदि मोदी जी कहते हैं कि मैक्सिमम गवर्नमेंट मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट, तो इसका क्या अर्थ है? इसका अर्थ ये कि सरकार है भी और नहीं भी है, सरकार का अभाव भी नहीं और प्रभाव भी नहीं। यानी अगर मुझे कभी ज़रूरत है तो मुझे ये विश्वास रहे और कॉन्फिडेंस रहे कि हाँ मेरा वसीला है सरकार, लेकिन अनुचित मेरे ऊपर ये प्रेशर, ये दबाव ना रहे। गवर्नमेंट विच इज़ अ फैसिलिटेटर नॉट एन इंटिमिडेटर, और उसके लिए नागरिक भागीदारी, पारदर्शिता, सिटीजन सेंट्रिसिटी, और उसी के लिए ये बल ग्रीवेंस पर, ये जनप्रतिनिधियों की भागीदारी पर, और इसी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अगले 25 वर्ष, जैसे अभी आपने मोदी जी के संबोधन में सुना, हमारा फोकस रहेगा उन अधिकारियों के प्रशिक्षण पर जो इस वक्त 30 और 40 के दशक से अपनी अवस्था में गुजर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें परमात्मा ने ये अवसर दिया है कि अगले 25 वर्ष पूरी ऊर्जा, पूरी क्षमता के साथ वो शताब्दी भारत 2047 के निर्माण में अपने आप को समर्पित कर सके। और हम में से बहुत सारे उस समय हैं कि ना हैं, लेकिन इनको ये सौभाग्य रहेगा कि शताब्दी भारत के अपने आप को निर्माता कहलाए, और हमारा ये दायित्व है कि हम इनकी क्षमता निर्माण में अपनी भूमिका आज निभा सके, और टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ। और इसलिए हमने एक क्रम शुरू किया, विजन 2047 का निर्माण करना। उस समय क्या परिस्थितियाँ होंगी, क्या मापदंड होंगे, सरकारी अधिकारी, सिविल सर्वेंट का क्या रोल होगा, कितना होगा, होगा भी कि नहीं होगा, सारा कुछ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और नागरिक ही ले जाएगा। और ये सब बिंदु बड़ी गंभीरता से सोचने लायक है, और ये केवल कहने मात्र की बात नहीं है। ये आज आपसे इससे पिछले 25 साल पहले की तरफ नज़र दौड़ाए, सन 1997-98 में, तो जब तब कुछ जो नया था तब वो दिखाई नहीं देता। आप ज़रा स्मरण करिए 2 मिनट सोच करके क्या नया था। एक VCR हुआ करता था, दहेज में दो तो बहुत वाह वाह होती थी, आजकल वो देखने को नहीं मिलता। कोरियर सर्विस आई थी, और हम जनप्रतिनिधियों के दरवाजे में, हम तो तब युवा कार्यकर्ता थे, कतारें लगी रहती थी कार्यकर्ताओं की कि भाई साहब एक STD का बूथ दिलवा दीजिए, बच्चे का भविष्य बन जाएगा। जब तक STD का बूथ दिलवाया और जब तक बच्चा परवान चढ़ा, STD बंद हो गई। यानी 25 साल में कितना जादुई बदलाव आया है। वही बदलाव तब तक उसको मद्देनजर रखना, उसको देखना, एंड डिफिकल्ट टू विजुअलाइज 2047 थ्रू दी प्रिज्म ऑफ 2023। पहले वो क्षमता निर्माण करके हम करें टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन ई-गवर्नेंस। और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन ई-गवर्नेंस, जैसे इस बार के हमारे बजट में जो 5 मुख्य बातें रखी थी वित्त मंत्री ने, उसमें एक थी रीचिंग लास्ट माइल। तो अंत में टेक अवे यही रहेगा कि द मिनिमम वे वी कैन ऑल ऑफ अस डू इज टू डेडिकेट आवरसेल्व्स टू टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन ई-गवर्नेंस टू रीच द लास्ट माइल। अंत्योदय के उस कल्पना को लेकर अगर आखिरी कतार तक हम पहुंच सके, आखिरी व्यक्ति तक, और ईमानदारी के साथ जो क्षमता हमारे पास है उसको लेकर के, तो मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी ने जो हमें जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है उसमें पूरी हद तक तो ना सही, लेकिन जिस हद तक सामर्थ्य परमात्मा ने दिया था हम निभा पाए। ये हमें एट द एंड ऑफ द डे विश्वास भी रहेगा, संतोष भी रहेगा, तसल्ली भी रहेगी। और एक बार पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for guiding us towards way of personalized touch to digital governance. हम चाहते हैं कि आज का यह कार्यक्रम आपकी स्मृतियों में हमेशा के लिए दर्ज हो जाए। माननीय मुख्य अतिथि केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री श्री जितेंद्र सिंह को स्मृति चिन्ह देने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्री ओम प्रकाश सकलेचा जी को। अब मैं श्री विनोद कुमार अपर मुख्य सचिव सामान्य प्रशासन विभाग से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे वी श्रीनिवास सचिव DAPRG को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जो आज यहाँ उपस्थित नहीं हो सके हैं, उनकी ओर से स्मृति चिन्ह मुख्य सचिव महोदय रिसीव करेंगे और देने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्री विनिवास सचिव सर को। मैं श्रीनिवास सर से आग्रह करूंगी कि वे माननीय मंत्री श्री सकलेचा को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। श्रीनिवास सर माननीय अध्यक्ष शैतान सिंह पाल जी को स्मृति चिन्ह दें। श्रीनिवास सर CS सर को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। थैंक यू सर्स। अंत में मैं श्री NBS राजपूत संयुक्त सचिव DARPG भारत सरकार को धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए आग्रह करूंगी।
All the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it's my privilege to propose vote of thanks at the inaugural session of the two-day regional conference on good governance practices. On behalf of DRPG, I express my profound gratitude to Honorable Central Minister of State, Minister of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, for gracing us with his presence and giving his valuable insights. I would like to thank Sri Om Prakash Saklecha ji, Honorable Minister, Government of MP, for being with us and giving the valuable insights. I would like to thank Sri Shaitan Singh Pal ji, Chairman MP, SEDC, Government of MP, for being with us. I would like to express my sense of gratitude to Sri Iqbal Singh Baisi ji, Chief Secretary, Government of MP, for his support, guidance in organizing this event in Bhopal. I would like to express my sense of gratitude to Sri V. Srinivas ji, Secretary DRPG, for his continuous support, guidance in all our initiative and endeavor. Sir has taken a lot of pain in organizing this conference here in a short duration. I would like to thank Sri Vinod Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of MP, Sri Amarnath ji, our Additional Secretary, Principal Secretary Nikunj Srivastava ji, and entire team for helping us organizing this event here. On behalf of DRPG, I thank all my team of DRPG, NIC, print media and electronic media for supporting this event. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर। अभी मैं सभी अतिथियों एवं डेलीगेट्स से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि फोटोग्राफ के लिए कृपया फ्रंट गेट पर एकत्रित हों। ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए फ्रंट गेट की स्टेयर्स सीढ़ियों पर एकत्रित होंगे अभी। थैंक यू।
can start our session. We are having our session chair, Sri Srinath Chakravarti, Senior VP, NISG. Virtually, we will be connected with Srimati Varnali Deka, DM Assam, Sri Murli K. Momireddy with us. I want to introduce our session chair, Srinath Chakravarti ji. Mr. Srinath Chakravarti ji is a Senior Vice President of Capacity Building and Knowledge Management and Human Resource at National Institute for Smart Government. He has over 30 years of experience consulting in public sector in a variety of domains including social services, labor, health, education, transportation, finance and tax revenue. He has provided leadership in using IT as an enabler to transform government agencies and in governance process for strategic projects. These engagements have been for government organizations across the globe, including the US and in India. We have in our dais our speaker, Sri Murli Krishna Momireddy has done BE in Computer Science and Engineering from Bangalore University. He began his career as a software developer and later on worked as technology architect at 3Com and Sun Microsystem in USA. Welcome, sir. So I'm handing over to sir, our session chair, Sri Srinath Chakravarti ji. Welcome on dais, sir.
Ma'am, a quick question for you. I know we're running behind schedule a little bit. Do we still have the allotted 45 minutes? Or? So very good afternoon to all of you. I know some of you are still having tea and maybe trickling in. I think that was, in my view, a very invigorating inaugural session with some excellent speeches and motivational words given by honorable ministers, both from the center as well as from Madhya Pradesh and other officials. And put into context a lot of things, and hopefully that has provided a lot of motivation for all the efforts that many of you are involved with. This current session is on digital initiatives for ease of doing business. So after spending the first 3 sessions this morning largely focused on the citizen-government interaction and looking at the ways of service delivery to citizens and the various interfaces that go along with that, here we are shifting focus a little bit and talking about the ease of doing business, what that means, and what are some of the challenges in this effort here. For this session, we have 2 speakers in addition to myself as session chair. The first is Ms. Varnali Deka, DM, Kokrajhar district of Assam. She unfortunately could not be with us personally here today, but she's joining us on VC. And she will be making a presentation on how ease of doing business is being implemented in Assam, and also with specific reference to Kokrajhar district. We also have with us my colleague, Mr. Murli Bomireddy, who is also with NISG, and he will be talking a little bit about one of the early initiatives in ease of doing business, namely eBiz, sharing some of the experiences and lessons learned from that, and some thoughts about some of the things that could be done going forward. But to begin things off, I have a short presentation that I will do, and this is more to set the context of what ease of doing business is. And by the way, as was in the introduction, my name is Srinath Chakravarti, and I'm for these conferences that they are putting up, which is, I think, an extremely important tool of disseminating information and best practices across the country and generating the kind of dialogue that is needed to really think of innovative ways in terms of going forward. And I think there's no real substitute other than to meet like this and to exchange ideas. And DRPG has been doing an excellent job of this, both at national level and regional conferences. But in addition to that, they are also doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work. You heard in, I think, the first session this morning on NESDA and many other initiatives. So really the work that DRPG is doing is really very commendable, and I thank them for it. And partnering with Government of Madhya Pradesh, which is a wonderful host here to host this regional conference. Madhya Pradesh has always been a front runner in e-governance. I remember when I was here 9-10 years ago, they were doing some pioneering things in the PDS, computerization of PDS, and so many other efforts since then. And so it's a very natural partnership, and so I also thank Government of Madhya Pradesh for being a host here and for providing us with some of the best practices that we have heard from some of the speakers this morning. So what is ease of doing business? Let us first try to understand the definition of it and take a look at the parameters that define this ease of doing business. So in that context, ease of doing business is really an index that's published. I think the slides are not on the screen. Welcome, Varnali ma'am. I think I just saw you on the picture there, so I'm glad you have joined us. Okay. Ease of doing business is really an index that's published by the World Bank. It's an aggregate figure that includes different parameters which define the ease of doing business. India has been, in prior years, somewhat of a laggard in this, with a ranking of 142 in 2014. But from then, India has grown in leaps and bounds, and we are now ranked 63rd as of last year. So a lot of good things have happened here. And so we'll take a look at what these parameters are, what some of the things that India is doing, and what further needs to be done to improve this ranking. So how does World Bank actually calculate this? This all started around 2002. They, based on a lot of their research and surveys, the World Bank came up with an annual assessment of 190 economies based on 10 parameters which span the business life cycle. Now, one thing I'd like to point out here, that these parameters are largely based on regulatory frameworks, right? They're looking at how easy it is to start a business, how easy it is to run a business, what are the regulatory frameworks in place, how easily can you get licenses, so on and so forth. What this does not take into account are some of the macro factors, things like inflation, crime, access to quality markets, quality of infrastructure, so on and so forth. So that is something to be kept in mind, just in terms of putting into context the way they are defining these parameters. So let's take a look at what they're really saying. And before we get there, I'd like to also introduce the Business Reforms Action Plan. This is a plan that in the India context has been developed by DPIIT. That is the Ministry of Commerce body, Department, I'll just give you the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, which is the Ministry of Commerce body. And they have designed a set of reforms. There's about 405 recommendations for reforms on regulatory processes, policies, practices, and procedures that span across 12 reform areas. And it is against these that DPIIT is calculating the index and the rankings in terms of all of the Indian states and UTs. And this then forms the basis for the overall India ranking that goes into the World Bank Index. Of these states, you can see some of the reports from the 2021-22 are showing that 7 states are categorized as top achievers, and you can see who those are. I think Andhra Pradesh has been recognized as being number 1 in the EODB ranking in the last couple of years. And Odisha and the home state here, Madhya Pradesh, are also ranked pretty high in these rankings. Let's take a look now at what these parameters are. Now, there are about 10 parameters here, starting with, of course, starting a business. How easy is this to start a business? Dealing with construction permits, getting electricity, registering property, etc., etc. So there's about 10 parameters on which they are calculating this. Let's take a little in-depth look at each of these parameters. We won't spend a lot of time in the interest of time, but it'll just give a flavor for what these are actually measuring. So if you look at starting a business, essentially we're talking about the procedures, the cost, capital, availability of capital, etc. How easy is it to get all of these things? How much time does it take? In New Zealand, for example, one of the world leaders in starting a business, you can apply and get your business permit by that afternoon itself, the same day. It's that quick, it's that fast. All of the approvals, all of the regulatory approvals are all available within a day, assuming it's a relatively straightforward thing. Now, if you need environmental clearances and you're going into some sensitive areas, etc., that will take more time. But most of the time, small and medium businesses, you can get your approval the same day to start a business, which is why New Zealand is ranked number 1 in the World Bank rankings. So this parameter really measures this. Now, within India, some initiatives, and I think 1 or 2 are highlighted here. There's this initiative called SPICE, which is 3 central government ministries. That's Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Labor, and the Department of Revenue and Ministry of Finance have come together. And SPICE stands for a simplified pro forma for incorporating company electronically. So this involves merging of PAN, TAN, and DIN for company incorporations. And there's 11 services which are being offered by these central government organizations. They have an integrated web page that reduces paperwork for registering and reserving the name of companies, and also removes the obligation of inspection prior to registration in Common Corporate Seal. This is an example of one of the things that has probably helped India improve its rankings in starting a business. This is just to give you a flavor for that. Dealing with construction permits. Again, fast-track approval system for the issuance of building permits has been introduced, and there's a reduction in the cost of permits and from 23.2% to 5.4%. To give you an example, until last year, it took 164 days and 213 days in Mumbai and Delhi, respectively, to get a construction permit. Now it takes only 60 days, following 8 online procedures that have been introduced in these 2 of our biggest cities. So this is another example of progress we are making. These are the initiatives that are helping improve India's overall ranking. Enforcing contracts is another parameter. Enforcing contracts is really, it is essential because it is measuring the time and cost to resolve a standard commercial dispute. You want it resolved quickly. You do not want this going on endlessly in disputes without the possibility of an early resolution. This is a deterrent in terms of starting. When investors are looking to start a business, they want this to be fast. And India has improved in its score of enforcing contracts from 186 to 163. Some improvement, but there's still a long way to go in this. Trading across borders. Here, a couple of initiatives, digital initiatives highlighted here. The Indian Customs Single Window Project. This allows importers and exporters to lodge their clearance documents, a single point of entry, and reduce interface with government agencies. And so that has had a huge impact. PCS1 refers to a port communication system, which is improving the ease of doing business, the logistics, and the maritime trade. And the third example that I mentioned here is the e-Sanchit system. This is from CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, for e-storage and computerized handling of indirect tax documents, primarily to bring in paperless processing and uploading of supporting documents, etc. So these are some initiatives in trading across borders. A fourth parameter is getting electricity, which goes without saying. To incorporate a business, you want electricity quickly. And the World Bank actually measures this on a couple of parameters. They are looking at the number of procedures and the time to obtain a commercial electricity connection. Cost for obtaining a connection up to 140 kV is how they measure this parameter, and the reliability of power supply. These are the parameters on which the World Bank is ranking getting electricity. And here, we've made progress. It takes 53 days and 4 procedures on average for a business to get an electricity connection in India, and the number of documents has also been significantly reduced. So this is also quite a bit of progress is being made here. Getting credit is very important. And in this, the introduction since 2017 of this KARSAI, which is a central registry of securitization, asset reconstruction, and security interest. This is a geographically unified electronic registry. And what it does is it allows you to search through a debtor's name. It allows for easy accessibility, transparency, and efficiency in the whole process of obtaining credit. Credit is very important, especially for small and medium businesses. And having this central registry has made a huge difference. And that is always something that businesses are looking for in terms of their viability. Protecting minority investors is of course another thing where other countries have paid a lot of attention to it, but finally India is also paying attention to this. Strengthening minority investor protections, and SEBI is also taking steps in this regard to safeguard minority investors. Registering property, which is very important. Again, the online services that have been introduced in this area have reduced the time taken for this. Right now, there's only 13 states that allow online mode of payment for property registration. 9 states are still using paper stamps. This is according to a report by the National Council of Applied Economic Research. So there's still some progress to be done here. Property tax records have been digitized in many places, and property is being mutated automatically after registration. Data collected in 2021 on 2 aspects of land records, the extent of digitization and the quality of these records, which is very important, which builds the confidence of the investor. In fact, our home state here, Madhya Pradesh, has emerged as a top performer in both these aspects based on this 2021 data. So Madhya Pradesh is doing very well, followed by some other states that have taken the lead in these 2 areas of digitization and quality of records. West Bengal, Odisha, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu have also done well. Resolving insolvency is another parameter. Here, it is important to make sure that any corporate insolvency process happens quickly. Again, this cannot drag on endlessly. In this, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code of 2016, which was the first comprehensive legislation on insolvency, has made a huge difference, and that has resulted in, under the CIRP process, takes 90 days minimum, but earlier it used to be much, much higher. So this has helped, and something like 23,000 applications for initiation of bankruptcy resolution with underlying default of 7.3 lakh crores have been resolved even before their admission, thanks to this legislation and the steps that have been taken. Paying taxes, obviously, as the name implies, for investors, for businesses, it has to be tax friendly, and there have been a lot of steps in this area. I think our Indian tax systems are getting increasingly sophisticated. Digital technology is playing a huge role. And an example given here is also of ESIC that has developed an online module for electronics return filing.
And so these are essentially the measures, and I've just, there's not enough time to go into it in a lot of detail, but this gives you a flavor for the kinds of parameters, for the parameters that are used in building this ease of doing business index. Now, the way to look at this, in my opinion, is what is our objective here? Yes, of course, to have a better ranking is important, but I think it's not so much that we need to be worried about the ranking. It's the underlying SLAs that exist in all of these things. All of these parameters have been carefully designed to attract business, to increase confidence in business. If you take care of these parameters, the ranking will take care of itself. And I think that's what we really need to focus on, not so much on the ranking itself. That will go up anyway, but I think the specific intent and spirit of each of these parameters needs to be understood, and each state individually and the country as a whole must take more steps to make it easier to do business here. To give you an example, I lived in the US for more than 25 years. A lot of it was in California. And in California, you would think that it is the hub of technology and innovation. All of the big names are all there. Google, Apple, Microsoft, everything is there. Most of them run by Indian origin CEOs these days. Now, being the hub of innovation, you would think that California's ranking among the US 50 states would be very high. It's not. It's not even in the top 5. It's not even in the top 10. It's not even in the top 20. It's below the midpoint. It's ranked number 29 of the 50 states. So simply having, the companies there and the innovation and perhaps even a skilled workforce by itself is not sufficient. Why are so many other businesses moving out of the state of California? So I'll touch upon that more in my concluding remarks. I would like to get to the two presentations. But I hope this has given a little framework for what ease of doing business means, what are the parameters on which the scoring is done by the World Bank, and how DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce here, has taken those parameters and put it into the Indian context with 405 different reforms, and how different Indian states are now working to institute those reforms to make things better in each of those parameters, so that the states themselves can improve their rankings, which ultimately the country as a whole can improve its ranking. So with that, I'll actually stop here, and I think we can take questions at the end, but I would now like to turn it over to Madam Varnali Deka, who's the DM of Kokrajhar district in Assam, and she will talk a little bit about ease of doing business in Assam. They have a portal, they've done a lot of good work, and ma'am was earlier in Goalpara district where she had pioneered Goalmart, another initiative which made life better for businesses and citizens. And now she's in Kokrajhar district, continuing a lot of the good work she did earlier. And she will talk about it not just from her district, but from the state of Assam as a whole. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good afternoon to all. Is the audibility fine?
Yes, it's fine, ma'am.
Okay, sir. So I think I'll just, would you run the PPT from there, or should I run it from this side?
Either way, ma'am, whatever you prefer. I think the PPT is also loaded here.
Yes.
Would you prefer us to run it from here, or would it be easier for you to control it from there?
Either way is fine. Let me try to do a share screen, and let's see if that works. Is it visible? Is the screen? Is the PPT visible now? I've shared it here. I don't know if it's visible.
Not yet, ma'am. We're not able to see.
Okay, so in that case, I would request to run it from that side because I have a number of windows open, so that could be a reason. I'm actually in the middle of a lot of things. So I would request if it could be done on that side.
Yeah, we're just loading it from here, ma'am. Just give us a second.
Okay.
Can you display this slide? Ma'am, are you able to see the cover slide?
No, it's very bright.
Is it better now, ma'am?
Not really. Just give me a moment. I've switched. I've just. No, this is better. This is better. Yeah. Thank you.
We are on the cover slide. You can just guide us and we'll move down the slides as you talk.
Right. Sure. Thank you so much. And once again, a very good afternoon to all present here. The session is, of course, on ease of doing business, and I was just listening to the work that you've done and the kind of insights that was just given by our moderator. And the perspective that I would present is something very different. It is, in terms of what has been done in the district to ensure that the EODB, whatever is being envisaged under EODB, can we, have some mechanism for the citizens to ensure that it is done. So this is in a broader canvas of a number of other initiatives. And in general, I'll be talking about the work done in Assam for a bit, and then particularly on this app that we've developed in Kokrajhar. In the broader context, this is a supervision and monitoring app, but with a specific focus on ensuring that EODB provisions and EODB, whatever has been envisaged, is actually reaching out to the people. Next slide, please. So I think I don't really have to talk too much about this. This was just to build up a context, and which I think has already been said by our moderator, sir. So we'll go to the next slide, the 10 parameters set by World Bank to address ease of doing business. I'm not going to talk about all of this because I think this is, already just been brought into context. So we'll go straight to the next slide. So EODB in Assam, we have been doing a lot of work under ease of doing business, and I have been associated with this in various roles. Currently, I am Deputy Commissioner of Kokrajhar District of Assam, and prior to this, I was also Commissioner, Drug Administration, Commissioner, Food Safety. So in a number of different roles, I have actually seen the EODB work that has been going on in Assam. Maybe in the past 5 to 6 years, we have a platform in place for providing the best support towards prospective and existing business community, employing technology and innovation, encouraging economies to compete, and the key focus of the government has been in terms of help in setting up various kinds of industries, in getting clearances, in ensuring registration, and so on. So this is a perspective of the kind of work Assam has been doing, and this has always been a key focal area of the government and of the various departments, and also for us in the administration. So the perspective that I am bringing here is somewhat from the grassroots, that when we talk of EODB, up there, how has it been percolating right down to, say, a small SHG or a small business startup, and what are the and how do we make it better for them? How do we ensure that we have provisions in place for these people to reach out and for awareness on these provisions? Because if you go to the next slide, I'll talk a bit about the district that I'm currently working in, serving in. So I am in Kokrajhar district of Assam. This is, generally a very isolated kind of a district. We are at the foothills of Bhutan. We share a long border with Bhutan. There are formidable issues of access and reach because of the terrain and topography. About 50% of the district is forested. We have small hamlets across forests that some of them do not even still have basic access facilities. It has been a declared disturbed area, and I think a number of us would be aware of Kokrajhar in terms of the deep-seated history of insurgency and violence. And the district is also critical because it is the entry point into Assam and India's northeast from the Chiken's Neck or the Siliguri corridor. So the entry point comes through Kokrajhar. So initially when I joined the district, I found that in the broader perspective of access to EODB or access to services or any kind of access to government facilities, there was a very tedious grievance reporting regime. There was no tracking mechanism, there was no review mechanism, there was a heavy cost involved. The service delivery was lackadaisical, especially in far-flung areas. And if you look at the kind of geography of the district, we have a number of areas which take a travel time of about a good 3 to 4 hours from the district headquarters. And for all of these people to, bring any kind of a lacunae, any kind of a non-accessibility of a service, they had to travel about 3-4 hours to the headquarters. Again, the last bus which left from the headquarters to these hamlets would leave at 2 p.m. So if the person could not finish the work that day, say the officer was on tour, or, a lot of times the person was not even able to find out which is the concerned desk, which is the concerned office, which is the concerned department that he has to go to. So the last bus would leave at 2 p.m. So if he could not finish his work by 2 p.m., he again had to stay at the headquarters, which again meant having to shell out money in terms of, staying at a hotel, having to shell out money for food, having to shell out, in addition to the transportation charges, which could be anything from 50 rupees to 500 rupees, loss of wages of those few days. There was also, an asymmetry in terms of bringing these grievances to us, because the government has now, we are talking of saturation approach, we are talking of bringing everything to the doorstep. We are talking of Jan Andolan, Jan Bhagidari, but for people like these, we really needed some mechanism which would enable us to allow them to access. Most of them did not, they had forgotten about government, accessing the government, because it was so difficult for them to get any kind of permissions, any kind of licenses and so on. Next slide, please. So it was in this backdrop, that we thought of something very simple, an app, which is the Infrastructure Snapshot app. And this app, Honorable Prime Minister talks about M-Government, which is how we thought that why not go for an app and not just the website. And the mobile proliferation of the district is much higher than the laptop proliferation, even though it is still very low. It is only about 60%. So we developed this app. This is a 24/7 app for grievance reporting, for supervision, for monitoring. It enables us also to supervise the functioning of the various departments. In general, any person, any government officer who is on tour can just click a photo. If a particular aspect of the government machinery is not functioning properly, he just has to click a photo and submit his complaint, and this gets automatically geotagged. And the use of the photograph is to ensure there are no spurious complaints. Over a few months, the last year and a half, this has also emerged as an alert mechanism for us. Alert in terms of any kind of disaster management, alert in terms of being a cross-platform, and ultimately it was envisaged in terms of bringing citizen-centric service delivery, and over time with our efforts, even though the district is still very backward, the proliferation of IT is very low, we are trying to ensure that through this app, every person with a mobile phone is able to access all the government services. Also, through the awareness building activities of the app, we not only teach about the app, but we also teach about the various government services available. And we are also trying this model where we have the self-help groups working on ODOC, one district, one product. We are trying to bring up our farmers and our SHGs into businesses. So we are also making them aware while teaching them on use of the app on how to, in terms of access to the EODB portal, access to EODB provisions. So here on the right side, we have this gives an idea of the app download distribution, and this is broadly how the population distribution is. On the northern side, along the Bhutan borders, these are mainly forested areas, and as you can see, about 50% of the district is forested. Next slide, please. These are some specific ways that we have been pushing forward the infrastructure snapshot app for facilitating EODB. We are helping with dealing of permits, and in perhaps the next slide, I'll also be talking about how we are using our network of grassroots functionaries to facilitate EODB through the infrastructure snapshot app. So in terms of dealing with permits, there are also many places in the district where which are still not electrified, even though under Saubhagya we have been able to increase the access to electricity, but still we have certain areas in terms of registration of property, in terms of assessing infrastructural deficit, and also even in terms of lodging any complaints on bribery or corruption. And we also have a number of cases where when a person has raised an issue on the app, we could help him through the lead area manager or through the concerned bank in getting bank credit. Next slide, please. This is, in terms of how are we reaching out to people through the IS app, and trying to bring in EODB provisions to these very, very remote areas and to some of the most disadvantaged groups of the district. One thing I would like to add here is that the district has one of the most heterogeneous populations. A majority of the district, the population is, either tribal or minorities, and a very heterogeneous group in terms of religion, language, culture, way of life, which makes a one-size-fits-all approach impossible. So through this app, we are trying to reach out to the various demographies, the various sectors, because having only one, each particular tribe or each particular group, the policy to reach them, how to reach these groups widely differs. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach for a district like ours. So through this app, we are trying to make the entire process inclusive. Monitoring is inbuilt. We are getting the direct engagement of the citizens. It is definitely more responsive now. From we have done a study in terms of quantitative. So the earlier grievance redressal time for all the grievances used to be about 60 days. From that, we have been able to bring it down to about 2 to 3 days and 24 hours in case of some very essential kind of complaints. So, and this has also led to building of trust. Next slide. What I wanted to, flag is that we only have a coverage of the mobile coverage of the district is very poor. So the idea was to ensure maximum reach through IT, through ICT, to the government services, to the EODB provisions. And for this, one unique thing we did was we tapped into our network of grassroots functionaries. BLO stands for booth level officers. So these are basically officers who look after the election mechanism, and each officer covers a household, a household size of maybe about 200 households. So for each of these 200 households, these were tagged to the concerned BLO, and any person who was not digitally literate or who did not have a mobile phone or who did not have the basic knowledge of use of apps or any kind of IT, we had tasked these BLOs with the task of lodging the grievance and also of creating digital literacy. So it had become a model of about 1:1000, because approximately we always assume about 5 members in the household. So each BLO covered about 200 households. Also, we saw that in case of women, a lot of them did not want access, or they were very reticent to have access to the mails, and a lot of these booth level officers were males. So we started using the entire network of National Rural Livelihood Mission SHGs, and we first trained up the main the Jivika Sakhis, the bank Sakhis, and so on, and then there was a gradual dominoes effect, and today a number of these women are confidently running businesses, and they are also reporting their problems and grievances on the app. 100% follow-up on the grievances and the feedback. We started doing tutorials and pamphlets in all the local languages, video ads for the younger demography, beneficiaries as brand ambassadors. So with all of this, we have been able to create a buzz across the district and create a sense of, at least today, they do not any longer, have this thing in their minds ki, IT is something very remote. If they cannot do it themselves, at least they can approach a government functionary or a field functionary who will help them access government services through IT. Next slide, please. So if you, if you could tell me how much more time I have, because I can go on and on all of this. So I'll try to accordingly wind up in that much time.
Maybe a couple of minutes, ma'am.
Okay. So yeah, this is some of the outcomes and impact analysis sectorally, or all of this I can take it offline also if somebody would like to know more about this. Just a bit on the impact: 100% reduction in the cost of all kinds of grievance redressals, 95% reduction in redressal time, a 5-fold increase in the number of complaints registered, because earlier people had given up on registering complaints. So now it has been a 5-fold increase. Earlier, if we had 20 complaints in the week, today we have at least 100 complaints. Also a reduction in footfall in the government offices. Next slide, please. So again, a number of this I have already covered. These are some user testimonials, which, we can share the PPT and people can go through it. Next, please. So these are just some of the real live examples on how this app has been able to reach out to people. Next slide, please. And the ideas ecosystem, I would like to end with this slide on the ideas ecosystem. Basically, when the one beautiful part of this app, which we had not really thought about when we envisaged this app, was that as we started getting more and more complaints and grievances on the app, it also allowed us to have, when we would all start brainstorming that within the resource constraints, within the overall ecosystem, how do we solve the problems? And this used to lead us to a number of very nice ideas and initiatives, which we would then implement as a pilot first and then replicate across various parts of the district. So some of these were Zothon. One is ODOP, because we started getting complaints on a number of cases of malnutrition. So from that came the idea of developing our one district, one product, that is mushroom. Mushroom is supposed to be a superfood. So today we are in the process of training about 250 women. We are training them on mushroom production, and then we are also in the process of getting them registered as small businesses for selling these mushroom products. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the road ahead. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very informative, and I think it shows how you've really leveraged a mobile app to not just be a grievance redressal mechanism or not look at it in a single facet, but able to plug in multiple aspects of how to leverage the functionality or the utility of the app. Doing infrastructure management through that, disaster management and disaster preparation, self-help groups for women. It may be one app, but it's doing a variety of functions, and the ability for all that to come together and then link it to ease of doing business, I think is very commendable. And I think the ideation that you have shown in terms of going forward is also very important, and we look forward to seeing how all that plays out. And lastly, if I can request you, ma'am, to just stay online for a few minutes at this one more presentation, and then there might be a chance to have a question or two from the audience. Thanks.
Sure. I'm there. Thank you.
Okay, and our third and final presentation here is from Mr. Murali Bommireddy, who's also with NISG, and he had worked extensively on the eBiz project, which is also the Ministry of Commerce, many years back. And he will share some lessons from that and some ideas for the future in terms of the single window clearance and how it enabled the ease of doing business. Yeah, Murali, how are we doing on time?
Okay.
No response is a good response. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just take this example of eBiz. This is probably one of the first initiative on the ease of doing business from the Indian government side. It's probably about 10 years back, the first time when really sensitization started happening on the ease of doing business. This project was started by the Ministry of Commerce. At that time, the department was called the DIPP. It is called the Department of Industry Policy and Promotion. So NISG was fortunate to do this project. However, let me say the project did go through. I will tell you the problems that really happened and the problems that we had, and we have a lot of learnings. The reason that after a decade we're coming back and revisiting this, want to revisit this, is because that's still very transformational. For that, probably for 2010, eBiz was a very transformational project. Probably even today, it's still very transformational in terms of the kind of services it gives. And it needs a lot of coordination between states, central governments, local self-governments, and all of them. So very quickly, Mohan, I'll tell you what the eBiz is in a couple of minutes.
5 to 7 minutes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So just move on. So eBiz basically was a one-stop shop for convenient and efficient online services. So the idea of having that eBiz was why this was when new businesses are being set up, they will have to run around many places at the central government level, at the state government level, and at the district level. So in order to curtail all that, the one-stop shop to solve all those this thing. And you could see the vision statement there. That is actually to give an efficient, convenient, transparent, and integrated electronic services. And how? In the area of information on forms and procedures, licenses, permits, and all of this to be got through that single portal, B2B, G2B portal. So just moving on, let me get into this thing. So this is probably the first project in India where we started thinking about moving away from department-centric approach to a business-centric approach. You could see the one on your left that says, business entities talking to individual departments, trying to approach each one of them to get the services. Now, this is the first attempt that was made for a complete transformation to a business-centric approach. Now, here it was envisaged that the business would approach one single portal called eBiz, and that would talk to the departments at the back end. So how does that happen? I'll just tell that in a few minutes going down. So that's supposed to be a single one-stop shop that talks to the various departments. When I say departments, it means talking to the central government ministries, departments, state government ministries, as also the local self-governments at your district level. It talks to all of them and then tries to get the service done for you. So these are the key features. I'll just run through the keywords there because of the paucity of time. The convenient access is one of the motives there. The service-oriented approach is supposed to be giving services to the businesses. As Mr. Ponuraj sir said that in the morning, it is supposed to be citizen-only, and this is a business-only services kind of a thing. So it is supposed to be service-oriented to G2B services. A single window thing was one of the other thing. The platform, eWiz was developed as a platform, not as a software to do. That means that you could develop more and more services on top of that. It could grow organically and inorganically based on the services that it comes in. And then finally, you could also have a lot of value-added service providers who could come in. So eBiz is not a platform developed by the government and to be used by the businesses. No, you could have commercial establishments, value-added service providers, and others who could come onto the portal and also provide services. So, okay, the objectives, I'll skip this because let's spend time on the challenges rather than on those features. I think you are this thing. So, one of the first things that we did in the consulting phase, so NIST was the consultant and it was implemented by Infosys. I'll take these challenges in two-phased approach, one in the consulting phase and other in the implementation phases. One of the things is we didn't get a chance to relook at the archaic laws. So when eBiz was started, you had, say for example, I'll take an example of opening a restaurant. Say a businessman wants to start a restaurant in his city. It takes about 30 licenses per premises to actually get them. Across the state government, the central, or even the electricity line charging to local services that are required. So all of them were envisaged to be going through the eBiz. So each one of them had their own form. Now, if you were to fill up all those forms, 30 forms filling up is a big thing and it's really tiring. So the key thing from this thing was a composite application form. And to tell you, even today across the country, we do not have this. We don't know why. I'll tell you the reason. But, see, for example, if you need all these 29 services, you'll have to fill up 29 forms. Why? Fill up one single form and the system, your software system should be able to take that, take out the data, fill up, the software should be able to fill up those forms at the back end and then submit it to individual departments. The software submits it on your behalf, on the businessman's behalf, and then gets those services done and then give you back the services in an integrated way, give you the complete permission needed for a hotel, for a hotel clearance. We didn't have the chance to relook at the archaic laws at that time. The forms were still not simplified and all that. So all those obsolescence tax were not removed, but that was not there done. Then reforms, simplifications of rules, procedures and all that, compliances, some of them could have been removed. We could have probably had a chance to do that. Process reengineering, since it was spread across all of India, and we took 5 states as a pilot, including MP as one of them. So 5 states of India, but 5 states multiplied by 50 departments multiplied and so many districts there. The enormity of actually doing the process reengineering was really huge. So it was actually shifted to the system integrator. Unfortunately, the system integrator was a clear IT man. So Infosys, the organization that did this implementation, had no clue on the consulting side, on the reengineering, government process reengineering side. So that was another opportunity missed out. The other thing, on the business model, this project had taken the PPP model, basically the public-private partnership model. The estimates that were made is that, by 10 years, we would have millions of transactions happening on the eBiz portal, and, that would. So the uptake was slow, and hence, the viability of the project went away. So that's why I think the learning for the future is when we do such kind of transformation projects is to look at really whether the viability does exist or should do a government funding directly. And the biggest problem that we had was to get together the state governments, the local self-governments, and also the central ministries, all of them together. For example, not to name them by names, two central ministries were themselves not talking to each other when we were trying to do the project, in trying to get their services together and then give them as a single service to a citizen. So that was the thing. At the implementation phase, again, central and state governments were not ready to process the applications. Now, what happened is, when EBIS implementation started, it is not that you're going de novo. Many of the state governments already had their own websites. And there, when you started telling them to integrate with EBIS, everybody feared that their front end will go away. And people start using the EBIS. So that was the problem that was there at the time. And that's why there's little uptake there at the time. Then integration required. So changes had to be made on the state government sides, applications as well as on the EBIS side to be able to integrate with each other. So there were various types of integrations that were envisaged in that part as part of the project. This was not costed or budgeted because the complexity was not envisaged at that time when we actually did the project. So that budgeting and approvals of that took a long time, thereby, the time and cost overrun for the project did happen. Then the next, again, the interdepartmental coordination was tough, was not there. Data exchange problems are there. We didn't have the open API-based technology. Was also not so advanced at that time. So, we had open API-based problems. Issues were not available for use at the time. And then, of course, the utopian expectations that we have, that is the lack of experience and reforms and all that from the IT side. Finally, the program management nightmare, because you need to coordination between central government agencies, state government agencies, and local governments, and all of these, talk to them, and then different type of services. Each state you have seen in the morning sessions, you had 300, 400 services to talk to them to be able to, at least business services would be probably about 100 of them. Even that is a humongous amount to deal with. Okay, I'm just moving on to the last couple of slides.
Couple of minutes, only, just 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's all. So the ideas for the future, the learnings from that project and the struggle that we went to nearly for a decade to get that up and running, the project went live, but then the uptake, it was too late, and then it was thought that, we should do something new. But still, I think it's right time now to think of in this direction and then go ahead, because we still don't have those kind of transformational services on board yet. So one thing is an inclusive governance structure. When you have projects where services are going to be interdepartmental in a single state itself. Say, for example, if you have one state and 2-3 departments need to talk to each other, it's a very big thing to do, happen even now. But you're talking about interactions between different states and central, and then the district level, this thing. So that needs a huge amount of coordination and all that. For that, you need extremely strong governance mechanisms. You need officers of those states to be involved. So everybody has to be very inclusive in nature. That's the first takeaway. Second thing is extremely strong program management structure that does not need to be underestimated at all. So, the third one is the conservative approach to transaction volumes and all that. In these kind of projects, to expect volumes to pick up at a high pace is not something that will happen. It needs a lot of advertising from the government side. Also, so the uptake is going to be slower. But once you have that, the fourth one, the value-added service providers will kick in, and then the government can start monetizing this platform itself.
You can wrap up, Murali.
Yeah, so last one. So on the legal side, I think it's time to have those drive all those massive reforms in simplifying the process, forms and acts, all of that. That's the first thing that we need to look at. And then dispense with the forms. See, things like, why have applications when you can give services? So somebody was talking about the DBT schemes before. If you can directly identify your citizens and give your schemes, then why do you need applications from them? You do it directly. So that is some of the kinds of reforms that we need to have. In technology side, yes, now you have very advanced technologies in place. Now we are in a position to drive these programs of this kind of transformation and leveraging open API-based platforms. And the India Stack, using of the India Stack will probably help us scale faster and provide services. Also, not to leave out the LCNC that we heard in the morning, the low-code, no-code platforms which are very, very dynamic in nature and will help us very quickly onboard services for the businesses. Next is the role of AI/ML. You all know that, so that can be much leveraged. The last one is drive international marketing. Obviously, you're expecting the international markets to come in and then have businesses come here. So it's important to do marketing there using these technology-based services and driving them. And then the last one, the need for composite application forms. The one that I said before, please don't expect people to fill up so many forms. Integrate, have a single form, split that form at the back end, and then the system should be able to talk to various departments, various local governments, get those services done, and then take those services on board, and then deliver that as a single service to a businessman. That's real transformation that we could get. I'm sure when we do this, by this time, we could probably jump into the top 10 in the ease of doing business. Thank you.
Thank you, Murli. Let me just wrap up here. I want to thank all of our speakers, and I hope you had a good exposure to basically what ease of doing business is, what are the parameters, how do we get a ranking, what is India doing, and two good case studies. One, what Assam is doing, which I would strongly recommend that all states look at. I think it's a very innovative way of using a mobile app to bring in different discrete types of services that perhaps we have not thought of in the past. We tend to be more silo-based. Even when we looked at Mobile One in Karnataka, it's all citizen service delivery, whereas this combines citizen service delivery with grievance, with disaster management, all different kinds of things. So I think that's quite innovative, and other states would do well to look at the Assam example. And finally, the lessons learned from eBiz. I'll end with what I promised you. I'll tell you earlier why California was ranked so low. It's because the parameters that we are using, the parameters World Bank, is all regulatory in nature. The index that is used within the US goes beyond regulation. It is also looking at parameters such as cost of living, pollution. It's looking at cost of doing business. And in those parameters, California ranks very low. It has one of the highest cost of living. People are moving out of the state because of the cost of living. People are moving out because of high pollution levels. And here is a lesson to learn for us in India. Today, we are focusing strictly on the regulatory parameters. How soon can I get my license? How soon can I get this? How soon can I get this approval? How soon can I register my property? We need to improve in all those factors. But ultimately, we also have to factor in other parameters that will ultimately lead to a more holistic index. Because if you're going to have a workforce that doesn't want to live there, then why would a business want to invest there? And I think our cities are getting very congested, very polluted, and so people want to move away to smaller places, tier 2 cities, et cetera, et cetera. So how do we balance this, where we build all the infrastructure in the cities, and that leads to other kind of problems? So I think that's something, I leave it as a food for thought to think about, because ultimately that kind of a ease of doing business index is coming, and we have to gear up towards that. I thank you very much, and I don't know if you have time for questions. I think we're really out of time.
I'm Prerna. So this is Prerna Deshpradar. I am from Maharashtra. I'm presently Joint Commissioner Investigation of Tax Department. So basically my question, I just wanted to give some feedback. This ease of doing business, when GSTN came in India, in India and in all the states. So we complied with this ease of doing business. Just give them registration. The one who is applying, just give them registration within 3 days, because it is ease of doing business norm. So now what happened after this? There is flood of non-genuine taxpayers, and there is flood of ITC frauds going on. And everybody in this regulatory framework, they blame it on ease of doing business. So we went back to a 7-day regime. Now some of the states are following 100% physical verification. Earlier it was not there. So how to balance this ease of doing business with data validity and the kind of scenario we have in India? We also should ensure some data validation. Otherwise we are going back to 7-day regime. Now we are back to 7-day regime. And with in Maharashtra, we don't have physical verification, but there is increasing demand of do physical verification. Like Gujarat went back to 100% physical verification. It's a big setback for ease of doing business.
So,
how
ma'am,
to strike the balance?
A quick answer for that is analytics. You must use more data analytics and predictive analytics. So what this does is it gives you a graded way of looking at it. When you talk about fraud, it's not that something you know for sure is always fraud or something that is not fraud. There is always a possibility. And so using predictive analytics, if you develop a predictive model and it gives a score, something that's between 80 and 100 that is more likely to be, let us say, fraud, those you put aside and you can have physical verification. Something that's between 50 and 80.
So, but that we can't understand. Like
Right.
somebody came up with this just intention of taking some ITC benefits.
Right.
So that person won't be there. He just will do business in 7 days and will disappear.
Yeah. So when the person applies, if you've already built a predictive
And
model
even with this
based on
e-Sanchit-
past experience, then you apply that model to that person and that gives you an idea what is
that
the likelihood
same person
that he
won't
would...
come. Like it doesn't work like that.
No, ma'am, I'm talking about building a profile. You have certain attributes that contribute to higher fraud. So based on your past experience, if you build such a model, if this person fits some of those characteristics, it gives you an idea that this kind of a profile, this kind of a behavior could result in fraud. And that's usually a graded thing. It's not, so the ones that are most likely, you can push aside for physical verification. The ones that are not that likely, you can take a different strategy for that. So you can have a graded approach to that. I mean, we have to use more technology. AI and analytics are built just for this.
I
have to
guess
start
we also must give some importance to data validation.
Correct. So that.
And even this, you are referring to e-Sanchit and port integration, data of port integration. But even with shipping bills, we are still not integrated on real-time basis. So there is some issue in that.
I agree. Ma'am. So in the interest, I would love to talk more on this, but in the interest of time, I think we're already overshot here. So I thank you all for your patience. I hope it has been useful. You've learned some things, and thank you very much. And thank you, ma'am, Varnali, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So it was really wonderful session and very interactive too. Without taking much time, I'd like to invite Mr. Girish Sharma ji, Deputy Secretary GAD, to felicitate our session chair, Shri Srinath ji. Thank you, sir. Would like to request to felicitate Shri Murli K. Bhumi Reddy ji, Associate VP, NIST, and with words, we would like to felicitate Srimati Varnali ji, who has given wonderful presentation on Goldmart and other things. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists. Now moving toward the session 5, Digital Initiative of Madhya Pradesh, I would like to invite session chair Shri Vinod Kumar, ACS Government of Madhya Pradesh. Our speaker, Mr. Anshul Gupta, PD Swan, MP SEDC. Shri Sanjay Goyal ji, Principal Revenue Commissioner, Madhya Pradesh, and Shri M. Selvendram, Commissioner Agriculture, Madhya Pradesh. Now handing over the session to session chair, Shri Vinod Kumar ji. The whole panel is with us, our session chair, Shri Vinod Kumar ji, our speakers, Mr. Anshul Gupta ji, Mr. Sanjay Goyal ji, and Shri M. Selvendran ji. Handing over the session to session chair, Shri Vinod Kumar ji.
Hello. Welcome to the last session of today. Usually the last session is always very heavy, and I have been given a very tough task. But nevertheless, Madhya Pradesh has been pioneer in doing digital initiatives and providing its best to the citizens of Madhya Pradesh. Here are a few success stories. It is divided into 3 presentations. The first presentation is the digital initiative of Madhya Pradesh, an overview that will give you a overall picture, like what are the initiatives, digital initiatives that you have taken in Madhya Pradesh. As I have told earlier, there are more than roughly around 600 programs which have been, like services which have been done online, and in all there are more than 800 which has been covered under the Public Service Delivery Act. So without going much into detail, I'll invite Mr. Anshul Gupta to present the digital initiatives in Madhya Pradesh and overview.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have been given task to talk about e-governance and digital initiatives of Madhya Pradesh. So, a very first initiative, which is our marquee initiative and which has won us many accolades, is CM Helpline. And Madhya Pradesh was one of the pioneer states to start this grievance redressal. Key features are basically we have a completely outsourced third-party vendor from where people can make call on 181, and there is a facility of inbound as well as outbound call. What makes us distinguished from many other grievance redressal systems in other government institutions and states is that the closure of complaint happens only after the complainant is satisfied. So an outbound call goes to the complainant, and once he or she is satisfied with the resolution, then only complaint is closed. And if the respondent, the officer or the department wants to close the complaint, then they have to give reason, and which an authority above the responding officer approves it in a way of forced closure. As you can see, close to 2 crore complaints have been received, and more than 98% have been solved. Complaints are of various kinds, like general complaints, correction-related complaints, emergency services, and most of the complaints are about availing the government services. Recently, new thing which we have started is that we have done an WhatsApp integration. So people can send a message on WhatsApp to know the status of their complaint, and they can check about the government schemes also. And this bot has become very popular, and it is getting good number of hits. One very interesting thing which is done in Madhya Pradesh is Samadhan Online, where our Honorable Chief Minister does a VC every week, where 5 contemporary topics are selected. So basically the topics or the issues on which most complaints are being received, and officers join from all over Madhya Pradesh via VC, and even the complainant is asked to come to either Bhopal to the CM office, or he joins via VC to the district office. And then effort is made to find out why the complaint could not be resolved in the stipulated time. And many a times policy matters have been decided, and new policies and new schemes have come out because of Samadhan Online, when a certain pattern of the problem was observed. And now we have also integrated various other call centers. So the effort is to make it a single step helpline, and various other government schemes like Pradhan Mantri Awas, pension, disaster management, and skill have been integrated with the CM helpline. CM Jan Seva is a very ambitious and a program which has once again got good praise and has helped delivering government services at the doorstep of citizen, under which after a call in a single day at payment of certain fee, the service is delivered at the doorstep of citizen. And as we can see, a great number of citizens have benefited from these services. And these are mostly services, which are in the nature of giving certificate, or giving a kind of approval of something which the record already exists, and you have to just certify the record copy. So there is no need why a citizen has to come to the office and wait for a certain number of days to avail the services. And now we have employed various tools of business analytics and dashboards in CM Helpline. So because we have huge data set of, as I mentioned earlier, around 20 million complaints, So based on analytics, the system can pick up keywords on which most complaints are coming. It can do spatial analysis, it can do temporal analysis, in which particular months which kind of complaints are more, in which particular area which kind of complaints are more, and even officer specific and department specific analysis are being done, and they are helping in doing data driven governance and decision making. So as I mentioned, text mining. So as we can see that we can also see the temporal pattern of the complaints, and on the right column we can see which complaints are coming more. So like most common could be electricity, related to hand pump, related to FIR not being lodged at police station, related to the bill being faulty. So in this way, like the 80-20 rule, that our 80% time is taken by, like 80% of complaints are about 20% of matters, subjects. So that rule is very well established here, and in that way, the scarce resources of the administration can be better deployed to solve the public grievances. Another addition which MPSCDC has done for the top level management, for the Honorable CM and CM office, is we've created a CM dashboard. So it's a kind of decision support system which has drill down facility, it has business intelligence built in, and almost real-time monitoring of the key schemes at the CM level. These are the various modules where flagship schemes, flagship projects have been incorporated, and Atmanirbhar Madhya Pradesh, which is another program, its monitoring can also be done at the CM office level. Departmental review meetings are there, and various issues which are in various schemes which are in focus at that particular period of time, they are also inbuilt at the CM dashboard. And we have also made dashboard for different departments. So there is district dashboard where district ranking can be seen, and department dashboards. Also, application pendency of various schemes can be seen at the highest level at just one click. So just to talk in numbers, 33 departments are covered, and 16 schemes, projects, and ranking dashboards of 14 departments have already been built in. This has helped a lot in monitoring, effective monitoring of the schemes and effective monitoring of the ground level administration at the capital level. There is a center of excellence in the MPSCDC. So MPSCDC is the in-house software development arm of the government of Madhya Pradesh, and we develop software and various workforce solutions for various departments. And recently we have set up a center of excellence. So we have a team of around 200 plus software applications we have developed, and we have developed various offerings related to various departments. We are also a CMMI level 3 company. So though we work under government and we are a completely government-owned company, but we try to match the standards of prevalent in software development industry. These are the main buckets under which we have developed our products. So one is like case management system, because various government departments, starting from revenue to various other departments, act in quasi-judicial capacity, where cases are heard and parties present their argument and a decision is passed. So this module, like for revenue department, we have developed at the name of RCMS, and its various offshoots we have developed for various other departments. CMS websites is a very simple, generic product which many department needs. It's a simple website which is more informatory in nature, where about the department information, dissemination of the information, who is who, about the schemes, and about general information is there. And there is another format where it's slightly interactive as well, where people can get information about the schemes and they can fulfill certain forms. E-procurement and e-auction is once again something which various government departments need. So e-procurement is like where they do the procurements, and e-tender is also one part of it. E-auction is one thing in which we have recently forayed into. And first product which we have developed is for the forest department, because like Madhya Pradesh is a state with good forest wealth, and forest department auctions timber and various other forest products. These auctions used to happen offline till recently, but now we have developed an online module, and it has various benefits. Not only transparency is there, revenue has increased. Now we see more participation because people from different areas can participate because they don't have to be physically present during the auction. And also because like in the auction, that there are various methods of auction like German auction and Dutch auction. So the revenue realization and the rates which government is getting has also increased. LMS is very important because now there is focus on learning management and continuous updation of knowledge by the staff in government departments, and also where the government is providing LMS solutions, especially to students in schools and colleges. And this was developed during the COVID pandemic, when physical things had become difficult. And now this has been taken by various departments. And works management system, so basically all our construction departments like PWD and Road Development Corporation and other departments which are related, which do the work related activity, this module is useful for those departments. So like almost all the departments are utilizing services of the IT department of Madhya Pradesh in one way or other. These are few of the major projects. There are many projects, but due to paucity of time, I will like to discuss only the few key projects. So Sampada is we have developed for the registration department, CCTNS for the police. Ladli Lakshmi is a very ambitious scheme of the government of Madhya Pradesh, and the backbone and the platform has been developed by MPSEDC. IFPMS e-auction, which I discussed just now. MP TAS is very useful, it's a very interesting project where for the tribal department, and now extension of it, we have done it to OBC and as well as school education department, where all their scholarships are being offered by this portal, and also the hostel management, because Madhya Pradesh being a predominantly tribal state, we have many hostels for students of tribal and SC and OBC communities. So right from the admission of students into hostels to hostel management and dispensing of various benefits to the students is being done by this. Sambal is once again a scheme in Madhya Pradesh where labor in organized sector is given recognition by the government and they get many benefits. So all these benefits are also provided by this portal. And Mukhyamantri Ladli Behna Yojana, which is the most recent scheme, it was announced just now in last budget, and it's a testimony to our capability that in a very short span of time we have been able to develop the workflow for the scheme. So Sampada is very interesting because Sampada 2 is, now we are in the process of launching Sampada 2, where the registration department work will be made online. And one very key feature which we are trying to do right now in this new version is we are trying to do a video eKYC of the people who come for registration. So it would be possible that people will not be required to come physically for the registry, which is the case right now. And we are also introducing feature of dematerialized registry. So just like your share certificates are dematerialized nowadays, registry till now, I think nowhere it has been attempted till now, but we are attempting that thing in Madhya Pradesh. Workflow has been re-engineered, and authentication of property and owner from the source. So we are also integrating the registration module with our
Anshul, 2 minutes.
So at a paucity of time, I discussed about these projects. One important project which I come to, TAS I discussed. Yeah, this is a forest auction workflow, which I just talked about. Mukhyamantri Ladli Behna, it has been recently launched. And the idea of this scheme is to provide sustenance to and support to the women in the reproductive age. And women from right from 23 to 60 years would be covered under this. And the key thing is that the benefit will be delivered via Aadhaar-enabled platform, so that duplication doesn't exist, and women are not required to submit forms or many forms or certificates, because their data will be already picked up from what we already have in our single citizen database, which we call Samagra. Recent initiatives like, as I mentioned, e-tender. Cyber Tehsil is a new initiative where we are going for faceless mutation. So jurisdiction-based mutation will not be required anymore in case of uncontested mutation. This we are calling Cyber Tehsil, and which we have developed recently. E-Girdavri, where crop estimation, which Sanjay sir will talk after this. So we have developed a very nice application of crop estimation, where with use of AI/ML, we have reduced the error which manually Patwari makes, and we have also introduced a layer of verification of what the machine, what the system says, and it can be verified and checked by the farmers. And if he agrees, it goes yes, and if he says no, then a manual verification is done. E-Girdavri, SCD. So now we are attempting to create a single citizen database of all the citizens, where citizens won't be required to submit their details to various departments, schemes, or forms which are working in silo. Also, it will help in deduplication of the beneficiaries, and this, in a further sense, it will help in it will help in data-driven decision making, so that planners will already know that what is a particular demography at the state level if they are planning for a scheme, and also like alerts from one place, one scheme can go to other scheme. For example, if we capture the incident of birth in one system, it can already alert the women child development that after 3 years, this child will come into your system as to go to the Anganwadi, and after 5 years, a school department will already, education department will already know that, this child will come to your department of education. Similarly, we have people who are eligible for various schemes, but just because of lack of knowledge or accessibility, they are not able to apply for the schemes. So this system will act in a proactive way, where system will pick the demographic details of the person available in the database, on the basis of which alert will go to the applicant that you are eligible for this many schemes as well, for which you are not right now taking benefit, and do you want to apply for them? And if the person says yes, then automatically the details which are already in the system, they will be populated in the scheme. This will be for the schemes which are like open-ended schemes, where complete saturation is to be done. And for the schemes where target is there or budget constraints are there, for those schemes also, this will help us creating in a waiting list, so that we will also have, first come, first serve kind of thing can be built with the database. Cyber tehsil, as I talked about, so this will help in a faster resolution of undisputed mutations and faceless conversion. So people will not be required to actually visit the office. Right now it's in pilot mode, and it has actually got very good results. E-services portal we have developed, where various services like various licenses which people have to get from government, various registration, various contractor registrations, employment department portal. So we have developed a common backbone, the benefit of which is that faster, quick deployment of the various schemes can happen, and go-to-market time has reduced a lot. So already 96 services of 23 departments are hosted on this portal. So we have like, the way we are operating is because various works across the departments are repetitive in nature, and the basic structure remains same. So we have developed various platforms, and then we are offering them to various departments and services. So as I mentioned about case management, e-services, right to information portal we have developed. So all the departments are using it instead of different departments, making their own portals. Learning management system I talked about. eHRMS we have developed recently for the demand of Vinod Kumar sir, who is ACS GAD also. So because once again this module is useful for all the departments. E-procurement I mentioned. Gati Shakti is very interesting. I would like to talk about Gati Shakti. So for this particular thing, we have developed portal not only from Madhya Pradesh, but under the guidance of and on the request of Department of Telecom, we have developed this portal for many other states, which are listed here, mostly UTs, and also for the Ministry of Defense. So the tower permission and various telecom infrastructure like optical fibers, overhead, as well as underground, for which telecom companies apply, the complete workflow had been automated, and it follows the latest ROW rules, where there is a certain time period, and after the time period is exceeded, there's a deemed approval. And this has also been integrated with the PM Gati Shakti, so that the layer of all the infrastructure which exists already is populated. And the telecom companies, when they're applying, they can actually see the infrastructure and they can apply it. Also, it helps in monitoring of pendency at the district level, at the state level, as well as at the national level. This just gives number on right top, the kind of applications we have received and we have addressed with the help of the system. And this has helped us because now when 5G rollout has happened already, and in next 2 or 3 years we will see proliferation of 5G. So I believe this portal will help a lot, and all the stakeholders, including Department of Telecom and the telecom service providers and ISPs have benefited from this, and they have praised it a lot. We have also developed a very good in-house GIS capability, and we have developed various applications based on GIS, some of which are geotech asset mapping. So various departments have various assets, lying all across the districts and in field. So they can do a GIS-based asset tracking, asset mapping of the assets first, and then they can track it later. For High Court, we have developed an application. CCTNS Mobile is like in the first session today, AD sir talked about the e-Vivechana app. So the GIS layer for that same app has been provided by MPSEDC. DWRS is a very interesting application. It's for disaster reporting. So once again, it's a GIS-based application where anybody, like from government departments like police, revenue, SDRF, and also common citizen can report about a disaster warning like weather events or reservoir levels, and it's captured at the centralized disaster response center, and then alerts are generated based on all these inputs. Forest plantation survey, once again, this GIS based, and it helps because like humans can't go and can't do a frequent survey or frequent mapping of the plantations which happen in forest. An MP tourism guide. This ALPAS we have developed, which is being used by urban department for the building permission, and in this we have mapped the master plan layouts, and we have mapped them across with the municipal corporation boundaries. This has taken away a lot of element of discretion, which was earlier relevant at the local level, and it has introduced a system-driven scrutiny and verification of layout, so that human element has been removed, and also the response time has reduced. DWRS, which I talked about. Drone policy, we have come up recently with a drone policy to use how to use the drone effectively in governance. We have defined protocols, and we have also opened drone schools. Also, we have authorized various district e-governance societies to spend certain amount of fund on drone innovations, so that ecosystem is built where various drone applications are tried by various departments and the solutions are perfected. These are the various use cases which we have identified for drone applications, and some of are on POC stage. And especially in rural, revenue department, the survey in the rural Abadi area as well as urban area has been done by using drone. This has helped in reducing cost, time, and has improved accuracy a lot. And I'm sure this will find further applications in various other government departments and schemes as well. Thank you. If any questions.
Thank you, Ansul. We will take up questions in the last, if the time permits. So Ansul has given you a vast number of applications that is being run in Madhya Pradesh. So it is very difficult to grasp all the applications that he has talked about in such a small span of time. So, but I'm sure you are going to get a presentation copy in your emails, so that you can, in leisure time, you can find, whenever you find time, you can go through that. And you will get also the contact number of the resource person, so you can talk to them and get your query resolved. But in the last, we'll be taking some questions. Now we'll request the second speaker, Dr. Sanjay Goel, on Cyber Tahsil. Time is 8 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I think that we named it Cyber Tahsil because our aim was to create and pilot a completely online, faceless revenue code system. So, because out of curiosity, everybody must be interested in knowing it. So, next slide, please. So, these are the slides which I will be presenting upon. So, what were our major challenges? So first of all, for everybody's information, in state of Madhya Pradesh, sale deed registrations are done by a separate registering officer, which is normally sub-registrar at the tehsil or district level. Because in many states, registration is done by the tehsildars only. So I thought I'll let you know the background. But this system has major advantage in terms of like ensuring 100% availability of sub-registrars, because this transaction is very important and sensitive transaction for the those both buyer and seller, because it involves large amount of money transaction, and availability of sub-registrar is very important on that particular day. So having a separate sub-registrar makes it very convenient for them. So, but the procedure after getting that sale deed registration gets cumbersome, and because it involves a kind of judicial process at the level of tehsildar, and because the procedure is prescribed by MP Land Revenue Code and rules made thereunder. And normally a buyer, after getting sale deed registered, it approaches the territorial revenue court and presents an application for mutation to the Tehsildar, who, after verifying the documents presented to him, he issues a notice, public notice, as well as a memo to the Patwari for presenting a report. So when this physical process is completed, so even after the order of mutation is passed by the concerned Tehsildar, still buyer needs to follow it up with the Patwari to get those changes made in the land record, and those land records are modified accordingly. So then the applicant reaches through different sources and gets a certified copy from LSK or some kiosk. We made an assessment that almost 25% of the sale deed registrations done are done where the sale is for the full khasra or survey number, means land parcel. So which was the low hanging fruit, which we thought we can take it up because it's an undisputed mutation and we need not modify our maps also, so we can take it up first, and which will at least reduce the burden by 25%. So before we conducted the experiment of Cyber Tehsildar, so concerned applicants had to approach 4 different officers, and these 4 officers work on 4 different platforms. The first touch point is a registration officer who works on Sampada 2 software, as earlier speaker also told you about. The Tehsildar uses a revenue court management system, and then Patwari submits its reports through SARA portal, and land records are maintained on WebGIS portal. So we aim to reduce it to single point by ensuring the completion of every formality at the first touch point itself by offering single window system at the level of sub-registrar itself. I think with Sampada 2, launch of Sampada 2, we will, as Anshul was saying, that we will be going to video eKYC, and we will probably be able to remove that first touch point also. Then the process will be completely online. So we then plan to integrate all 4 platforms for ensuring smooth exchange of information and interoperability, so that the process is fully paperless, online, and then it removes the need for any physical contact. So as I told you, so first we dealt with only those cases where there is no division of land parcel involved and we need not update the map. And then, though the Cyber Tehsildars there is on an average 1 Tehsildar for every district which we piloted, but these Tehsildars can take up cases from any district. They are allocated those cases, Cyber Tehsil cases, randomly, and then they deal with the case. Their jurisdiction is all the state, not a particular district. This is the process flow. As the sale deed gets registered at the level of sub-registrar, so after first check at the level of sub-registrar, which is automatic only, so the case is, if the case is found eligible for registration as for the Cyber Tehsil, it gets registered. If it is found that the sale deed belongs to government land, or the land is mortgaged, or it's the full survey number or land parcel is not getting sold, so it rejects. Then we inform the person that it is not eligible for the Cyber Tehsil. Otherwise, it gets registered and it gets a case register number from the RCMS, and then gets pushed on to Cyber Tehsildar. Cyber Tehsildar again checks everything, matches the sale deed and khasra records, especially the tax data regarding the ownership of the land, and then it clears the case, and a public notice as well as a memo to the Patwari is posted. So third check is at the level of Patwari, who also checks everything again and also ensure that there is no legal bar on mutation, as well as it validates the ownership of the seller again. So then simultaneously, as public notice is also issued, in case there are no objections received and the Patwari report is also favorable, then the case is sent to concerned Cyber Tehsildar, who passes the mutation order, which is also kind of, there is a editable automatic order gets generated. And then as soon as the Tehsildar passes the mutation order, automatically the compliance takes place in the land registration, land record database, and simultaneously a copy of the updated land record gets pushed to WhatsApp and email of the applicant. So in case there are objections or Patwari report is not favorable, so then it again gets pushed to the territorial Tehsildar, who deals with the case normally by inviting other parties and listening to the parties, taking evidence on record. So I think I can skip over this slide as we have already talked about it. So regarding the implementation, our first major task was to prepare the legal framework for the said experiment, as the process of mutation in land record is regulated by the rules and code of MPLRC, and it's normally conducted as a judicial proceeding. So we added a new section 13A to the code, keeping in mind the government's intention of removing any paperwork and physical contact, and separate rules were framed for the Cyber Tehsildar. So then apart from Tehsildars, the revenue functionaries, we also trained sub-registrars and vendors who were important stakeholders in this thing. And then initial pilot was with the 2 districts, then we extended it to 6 districts. So as I told you earlier, our major challenge was to ensure integration and smooth functioning and interoperability of 4 different platforms on which 4 different offices were operating, which was Sampada, Revenue Code Management System, SARA Portal, and then WebGIS. We made sure that the applicant is also kept informed at every stage till the last stage when a final updated land record copy is pushed to their email and WhatsApp. And then we have also now moved on to appeal module so that people can also file online appeal in case they are not satisfied with the order of the Cyber Tehsildar. So we were able to achieve our goal of reducing the burden of both buyer and revenue functionaries by reducing the transaction time as well as the hassles involved in physical work. So our average disposal time is 15 days, which is half the time prescribed under the rule, which is 1 month for undisputed mutations. And normally the physical process takes longer time, even more than 1 month. So, and that till date, no appeal has been filed in almost 5,200 cases, which gives us the confidence that our algorithms are good and we are able to make proper decisions. And then in all cases, land records have been updated and copies have been sent to concerned applicants. And as we have also verified all these things by taking a feedback from the concerned applicant afterwards, which will be shown as testimonials in the last slide. And this is the dashboard which is available with me, where I can see the number of cases getting registered in different districts or tehsil, along with their status and reasons for pendency extra. So I think one of the major outcomes of this pilot was to experiment the concept of creating a faceless online revenue code without any territorial jurisdiction, the scope being defined only by the type of cases being taken up, not by the geography. And we made sure that we list out all the variables which are involved in decision making in these cases, and we tried to extract and match maximum number of variables from the available land records and other data, and then made sure that we defined every decision making algorithms in a manner that it removes any possibility for discretionary use of power at any level. So in near future, we are going to roll it out to 52 districts as soon as our server gets updated. And then we are also extending its scope to sale of land parcel where the title transfer is related to a partial khasra only. And then we are also going to extend it to title transfers which are other than sale deed. For example, where the landowner dies and the hereditary transfers have to take place. And most importantly, I think it's giving me a large amount of data on which we can build our AI algorithms in the future, and it will be very easier for us where we can reduce the number of cyber tehsildars which we are going to require in future. And the last, these are the testimonials, because we take feedback from every person who has been served through Cyber Tehsildar so that we keep on improving our systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. We'll be again taking the questions in the last. And this is like earlier, you must have also experienced After getting the registry done, in order to get the land records updated as per the registry is a Herculean task for every person. Here, at least, there is a beginning where if the entire Khasra is registered, then their land records can be updated instantly within 15 days' time as per the norms. So this is a good step, and there is also a way forward that is written, like they are also doing on Cyber Tahsil 2.0, which deals with the partial registration of Khasra number. So that is a good step forward. Now we will come to the last presentation, that is AI/ML crop procedure, crop prediction by Mr. Selvendram. He is Commissioner Agriculture Department.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I think it's a long day and this is the last presentation. You all should be happy after this. I'll try to wrap up as fast as possible. So, the first on the onset, I'll just like to say that crop area and yield related data is important not only to the farmer or the government, but it is also important for input suppliers, for traders, and actually it is more relevant for the general market, where they see what is the surplus that the farmer has, which he can use for purchasing goods and other services. In MP's context, the challenges that we face in collecting this data is that the crop that is cultivated in MP over a large area of around 150 lakh hectares per season, and increasingly due to availability of irrigation, there is a third crop which is also being taken up, and in the past few years it has grown from around 2 lakhs to more than 12 lakhs. And apart from that, there are around 150 different crops which are grown, and hence recording this over a large area is a challenge. So how did we do the recording of crop-related information in our land records and for agriculture statistics? Earlier, the area estimation was done based on sample surveys. We then moved to a system where the field-level workers, which is the patwaris, used a mobile app to record the crop grown in every land parcel, and now we are trying to go into, and we've started experimenting with AI/ML based techniques. The reason is that we just want to remove the drudgery that is involved, where a person has to go to the field and fill in quite a lot of data in relation to the crop. Similarly, in relation to yield estimation, earlier it was based on sample surveys, and now we've moved to remote sensing based AI/ML techniques, which we shall explain in the next few slides. So I thought just to set the context, we believe artificial intelligence is making a computer system simulate human thinking, and machine learning is a form of artificial intelligence where we try to get a computer system to predict an outcome without actually explicitly telling what we want. So this is a very small example which I saw on the internet, where you can see that all the pictures which we see represent a dog, but we also know that many of them are actually not dogs. So this is a very small child could also be able to explain, differentiate, but then making a computer system do it required some time, and I believe with the ChatGPT coming into place, I don't need to explain this thing too much for you all. The challenge that we face is or why do we want an AI/ML-based approach? I told you it is to reduce drudgery, to improve productivity, to get things done in a very short period of time, and to introduce an element which would reduce or try to remove human bias. So we know that where procurement-related decisions are taken, there is a tendency to overstate the area and the yield, and whereas a crop damage occurs due to natural calamities, there is a tendency to understate the yield and overstate the area. But our learning is that we need a very good set of data if we need to use this strategy and technique and get usable results from that. Government of MP, Agriculture Department and Revenue Department partnered with MP SEDC, NRC and MapCost to take up this initiative. And we've been doing it for the past 3 seasons, including this Rabi season. So it started off with wheat and gram. Kharif, we did paddy and soybean, and now we are doing wheat, gram, peas, mustard. So these crops, although I told that there are around 150 odd crops grown in MP, wheat and gram, peas and mustard account for more than 90% of the area of around 150 lakh hectares. And paddy and soybean accounts for roughly 70% of the area cultivated in Kharif. And when it comes to what was required and which probably gave us an advantage or helped us do this, is that what you see in yellow, we had this data available with us since we've been working on this for quite some time in the IT department. And infrastructure is easily made available. Apart from that, we had georeferenced cadastral maps and a mechanism for ground truthing. Weather data, remote sensing data, etc. could be purchased easily. And the actual challenge is the bottom 2 hexagons, which is getting good quality data and creating crop maps. So in trying to do this, what we first did is we took our previous year's data. Since the cadastral maps were georeferenced, we could then, we looked into historical satellite image series. We overlaid it with the cadastral maps. And since our land records already had the records of what crop is grown in what parcel, we fed it into the system. This was a training data set on which we got a model, developed a model. And then we procured satellite images from Sentinel, which is pretty good. And they gave it to us, and we had we were able to develop a time series of about a temporal series of 50 with a 15 days gap. And then ground truthing to improve upon the accuracy and precision was done using the SARA mobile app which the Patwari uses, and this was done through Patwaris. So I think Anshul had briefly stated how we went about it. So in the here we use earlier data, we run the model on the existing satellite image, and we try to assess what is a crop. And once we do it, here there's a new element that we introduced. The farmer also in around 10 lakh cases has stated what is a crop that is grown in his field. We compare that with the machine data, and wherever there is a difference, we forward it to the Patwari, and then the best of the two is taken as the right one. And there's a lot of iterations which happen. So I'll just try to tell how we have fared in this particular thing in relation to crop detection. So when it comes to crop detection at a much larger level, say at a village or a panchayat level or at the district, the results have been very promising. We can call it accurate. Although we've used the word high accuracy, we still need to go there. But when it comes to detecting what is a crop at a parcel level, that is still a challenge we need to refine, and maybe in the next few years we'll be able to develop a model which gives us results which are acceptable. The reason being there are many factors like the size, difference in variation at the time at which is being sown, some people go for intercropping, mixed cropping, etc. Now I'll just briefly state about how we go about estimating yield using AIML. So there are various inputs for this. This is also used for crop detection. We take all these data, which whether it is related to weather, soil, the optical part of the spectrum, and even the microwaves part of the spectrum. We use it. We run it on the model that we have developed. Get yield at the inference unit of Patwari, Halka, or Panchayat level. And then we test it, because at many times the machine is also a little smart. If it knows that in a particular Halka that the probability is that 20% of the data is incorrect, it throws out 20% data as incorrect, because it knows, it tries to fool us. And then we try to develop the Halka level map and then use it. So I'm just taking through the journey briefly. I'll explain how we did it. So this is for soybean. MP was divided into 6 zones based on the different parameters which would affect the ability of the machine to predict what is a crop grown. And this is what you see for soybean. It's largely grown in the western part of MP. And for 18, 19, 20, you can see that we used our historical data, plotted it on a map, and developed a crop map. one of the clusters out of the 8, this is how the machine gave us the result. So you can see in 2018, the reported is on the, I think, towards your left, and the predicted outcome by the machine is towards the right. What you can see is that there is an understatement or there is an overstatement for the reduction in yield. I think that is basically because we needed all these 3 years, 18, 19, and 20, there was crop damage, and there is a tendency for us to overstate our losses. I believe that is one of the reasons. So you see that the greenish part is almost same between both, but where it is a little bit light green, yellow, and red, it moves more towards the red. The same result you can see in 2019, where you can see that towards the southern part, you'll find a predominance of red, yellow in comparison to green in related to what has been predicted by the machine. And in 2020, so we believe that the machine has been able to predict to acceptable levels of accuracy what is a crop that has been grown, number one, at the inference unit level, and secondly, what is the yield of it. Now, we used data in a temporal series. You can see this is about rainfall, this is about this backscatter, this is about root zone, soil moisture. All of that was input, and this is, we are just trying to show that the ground truthing which we had done was around 2.3 lakh, or is it 2.3 lakh ground truthing points were done at different parts of MP. And the map appears black because every black point is a ground truthing point. So here, to the left-hand side, you can see the prediction for yield of soybean. The top and the bottom pictures represent on the left-hand side soybean for 20 and 21, and on the right-hand 21 and 22, and on the right-hand side you can see it for paddy, top and down. I'll just skip this and we'll go. This would give a better picture. For the year 2022, for one of the clusters, this is the prediction that our model has made for crop yield in these 6 or 7 districts. And this is what we've used for the determination of what claims are to be settled for farmers for crop insurance in our Kharif season. So I think our accuracy up to the panchayat or village level or above it appears to be good, and we are using it. We've started using it. But when it comes to parcel level a determination of yield or the area or the crop grown, we still need to go a long way. I think that is what I've tried to summarize over here. It can be, AI/ML techniques can be successfully used. That we have seen. And for better accuracy, we need to improve on the data availability and also the testing models that we need to develop. I think this is what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendram. Now I request Langu can throw up the questions to the respective speakers. Any questions? Yeah. Please give him mic.
I'm Sachin Chaudhary from Indian Institute of Public Administration. I saw Mr. Gupta is talking about several apps or several services being delivered through web apps. We have the capacity. India is known for having expertise in this area, so it's good. But I'm just curious to know whether it is supply driven or demand driven, because we have the capacity, so we produce apps, or is there really demand, which can be assessed, I think, by taking the statistics about the usage of the app as a percentage of the total number of usage, then the growth which has taken over the years. Of course, a lot of time has not happened, but at least in monthly assessment can be made. So just curious to know whether and the second thing is about this crop estimation. I was reading, preparing for my lecture, and I saw Ministry of Agriculture also has a website where details like soil, crops, weather, rainfall, precipitation, whatever. So all such details are available till the village level or block level, I'm not sure. But do you have some kind of integration? You are also generating some information, they are also generating data. So is there some kind of integration? Otherwise, it will be like doing the same thing by two agencies. So these are two questions. Thank you.
First, Anshul would like to react.
Sir, as you rightly mentioned that whether it's supply driven or demand driven, so MPSEDC and IT department, we act as like in-house consultant and system integrator for various government departments. So like in consulting paradigm, there are problems where client knows what is the solution and you have to just go and implement it. But at times, client doesn't know what is the problem. So you have to also figure out problem for him. So initially when we started doing things, they were more demand driven. So like some department will say that, okay, we have this problem or we want to make this workflow, we made it. As you know, government works across the departments follows kind of similar structure. So we developed platform-based services. So once we developed for one department, we actually went to other departments and said, why don't you also use it? So like HRMS, which we have developed. And of course, there are departments which have specific use cases. So it's both demand-driven as well as supply-driven. Now it's more like we develop a use case and then we showcase or encourage all the departments to adopt it. And data I can share you afterwards. So the take-up of the various applications and apps have been very good. Like it has been terrific.
I think you asked me about using already available data publicly or with Government of India. The soil-related data we have taken from there, and NRSC, etc. has this. They are one of the partners. Regarding the other data sets that we showed, one data set which we used is the georeference cadastral map is only available with us, so we use that. And thirdly, when it comes to all the other data which I refer to, whether it's about temperature, rainfall, and certain indexes which we get from satellite images, etc. That was also a source from NRSC, and that we need it as a temporal series. We actually get it once in 5 days, normalize it for 15 days, and for every fortnight we create this data, and then it is used to understand what is the crop health, and that gives a proxy for yield and other things.
He was also trying to ask the algorithm that the Government of India department they use to determine the crop production. Are you using the same algorithm or you have developed your own?
So this has been, I think, I didn't discuss that thing in greater detail because it is still at an experimental stage. It's being done offline, and it's been basically the work has been done by two agencies. One is MPSEDC and another by NRSC. So what NRSC has been using, they have a lot of expertise in this area, and they've been using that. I do not know whether if that is a standard which we are using across. But otherwise, one point which we need to work as a nation is having standards and libraries for crop signatures so that it can be shared between states and all the other things also. It's a slowly evolving area. I think it will take a few years for us to reach that place.
It is just a nascent state, so it will take time to stabilize. Any other questions? We can take up one more question so one can prepare who is going to ask.
So it's not a question, sir, just a pointer, taking cue from the MP's initiatives on this, Telangana government has also been involved. They have been also working on similar lines, on the crop agri side and all initiatives on the emerging technologies in agri. So in fact, that learning came from the MP state and they are doing that there. So I just wanted to tell that as a pointer there.
Any question from this side? So let's call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful session. I would request all the panelists to be here on the stage itself and would like to invite Mr. Girish Sharma ji, Deputy Secretary, to felicitate our session chair, Shri Vinod Kumar ji, ACS Government of Madhya Pradesh. Now, would like again to request Mr. Girish Sharma ji to felicitate Mr. Anshul Gupta, PD Swan, MP SEDC. Girish sir, please felicitate Dr. Sanjay Goyal ji, Principal Revenue Commissioner, Madhya Pradesh. Request to Girish Sharma ji to felicitate M. Selvandran, Commissioner Agriculture, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you so much to the last panelist of this day. And thank you to all the participants, speakers, and all of you for the cooperation. And now this session is closing and you all are invited at Tribal Museum where the cultural program is organized for you all at around 7:15, which is followed by dinner. And this dinner is hosted by Chief Secretariat, so you can reach there on time because it is a beautiful place. जनजातीय संग्रहालय जहाँ पर आप बहुत ही खूबसूरत म्यूजियम देख सकते हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की कलाकृतियों को देख सकते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. आप सभी पहले भी पहुंच सकते हैं ट्राइबल म्यूज़ियम. आपके लिए म्यूज़ियम ओपन है और देख सकते हैं. बहुत ही सुंदर म्यूज़ियम है मध्य प्रदेश का जनजातीय संग्रहालय. तो आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग सभी वहाँ पहुँचें और आपके लिए कल्चरल प्रोग्राम भी ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया है जो कि डिनर के साथ फॉलोड है. थैंक यू वेरी मच.